Hello and welcome to the EWC OW2 Qualifiers FACEIT League Playoffs.
Bam.
This is not a working title. This is the fact. This is it. This is it. This is a real title. I will say it once, and that's it. It's day number 1 of 6 overall. I'm here, joined once again by Jake, by Johnny. They're here to break it all down. For all of you lovely folks watching, thank you so much for joining us. We have a lot to get through, but first, let's be polite. How are we doing? Feeling good?
Life's good. I'm a little sleepy, but I'm getting into it this morning.
I'm well
good Overwatch.
rested.
I'm kind of excited to see what the teams have cooked. You know, there's crazy innovations in the meta. True. But even within Mauga, I still think there's a lot of interesting innovation. Different teams have different takes on it. What about the DPS? Is it the Casfara? Is it the Genji Venture? I love the Genji Venture. That is seriously super fun to watch. I want to see more of that.
I mean, we saw a lot in the finals at DreamHack, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But first things first, let's set the stage. EWC, that is the Esports World Cup. And if you're not familiar with it, we have a little video for you to explain it all.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Well, that video went places.
The sauna, a barbecue?
I mean, having machine whispering information into my ear in a sauna, why not? I think everyone was very comfortable watching this. No, I mean, I haven't seen the video before we aired it, so I have questions. We will not answer those questions, though. However, we will be talking about EWC. Let's chat about the prize pool here first. Massive event, massive prize pool, so much money. 60, what is that, million, so many zeros, span across 19 different titles. It truly is an Esports World Cup.
I'm excited for the club championship, actually. I do think it's going to be interesting. I don't think we've ever seen this in esports, right? Teams, which, you know, so many esports clubs have teams across many different titles, and now they're able to actually compete on that diversity, on that full spectrum of games, which I think is going to be pretty exciting to see, you know, who comes out on top.
But Overwatch, though.
I was about to say, but Overwatch, though. $1 million will be allocated to yours truly. It's Overwatch. And $1 million, I mean, that's a lot of money, gentlemen. Jake, you're a numbers guy. How many pickles can one purchase with $1 million?
About a million. About a million pickles.
Wait, do you think a pickle?
Well, maybe like 2 million. A pickle's like what, 50 cents, you think?
8 per pickle.
Well, like
I guess we go in char. Okay, you have to go by char. I don't think they sell singular pickles. And if you're going by char, now we need to take into account they go
like
by ounces.
$10 for a jar of pickles? A big jar?
This segment is going places. What?
The problem is they spike it with too much brine, and then you don't get the pickle to brine ratio is fairly off.
I'm not an expert.
The brine ratio?
I'm not an expert pickler. I'm not an expert pickler. I just play pickleball. You know, it's.
But that's true. You're a pickleballer. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Transitions are hard. Here, let's chat about Dallas. That's the best I could do out of where we were. Dallas, obviously, we had our first major over at DreamHack, which was an absolute hoot. And also, the top teams, they qualified for EWC, so there is a tie-in here. This was just not just completely random. Man, I mean, this was an event of all events. Yes, we faced some challenges early on, but we had so much fun along the way, and part of that was due to those teams. They put on such a show. Obviously, so much to be said about Crazy Raccoons, not just one raccoon, not raccoons. Crazy Raccoon fighting their way back out of the lower bracket.
It was just so great to be in person and watch some Overwatch with the fans as well. It was packed, of course. I liked the specific highlights. But
who was that?
Huge play right there. But yeah, we got to participate in a show match as well. Obviously, Hydron and Dante going head-to-head, and we got to show off on stage a little bit. I'm glad, Jake, because we both got some highlights. I got my Evo pin right here.
And
who's this?
Oh, watch out from the top rope. Oh!
It's 3 a.m.
Wow.
Still got it, baby.
Actually,
Still got it.
And you guys got to, wow, okay, this got really intense really quickly. Looks like we got to recreate an iconic moment from the past between Kalush and, is that Reiner? That's Reiner on top. Now, Dante and Hydron, they weren't as committed. We weren't as near to the kiss as one would have liked.
We could do better, but I like it. I like the recreating history here in Overwatch.
I missed that history. Can you fill in the audience who didn't see it, just like me?
I mean, yeah, it was Reiner and Kalush back in 2022.
You remember the day vividly.
Yeah, I mean that was one of the best Overwatch tournaments of all time. The mid-season madness, of course. You know, lots of teams. So of course you got to remember that historic moment as an enjoyer of Overwatch history. Jake.
All right, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
How could I ever forget this amazing moment back in my day?
That's some big dog energy. Dante and Hydron trying to live up to that.
He was puffing it up.
Kalush and Reiner, that's a hard bar to hit, though.
Yeah.
So I respect the attempt.
But they were efforting, and that's all that matters. Our teams in Dallas, of course, were efforting as well. Let's take a look at what went down and who qualified from all of those teams who played it out. Of course, with the Crazy Raccoon taking that top slot, that also means that they opened up the door for another team from the Asian region. And DAF, which is not called DAF anymore, they're called?
Bleed Esports.
That's right.
This graphic has changed quite a bit the past week.
Yeah.
That is very true. Yeah, so Bleed Esports, formerly known as DAF, a team from Thailand, they now also got to qualify. Of course, we have also there's so many new names here on the board.
Zeta Division and Fnatic both picking up the third and fourth teams respectively from Korea, who I think will be very, very serious contenders, even though we didn't see them in Dallas. I think they'll be very serious contenders.
Yeah.
But Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, I mean, these are monster teams. There's a reason they were top 2 in Dallas.
And also, if you remember, once again came back, of course, the famous roster from China, formerly Hangzhou Spark, formerly once again, now Wufang LGD OA. So
full circle. Esports.
Yeah, I'm really stoked to see them in action because we haven't seen some of those players like
Is this the first time we've seen LGD in Overwatch?
No, LGD was in Overwatch before OWL was a thing.
They were.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I don't remember. I'm a big fan of Dota, so I watch.
Oh, you missed out.
I've been watching LGD
on early Chinese Overwatch. It was Rodog, it was Bastion back in Overwatch.
But that's all in the past. Let's set our eyes onto the future.
Oh, good days.
We still have some more teams which get to qualify. 3 from NA, 3 from EMEA, and then we have 1 spot from the OCE and SA, first place as well. They will be qualifying for the EWC. So many acronyms. I'm hating life right now.
Well, in the Oceanic region, we got players like Punk, Color Hex competing. So, there's some familiar faces all around the world for the World Cup.
It's cool that in this event, we're going to have the opportunity to see some of those underrepresented regions that we don't get to see in OWCS, right? With South America and Australia able to send teams. I think that'll be exciting to see how they compete at the international stage. I think everybody's scared of Korea, though. And I think you should be. You should be scared of Korea. If you're not, you should be.
Hey, I mean, there's a lot of tape on those Korean teams. They've been fighting through the gauntlets, whereas, some other teams, they might fly under the radar. We'll see. Let's talk about the format first, so we know exactly how they can get it done. We're keeping it simple here. Double elimination bracket, 8 teams in those brackets in all the different regions, and we will be playing in a, best of 5, and the finals will be a best of 7. So
this is the way to get it done, baby. Classic.
That's right.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is the Overwatch format right here.
That's right. Also, something to be taken into consideration. Peps are not called Peps anymore. They're now some Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators.
You guys can't take Gaming Gladiators seriously. I'm a big fan. Also, Gaming Gladiators, strong.
And also, one of the best teams in EMEA has, of course, been Ataraxia, who are now Virtus Pro.
Yep.
So lots of teams.
Even upsetting some of the teams we saw in Dallas.
Exactly.
So, I think VP could be a team to watch in this bracket. Yeah. Definitely a team that is hungry to earn a spot here, and seriously could for Esports World Cup.
Now, let's talk about our first match of the day. Space Station will take on the
Sovereigns.
I was Sovereign. I'm just like, the first time
there's so many team names just flying around the past week. We're like,
So the Sovereigns. So Sovereigns going
8 teams per region, 24 team names per region. Get started.
Get cracking. But here's the thing. Obviously, a lot of people, that Space Station game, they already qualified. They're still participating for the money. So keep that in mind. For them, it's not the slot that is up on the line. Familiar faces. They showed us some real good, entertaining matches, which unfortunately didn't carry carry them very far in Dallas, but it was a sight to behold, Jake.
I mean, I think they did impressively well, right? To be #1 outside of Korea, you know, for me, I would feel really good about this if I was Space Station. Yes, there's more to improve, but I think they showed really impressively how flexible they are, despite being very committed to playing Lucio, I'd say. They still made it look good on the Sigma, they made it look good on the Winston, and they have a lot more looks. So they do want to take it to the international teams. They aren't just accepting being the best in EU, but right now, I think being the best in Europe almost looks like a foregone conclusion for this team. I mean, I think they're incredibly favored in the match.
Dan's only picture.
Dan holding it down.
So these are the sovereigns.
Also,
some familiar names on the server, of course, there for sure. With Dan, Dollars in the team, Danit in the team. Lots of D's was what I wanted to say, and I did say it in the end. But let's talk about Shax.
They call him the Big D, Dan.
There you go.
This is kind of like what we're looking towards this week. You can see the compositions in your top right-hand corner. We've been seeing a lot of Mauga the past couple of weeks here, and it's going to be a big question whether Shax can pull out some heroic performances on this Tracer. You know, typically when we see these Mauga matchups, the Tracer, it's not as optimal as perhaps playing a Genji Venture kind of brawly compositions. We've been seeing some teams play a lot of like Pharah, Cassidy, for example. But a team like Sovereigns, they've been pretty committed to playing a lot of Cassidy and Tracer in this Mauga matchup. So we'll see if they can get the job done. It's obviously going to be an uphill battle against SSG.
Question, gentlemen.
Wow, you folded.
I have answers.
Okay. Whoa.
Meta-wise, are we in for a cage-toe situation? Is it just going to be Sigma and Mauga?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm going to bet that is going to be the majority of what we're going to see this weekend for most of the time. Unless there's some like EMEA.
I think there's a few maps that
gentleman's agreement, like, you want to play Ramatra? Yeah, let's play some Ramatra. But otherwise, mostly Mauga.
Well, I think if both teams want to play Sig to counter each other's Mauga, it's very, very easy to swap countering that Sig again with whether it's like a Winston dive or a Ramatra rush, just brawling. So I think there's actually a lot of diversity in the meta right now. I do think, for me, the Mauga does look the strongest in the end, but there's still these weird maps in the pool that allow you to just play a very different style and force something out of your opponents with the loser map pick format.
I want to see some good, honest Overwatch. Let's see if our first two teams will deliver just that. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Jack and Nekra. How are you doing, guys?
Doing good. We need to work on that title, by the way.
Hey.
So the Toes Cage. There's something there.
There's something there, isn't there?
There's
Yeah, that's what
there.
I was feeling it.
She's cooking.
She's cooking. And you'll be eating.
Putting the toes in the
something
cage.
like that. That's gonna be. Well, there's got to be some sort of meta name and Toes and Cage. We can work.
I'm
that
sure
in.
there's a subreddit for this particular
There's
one.
something out there.
I hope so. His mic wasn't live for that comment. That is okay. Go to the green room. What are you saying?
Jail.
Oh my god.
Actually, jail.
Well, swiftly moving on. Thank God. All right, Space Station Gaming, who were just in Dallas, of course, Rose, against Sovereigns. Pretty upward hill battle here for Sovereigns, you've got to admit. I mean, Space Station looks so good at LAN.
They really are, and they showed up and just showed everybody what they've got. This is also the team that everybody's looking at, and they're no underdogs anymore. They're the top dogs. This is the team to beat, and Sovereigns definitely have their work cut out for them.
Let's have a look at the map pool, though, because like Jake mentioned, like we've been doing, did at Dallas, going into a map pool and map pick format. So they can go anywhere if you lose. That doesn't have to be a hybrid, doesn't have to be an escort. No, you can just go anywhere. That hasn't been chosen before, or the mode at least. So here on your screen right now, you'll see Control, Hybrid, Flashpoint, Push, of course, and Escort, all the maps they can choose from. So if Space Station take that first map, it'll be Sovereign's pick for second.
So, and that's where I think this actually ends up favoring the London Spitfire Space Station team, because they've been so good at basically every composition that they've brought to the table. They can play dive. They are amazing at brawl. So I think the Sovereigns are going to have a hard time actually figuring out a map that might bamboozle
I just want to
them.
correct myself there real quick. It's same format as OWCS. We're not doing the loser picks there. So yeah, we'll just go into a normal kind of format there with a map pool. Still, yeah, exactly. I think that point still stands with Space Station Gaming being pretty good at pretty much everything. And being the top dogs of EU at this current moment in time, like, Rose, what do you expect from them coming out? Are we going to see this Mauga, or is Hardy going to have a little bit of fun here in the upper bracket?
Well, even in the Mauga meta that we saw at OWCS, they were not comfortable playing the Mauga. They opted to play a little bit more of the Ramatra, Sigma, and kind of stayed away from the Mauga. So I think that if Sovereigns decide to bring that out, it'll be very telling to see whether or not this Space Station team have actually worked that out for themselves and can bring it.
All right, Samoa is the first map. Paraíso, Esperanza. New Junk City and Route 66. That is going to be our maps for the moment. I'll have to wait and see what we want to bring out on Samoa, though. Of course, there's been quite the variation of compositions, especially at Dallas, but meta kind of solidifying itself right now, like Jay was saying, with the Mauga and with the Sigma. We'll have to wait and see what Hardy and Dan want to roll out with.
I mean, it's important to note that we did play the OWCS Major on a different patch. We were now kind of looking at what the meta is going to settle into after having a lot of those changes reverted towards what we have on live. So, yeah, I would hope that we see Space Station actually run out of the Mauga. I think this is a composition they really are going to need to know well in order to actually find success in the tournament.
Yeah, what's Sparker going to do, though? I mean, Jake was speaking about it a little bit earlier on to me, saying, you know, Genji Venture, pretty fun kind of composition to run with, pretty exciting to watch too. But of course, Sparker on the Cassidy, no real shock there. It's just been so good this entire year, in fact. But it'll be Sovereign's actually running out on the Venture. Genji here, we'll see what they can get done. Already killing a key target there in Sparker, perfectly executed too. With Sparker dead, where's your damage, really? I mean, you're looking at Psycho to really lift some heavy weights here of the rest of Space Station. It will be Sovereigns taking this first fight. They do lose Dawn in the process, however.
Yeah, but Dawn could come back with just an overrun, get to the point really fast. I think that's where you start to see a big difference between the Cassidy versus the Venture. Venture has so many great engagement tools and just really high mobility, which Cassidy seems to lack at some times. So I think it makes a very static target for them to go after.
Fi went in and Fi quickly exited. Left stage there.
Well,
it's funny, Astro finds the kill. Finds two, in fact, on the Lucio. Saw a lot of Astro stream yesterday. He's kind of practicing the brig. For what? Not sure. Maybe that comes into play a little bit later on in this series. That'd be a very quick fight from Space Station there.
It'd be really interesting to see if they could run something like the Brig Ana that we've seen from some of the dive teams. But right now, still going to be the Lucio to just make sure that these engagements are quick. We're starting to get up to some of our first ultimates, though, Jack. I'm looking at the Genji Blade from Psycho. That's almost up and running. You could use that with the Rush, too, if you want to get in fast.
Speaking about going fast, Sovereign's trying to get into the backline almost instantly. Sparker down again, but here comes the Blade. Suzu already used. He gets moved out of the way, so Psycho can't land that final slash onto the backline, but he stays alive with the help of Melon. Space Station Gaming still in control of the point. Blade for Shax now as they're trading just back and forth here in Space Station Gaming. Can they get a touch? No, no one close, so can't extend this point. However, they're going to be able to make a quick re-engage. They'll be running into Shax's Blade, however. Here comes the rush from both sides on the point, but he already using that Suzu. Here comes the sound barrier. It doesn't hit the Cassidy. Oh, but Shax has lost him. Somehow managed to slip out of there. Sparker just dodging out of the way of the Blade, and Shax unable to get that execute kill in the back line. That's cost them dearly.
Wow, that's so expensive for Sovereigns to have to take. You were really hoping that you maybe get the cage up to try to match some of this, but now everybody's getting staggered, and Space Station's gonna have the ultimate advantage heading into the next fight. The only issue is that they're going to have to deal with this big Venture ultimate from Fi. There's no shield, so there's not really a great way for you to be able to get away from all of the damage that the Venture's gonna be pumping out. So if Sovereigns can have a good engagement here with the cage as well as that ultimate, then I think you're going to be good with the Tectonic
Shock.
The cage
shock combo, pretty scary. Got to be careful with your Astro here. He's going to be the one to help the rest of the team with that speed boost. However, everybody's just kind of lining all up for Fi and Shax, knocking them down. Cage, shock. I mean, that is just disgusting stuff.
All right, then. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we've been seeing Venture and Mauga work together so well, and kind of where I think Space Station are still going to continue to struggle. That Cassidy ultimate did nothing in that fight versus what you would have if you had a Tectonic Shock available on your side. But we're off pace a little bit with these ultimates. We don't necessarily have much up for this next engagement except for Psycho's Blade. So if you can get up the Kitsune, I think like the Kiriko is going to be great.
Sparker trying to find a little entrance here. Has to dash back to the rest of the team. There's the engagement. Venture already in the back line. Sparker just fanning the hammer. Unable to kill the Cassidy this time around. Is that a bit of a rough game so far? Not because of Sparker's like feeling a little bit down maybe. I mean, he's just getting jumped on most of the time, sadly. However, good stall coming through for Sovereigns. 99% lucky for Space Station. Didn't use any ults in that fight.
So they still have that Genji blade available, as well as the double support ultimates. Fido's going to make a change. Not going to be the Venture anymore. It's going to be the Reaper. This is a hero that Fi has been so well known for, even just a couple of seasons ago in Contenders. So I feel like this is a way that maybe you can use the lifesteal to get in fast.
Well, here comes the rush, and there's the blade. Nice deflect. Suzu and a teleport out, and there's the sound barrier. Shaq's not going too deep there. You see, not even using the slash, knowing that Space Station have to answer. High noon for Sparker now. Just dodging towards that point. The Mauga just jumping straight past him. That's a skull! Oh, he doesn't quite click it in time, though. That's like a frame or two, a chance for him to insta-kill the Mauga. It's all good, though. Psycho with the blade's going to clean this one up. Sovereigns do manage to cap, of course, but Space Station find the flip. And with a team kill, no chance for Sovereigns to come back. And that'll be Space Station claiming the first round.
One of the first competitive looks that we've seen from Space Station on this Mauga comp, and they're looking really good. Maybe not exactly as clean, but I think that when you look at Mauga versus Mauga, I don't know if any of these fights are particularly going to be clean one and dones. So I think like Space Station, I already am so impressed with this Mauga look, and Sovereigns put up a great fight too.
I really did like the swap over to the Reaper there. I guess kind of expecting the cage and knowing you have rush. It's kind of nice for the Reaper to stay in the fight for an extended period of time with that lifesteal and just focus down Hardy. Just get him out of there, and especially if you're in cage, right? I mean, I guess Venture with the AoE, with the left click, it's pretty nice in terms of like a little bit of AoE damage, but the Reaper just chunks down the tank. Right, let's have a look.
Exactly. If you're comfortable with it, then you know that Reaper has been a very popular Winston counter going back to some of the older Overwatch metas. So I think that you have a great shot with that. But it's not going to be the Reaper this time around, Jack. It's going to be the Pharah. A little bit more of that aerial unit. And we've seen how much spam damage this Pharah is able to contribute to a fight.
You can take some, cheeky little angles here too. Just over the top here. You're not exposing your body too much. And with the ability to get onto the backline, it's normally pretty easy. Sparker down yet again for Space Station. Sovereigns know killing Sparker is going to be the Achilles heel of Space Station Gaming. However, they do end up trading for Dark. The sustain now on the side of Space Station, just way too much for Sovereigns. They need to end this fight quickly. You kind of let the Mauga kind of rotate those cooldowns. Nice deflection there from Psycho too, and reflecting that rocket straight back. It's actually Space Station coming out on top despite losing their main carry. And in fact, Dar's coming back on the board to try and extend this fight out a little bit longer. Hinder nade stops the pile driver, and that should be the point.
It's a good effort. You know, Wrecking Ball could get back there quickly, and if you're able to get a rotation around the point, stall a little bit more. But Don immediately goes back to that Mauga, so Wrecking Ball, not something that he wants to stay on for the rest of this fight, but it was a good effort.
I want to point out here as well, Astro using the Jazzy skin. I saw a little bit earlier on about Rakatak complaining about the Jazzy skins like audio, and he was like, "You play it in your game today, you won't." So Astro kind of proving Rack a little bit wrong here, but playing the Jazzy skin. I think it's one of his favorite skins too. Remember,
it
is nice. Extra sound effects and stuff. It's kind of cool. Barrage here from Fi.
I love it.
Looking for inroads in the back line, but look at the front line for Space Station. Oh, they're so far away. Nice teleport away from Landon. Sound barrier, unfortunately, not hitting the Kiriko, and he's going to pay for it too. Shaxx unleashing that blade. All the CDs used pretty much there, Rose, to try and stop Fi getting away with murder with that barrage. However, Space Station, they still have so many ults, and they've still got control of the point.
They do. I mean, that's kind of the worst case scenario here for Sovereigns, is they use two of their most powerful ultimates, and even though Shaxx is able to get a couple of people down with the Dragon Blade, everybody else is still alive.
I mean, they're already in. Oh, Darn overextending a little bit too much there. Look at that health bar just getting melted there like an ice cream on a warm summer's day. A little dash in here from Hardy, sliding into the back line, and I don't think the Soldier's going to last all too long. Same with that Lucio. They do end up capping there, so Space Station are losing progress in a sense. They eventually find the flip, but it's still nice from Sovereigns, stealing away some extra percentage points.
Absolutely. They had to invest a bit to do that, so the Kiriko ultimate's not going to be there anymore.
All good. Cardiac Overdrive, not that OP, trust me.
No such thing. No such thing. And that's not even without a sound barrier on top of it. But speaking of which, Bunny Aster's going to have another one. Just after using it 2 fights ago, that's so impressive to get that ultimate up and running as fast as it is. And what a great counter, or even just an addition to something like this blade from Psycho. Space Station can really hit him where it hurts when Sovereigns don't have any supportive ultimates.
Again!
But that's a great
Sparker goes down first once more. Can Space Station find the same success with only Psycho? I mean, he's got the blade, like you mentioned, Rose, so there is potential there. Lan takes a headshot from a railgun. Fi trying to find an angle, but here comes the beat from Space Station. Luckily for Fi, still had that dash to get away. Sliding back to the back line, Astro caught a little bit too far forward, sets ablaze by those Gatling guns from Darn. Have to be careful. That cage is available, but here comes the blade. Oh, Shaq's fight instantly taken out before that cage can even come through to protect them. And there's no use for Darn there, standing proud inside his own cage, but it looks like it's going to be Space Station locking this one down with a clean 2-0.
Great start here for Space Station. They look so good on the Mauga composition, and even though they're not necessarily running the OP portion of the Mauga comp with the Venture, they're making it work for them, and that's something that Space Station's always been good at, is finding their own identity with these meta
you just stick Sparker on the Cassidy, and we saw, like, what, 2-3 fights in that whole map? Like, he's getting taken down first, like, over and over and over again. You're like, God damn, like, please, we've got to keep our Cass alive. And the moments he does survive, you can see a very clear win condition for Space Station. They do end up just easily kind of steamrolling the fight, and it's way harder for them with just Psycho on the Genji to try and regain tempo and end up winning it if they do lose the Cassidy, but they still end up beating out Sovereigns here 2-0 on Control. Pretty close though, especially on that first stage, it going all the way. Here's some highlights from that last map there as we jump into map 2 in just a moment.
So many great sound barriers, though, from both teams. I think that's something that's been very impressive about this Lucio player for Sovereigns. Not a player that I'm super familiar with, but really great to see them in the competition and just having some well-timed sound barriers, even if sometimes you're going to be out-damaged by Space Station.
Oh, she's Sparker. And something Space Station has been so good, too, is obviously protecting the Cassidy, but getting a lot of value off these high noons, too. Normally kind of sometimes a little bit of a cosmetic ult, it feels like, but being able to speed the Cassidy around corners like that and basically lock off people. You saw Darn like charging through him, trying to get some sort of small stun or like move him out the way and try and split the focus of Sparker is just so important. But Space Station, you can see how long they've kind of run with the Cassidy and just run with this whole comp. Just so well versed in it. And having that LAN experience too against some of the top teams in the world, or the top teams in the world in Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, you can really see how much they've improved even just after the LAN. Next map coming up soon. Paraíso, going to hybrid now, Rose.
Okay, would love to see what both of these teams are excited to run on this map. I could totally see a world where they just stick to the Mauga. That high ground is pretty easily accessible if you just walk up the stairs, and that's where most teams take the fight anyway on second, is just going to the left, go up the building. So it's not unheard of to see a comp that doesn't necessarily have a lot of vertical mobility being used.
Yeah, I want to see if we are going to move over to the Sigma. I think when it comes to Space Station, it feels like just Mauga is the main course. They just want to just run in with the Mauga over and over again. Hardy's just so good at those more rushy style of heroes, so Mauga kind of fits in his wheelhouse. A lot less hammer swinging, a lot more shooting with the two Gatling guns, but you know, same kind of thing. You want to get up in people's faces.
That's true. That's true. And that's something that they've always been really good at. But then, Jack, I wonder if they were able to bring out the Mauga comp at Dallas, would they have been able to go farther than third place?
But at the style points of running the Ryan Perma, like,
the
crowd went crazy, actually. I love when Space Station get on stage. It's been happening since, obviously, London Spitfire days. Really have just generated such a massive fan base for themselves, and it's been really good to see like Hardy on the stage again and the big Ryan shatters and just being able to dominate
the
teams.
Chance for
exactly. It just it does feel super good. All right, Paraíso coming up next. Jokes on you. We'll come back on camera for just a moment. It's all good.
I can hear the music though for Paraíso. I'm like getting excited. So.
I don't know. Nothing's wrong with that. It's not too loud. I mean, I think Rack was complaining about the volume of it.
I think it's great.
Space Prince, though, is the best Lucio skin. I wouldn't have that any other way. He has cool little extra voice lines. Yeah,
really?
He's got cool extra voice lines. Jazzy's pretty good, though. It's okay. I know the one Melon was wearing.
I think Jazzy's
is
really
Melon gonna... Oh, okay. Melon's on the brig now, but Melon was on the, like, graffiti Lucio with, like, the gas mask and stuff. I think that's pretty cool. Although, apparently it's a very controversial skin. I don't know. People are like, no, it sucks. And then some people are like, no, it's great. And I'm like, nah, well, you know, it's pretty sick.
Well, that's how you know that it's a good skin.
What?
It's good when you know that the conversation about it is divisive.
The graffiti skins are cool. Tracer's got one too. She has like, it looks like paint guns for pulse pistols.
Yeah, I like that one.
All right, Sovereign, Winston action for both teams here. Only backline difference is going to be the Ana and the Brig. So Kiriko Lucio versus Ana and Brig. Pretty easy to play super far away. But not when Fi is 1 HP and Hardy jumps on him.
Yeah, that's going to be just a simple takeout. Sovereigns now, they have to back up, and they're going to get huddled into this corner.
That's some bad deaths as well. That is first point. I regret to inform the Sovereign fans out there, that is first point taken by Space Station.
Well, they saw an opportunity and they pounced on it, so that is kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But, you know, talking about the backline differences, Bunny Astro is there to continue to play Taxi for Sparker, but then you have the Kiriko from Landon, a hero he doesn't opt to play a whole lot, by the way. He's very comfortable on the Baptiste, but I love the Kiriko because he gets to join in on the dive action with something like the Swift Step to get in close. So I love that. And also, Psycho has a pulse bomb.
Yeah, already. Pretty scary. They're probably not going to expect this either. Ideal target is the Ana and the Brig, of course.
No, that's crazy fast.
Ideally the Brig here. To wait and see how they want to jump in. Hardy rocking the Spitfire skin as well. Oh! Buddy re-peeks straight into a bullet. That's rather unlucky. Probably doesn't even need to use the Pulse Bomb either here now. So Sovereigns really haven't had a fight. And the payload is halfway through the second point already.
Where do they even try to defend from here? Because their only hope is to have to back up so close to this point. That other corner isn't quite as good because of all the open space that you have to defend from. It just feels like they're kind of sitting ducks depending on how Space Station want to take this. You have the Cassidy from the front and then Psycho can go pop a pulse bomb
nice
down.
Suzu though is going to save Dan's life, but not for long. Oh, it was Suzu, sorry, Suzu on that Sparker there to save him. No, Suzu, of course, on the side of Sovereigns. Nano boost on Fi, looking for headshots, spots landing. Good boot from Astro there. Knocks his aim a little bit astray, but now he has to deal with Hardy on the Winston. Primal Rage straight into the Deadeye. He does not care.
So fearless. That's what we expect out of some haughty Primal Rages. But now it's on the other foot. Dawn's going to have one, and they're also going to have the Brig, too. So the rally here, kind of important when you know that you're going to have to play around this objective. The cart is so close, so you want to make sure you have the cart presence there, and I think the rally's going to really help with that. But Dawn's still in.
Dawn's in, pulled the Primal. Had to mess with the High Noon there. He's half HP, so still got a little bit of time. Fi on the Widowmaker, by the way. Recently just switched. I heard looks like Psycho triggering the Venom Mine, and now here comes the engage. As Sound Barriers, they go forward. Good Pulse Bomb on to Sparker. No roll and just too much damage with the help of Dawn. That will be the death of the Cassidy, unfortunately. Shax hitting the recall there at 1 HP. The teleport away from Landon, only reaching a couple of inches in front of him, but it will be Astro clearing out Dawn regardless. Astro's ability to stay alive there, just helping Space Station capture this. Points! Very scrappy fight, but that's where Tracer just excels. Oh, and a little bit of stagger as well.
Yeah,
and even more of a stagger. Nice boob. Nice body block.
Oh, no.
And the payload's going to go. Oh, the boob again.
Oh, so
He killed Astro. Okay, finally. Finally, Buddy gets reset. Bit of a FRD Fried Wiener moment there.
Oh my god, at least Buddy got away with something, right? Any pick in that scenario probably feels really good, especially when you're getting body blocked so much. But here you go. Space Station already pretty well through this third point, and still so many ults to work with 4 minutes in the bank. Feels like a matter of time they're going to be able to just overwhelm this defense and push it over the line.
Bomb. Shax unfortunately not an additional blink nor a recall, so can't go too aggressively here. But that Kutsuna is going to help him get those cooldowns back pretty quickly. Speaking of recalls, there's Shax hitting his, but Sparker's going to follow up the quick headshots. An insta-kill onto Sparker, however, but still takes one with him, of course. And look at this pressure coming out from the front line of Space Station right now. Buddy leaving Melon for dead. Payload is basically not stopped this whole time. Space Station continuing to put 3x there to try and get around this final corner.
And Hottie can play bodyguard now. He just has the Primal Rage to stuff all of those squishy members back into the corner and kind of leave Dawn out to dry.
Still bubble usage there as well, so there's unable to heal anybody in the front line. Buddy having to move through that. And in fact, the bubble is only just now broken. Sound barrier from Astro. Still moving the payload is the young Lucio. And with Sparker dead too, a very scrappy fight. But Space Station in full control, and look at that. Buddy left on the point, not able to even touch. 3 minutes in the time bank is disgusting for Paris. Space Station looking good.
Ridiculous.
And continuing to look at the top of the EU with that score.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at their record. 30-3.
Disgusting stuff, honestly.
That's insane. It's actually insane. Sovereign's been putting up a great fight, though. There's been some really nice moments from Fi, just being able to win out some of the 1v1s between Sparker. Also having a lot of impact there with just being able to get some nice consistent damage down with something like that Cassidy. But has switched heroes a lot during this set. Even already just looking back to map number 1, we also saw the Widowmaker come out in map 2 around that second point. But yeah, if there's going to be a player that actually runs the Widowmaker, I'd almost expect it to potentially be Shax.
Yeah, there is potential. I mean, probably here he's just going to go for the grapple shot onto the high ground.
Yeah, at least try it. Go back over to the Tracer.
Pineapple on pizza. Yes or no? Pineapple on pizza, Rose? Oh,
no.
Wrong answer. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
No, well, okay, it's more nuanced than that, actually. It has to be fresh pineapple. Like, it can't come out of a can. If it's not fresh pineapple, I don't want it.
I don't mind canned pineapple, I'm just saying.
I think that's reasonable.
My standards for food is not that high, I will say. And going to dinner with Johnny is...
Well, I mean, you came from the UK,
exactly.
so you can't have
Wait
high
a second,
standards.
she spit it. Going to dinner with Johnny is like, hey, would you like this $300 steak with this $2,000 bottle of wine? I'm like, my guy, I'll take a steak from Costco. Ooh, they are pretty good, actually. I don't want to bash Costco too much.
Hey, they don't really taste that different.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie. A $100 steak versus a $300 steak, they taste the same. They're both steak.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Johnny's like, if it's not been aged for 2 years, then I don't want it. And I'm like, okay, well, you're going to have to wait then, buddy, because I can beat by here right now. Nice kill onto Shax to start off with. Funny Astro on the brig now. Yeah, I don't think we see it. Eventually. Makes the most sense here on Paris.
Yeah. Oh, it's great to see them try this out because this is a really strong backline for playing a defensive dive. Funny Astro can be there to help support Landon, and you also have those cookies to throw at Psycho for when he's just running around, rings around the map. At Space Station, they've already taken a minute off the clock here, and they're still taking names.
Yeah. And they'll be able to kill Dan, but I mean, look how far they're playing up. That's a little gross. Yeah, I don't want to get caught out randomly here. Fly on the Hanzo of all things. Nana boost really early on Dan. Insta-killing Funny Astro. Nana probably not with an LOS, and even then, it's pretty hard to take down that Winston. Not when you can nade, though, just like that. And then Sparker, of course, filling the kill feed.
I mean, Hottie and Sparker were just still keeping this backline busy while Dawn went in.
Almost takes down the break with him. That was close.
Oh. I think this fight looks a little differently. Maybe if Dawn is able to get the Primal Rage up with the Nano. But the point's still that Sovereigns are taking so much damage that Buddy even has half of a Nano boost already again. They just have to get to the point, which has been the hardest difficulty of this first.
Nice flail there onto Dawn. Here with the redirects. Naded, half HP already. That Primal Rage looking rather meek right now. Oh. Dawn re-engaging again. I guess it's sub 10 HP. Like, this guy cannot stay alive more than 5 seconds. When Sparker's looking at Magnate here in the brig, but Fi dead. Yeah, this is a little differential here by Space Station on the defense.
Maybe a little. Even Sparker gets so low there, but the Tesla cannon from Dawn just isn't enough to finish him off. He's standing there to say hello and goodbye.
A nice block with a pulse bomb too. Over that Hail Mary from Shax, blocked by Astro's shield. And they have so many ults too. I mean, they've just not used anything.
Space Station haven't used any. Like none. Zero. This is insane. Like, a minute left, and they could just throw all 5 ultimates at the kitchen sink at this fight and win. Full hold. Easy. Easily a full hold in the
doesn't
sights.
hit much pulse, but oh, they lost the Nano. They lost the Nano. They lost the Nano. They lost the Nano. That's a rough one.
Oh, that's so
That's
sad.
a rough one. Every Ana player has felt that. Felt that tremendous pain of throwing out the Nano as it sails through the air, because yes, it is a projectile. And no, I should not be blamed for it. It was the other team doing a good job of focusing down the target. Rally for Space Station. Of course, they've lost Landon now, but Hardy with a Primal Rage should be able to see them through this fight. I mean, him and Psycho just, God, just tearing him to ribbons. 30 seconds to go. Space Station still have a high noon, but they did throw 4 ults in that fight.
They did. The high noon is still good enough to be a zoning tool if they can get a good angle on it. Dawn has switched over to Doomfist. Fi is hoping to get this blade up for the Genji that he switched to not too long ago, but they're running out of time here. 10 seconds left.
They're going to get the touch at least. Fi over the high ground. Blade not available. Nice counter punch there, but I think this might just be over. Although this massive nade from Buddy, it's going to find 2. I mean, Shax now just needs to stay alive with the point. He's got double support pocket here. Pulse bomb on the ground, ends up missing. Melon using a shield to block that. There is a tick. Unfortunately for Hardy, he is still alive and can touch and wait for the rest of his team. Good stick onto the Winston, 105 HP remaining. Ends up getting focused down by Shax there in his own bubble. Are Space Station going to touch again? Doesn't look like it. Although they could. Oh, Shax taking down Funny Astro. However, Melon does end up falling over. Sparker's still with a high noon, but with Psycho dead, who is there to touch? Oh, they almost C9'd, but not quite. Sovereigns. Okay, they've taken the first point.
I was gonna say, Jack, it's the first day, but please, we don't deserve a C9 so early on in this
Did you see it go
tournament.
down really quick? The OT is like, oh.
I sure did. I was like,
It was close.
grabbing the arms of my chair. So scared. What a fat nade, though, by Buddy. Like, oh my god, that anti actually just clutched up that first point for them. It finally unlocked the payload. Things were looking really grim after they had run out of so much time. But the Doomfist is working. Fi now has a little bit more to work with, knowing that that blade is up and running. And if they can land another big nade like that, I mean, that's gold right there. Plus, they have Nano. Oh, for the Doomfist. Oh!
Funny Astro. About 1 millimeter thick right now, unfortunately. Just squished into the wall. Landon is going to suffer the same fate by the looks of it. Nice nades, but there's no surviving that. Oh, nice punch onto Psycho, too. Good stuff from Dawn.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, Dawn has been so good at all of these more main tank or divey heroes. Plays a lot of Wrecking Ball, plays a lot of Winston. And so it doesn't really surprise me that the Doomfist is also well in his wheelhouse. And what a great form, too. Seen this Nano Boost and Doomfist combo before where you just get so much overwhelming damage that, yeah, a brig of all things just flies down like a piece of paper.
Well, here's the rally from Sovereigns. Pulse bomb. Oh, a swing and a miss there. Fine was going down, and okay, there you go. Does end up getting taken out anyway. Nice sleep dart from Landon. Stops that blade finding any value. Very early rally too, mind you, from Sovereigns. And with Hardy popping the bubble down, I mean, that overhealth not extending to the front line where they really needed it.
Yeah, and this is a really bad spot for Sovereigns to have gotten stopped because you're just meters away from that objective, and being able to go back and touch the cart, you're in so much open territory. Space Station have way better defensive points to try to hold from. And with ultimates to boot, Dawn's gonna switch over to the Roadhog. Okay, give it to him.
If Jumpin did it, I can do it.
Exactly.
This is going to be rather devastating. Good nade, don't want to land it, and that's a kill. Sovereigns now in a 5v4. They're going to be able to touch. Shax triggering OT as Hardy goes pretty low, and now Down can move in. Pigpen on towards that choke point looking for a hook. Sparker pretty low, and now someone has to touch from Space Station. It will be Psycho, but here comes the rally. It's a good hook, but it's an even better bash from Funny Astro, stopping the insta-kill from the Hog. That nade is absolutely ginormous, and there will be Sovereigns bleeding out unless Fi with his Nano Boost can find anything. And unfortunately, it runs out at the most unopportune moment possible, and Space Station will be holding Sovereigns on that second point and claiming match point.
Ooh, what a good effort, though. What a good effort from the Roadhog. I think that there was a lot of mind games being played there from Dawn just to try to figure out the right hero to use in that tank role. And I like the Doomfist. Maybe they're going to be able to bring that out again. And the Roadhog is not too bad to know that you have an opportunity at a combo to just take out like something.
Oh, you hit the Tracer. That was an insta-kill, almost, until Funny Astro decided no and just hit him with a bash. I mean, that's the big thing. Like, you have to just displace the Roadhog when he lands the hook. It's pretty tight timing, but, you know, Astro was more than ready for it with the rally.
Clean
match point now for Space Station. It's looking like a 3-0 almost, but Sovereigns, you know, there were some bright spots in that last map.
Oh yeah, I mean, Buddy's anti-nades were so good, and it just helped to open up a lot of these fights. Unfortunately, they didn't open up quite fast enough. Space Station just had such a dominant defense on their turn that you just didn't seem to find any footing from Sovereigns. 3 minutes, then into overtime to even just be able to open up that first point.
Yeah, it was 2 big ones, of course, like you mentioned, just that opening one on, well, I say opening, but it opened it up for them to cap in OT on that first, and then the kill onto Landon too. Hit the nade against the wall, fight immediately cleans the Ana up. Looking good from Sovereigns right now, but unfortunately, yeah, like now down 2 maps as we go into Esperanza as our next one.
Okay, maybe could see a little bit more of the Winston. Esperanza feels like it's just so open when it comes to what kind of compositions teams like to run. And a couple of weeks ago, if we were looking at OWCS, we saw a lot of Orisa, while Orisa was really overpowered. But we have a lot of teams that have opted to run Winston before, but Mauga seems to still be king.
Yeah, I feel like Mauga here just makes the most sense. Of course, we'll have to wait in just a moment before we load in, but Mauga probably not going to be Sigma. Could you see Winston? Absolutely. I like that about Esperanza, and I think that's why the map gets picked a lot. It's definitely one of the better of the push maps for sure, and the ability to play almost anything is quite paramount. So yeah, it's nice. It's a good map, and the way you can kind of take control after that first fight, if you win it, you end up taking the high ground. They have to fight into you into the high ground. It can be really rough for the defenders, so that first fight is very important here. But 2-0. I mean, Sovereigns, they have a chance to come back, of course, like we mentioned on the desk as well, being a double elimination format. We might see them make a lower bracket run. We'll have to wait and see. Space Station Gaming, however, looking like they want to just steamroll through the upper bracket. Pretty scary team to be matched up first here in the playoffs, Rose. After coming back from the LAN, you're like, okay, we saw you perform on stage.
I don't think any team wanted to match them first in this bracket.
No way.
So, unlucky.
All right, beautiful streets of Esperanza now as we load on in for potentially the final map in this series. Like you mentioned before, Rose, that scoreline from Space Station pretty disgusting. 30-3 versus Sovereigns 15-17. A lot of games being played, a lot of maps. We see Space Station kind of locking in the Mauga to start off with. No big surprises there. It's all about the DPS and how they end up picking and what they end up picking. We'll see if they want to go back, of course, with Space Station.
We
do have a sub, yeah, Backbone.
Yeah.
In for
We've got Backbone.
So that's flex DPS for sure. So it will be the Genji. No Mei. Backbone normally comes in when they want to play Mei, when they want to play Sim, but Backbone looking like he wants to have a little bit of fun.
But Backbone is a good Genji too. Maybe he had some lackluster performances in the Overwatch League, but I think that had a lot to do with just where Genji was placed in the meta at that time. But now Genji is so powerful. And if you have the flexibility to run double flex like this, I think you have a lot of firepower behind you, especially if Psycho can land these Pharah shots.
Suzu used super.
Like, exploding.
Yeah, down to 1 HP. Tries to get out of there with a dash. Not happening. Unfortunately, trying to hunt Shax now on the Tracer. Yeah, the Pharah with the Mauga is kind of gross because you just gain so much HP back. Backbone went for the recall there. Oh, nice stuff from Landon, however. Yeah, when you hit the cardiac overdrive and you just hit 1 rocket, you're like, wow, that's a lot of HP back. you live in the fight so long.
You don't stand a chance.
They're ahead of us.
Copy for fight. Pretty easy to farm the echo damage against the Mauga, but darn, again, taken out first. Hey, you can copy the Mauga. We can have a tank back in this if we want to. Although this push here from Space Station looking a little rough for Sovereigns. Melon almost getting out alive. 1 HP. No, Hardy tracking him.
Oh.
Yeah, this should be checkpoint now.
It really should. There's too much pressure coming through that doorway for Sovereigns to potentially have a clean contest anyway. And you don't want to just run in and stagger yourself. You'd rather sit around this corner right by this point and prepare to have your defenses come out that way. But as you said, there's a duplicate here. So if I can come in and maybe even just copy a Mauga on both sides.
I like it.
The Pharah too.
I like the ego copy. Trying to get shots down. Although, unfortunately for him, will be a Space Station Gaming back it off, although free barrage available. A little bit of damage, but not too much. They're going to return in kind with a rush. However, Buddy is going to use theirs as well, so I think both teams are going to be in a little bit of standstill for the time being, although Backbone with the blade could open this one up a little bit further. Still sound barriers on both sides are available, and here comes the push. Psycho with the barrage going to chunk around the overhealth. Look at the damage, but Psycho saved by finding Astro's sound barrier. You see all those sticky bombs landing on his screen, but fortunately for him, he had a lot of overhealth to survive that burst damage from the Echo. And this spot is going to keep on pushing.
There's so much momentum for Space Station. You've got a Blade, you've got the Cage. Cage, Blade, such a powerful combination of ultimates, and Sovereigns don't have an answer to it. Unless they want to use a Cage of their own, but they have nothing to really combo with it. Shaxx is now going over to the Genji, have a little bit more compound power with something like that Echo from Phi, but still, like Space Station, they've got the combo. Sovereigns don't have too many answers against it unless they're able to get a first pick.
So low. Just use that run to get out of there. Shaxx dead as well. There's two Cages. Here comes the Blade. H got to find a way to get in. Oh, and it's so easy for Backbone. I think, okay, well, he did no damage, so. It looked cool doing it, though. And it was Psycho, actually, that was stealing the glory there from Backbone.
The damage is the mental damage that Backbone dealt, knowing that there was a Blade that could come their way.
I like the Genjis too, when they just stand outside of the cage, just slashing inward.
Right.
It's like, well, you can't shoot at me because there's a big cage looking at you.
Yeah. And you can't escape because you'll just get cut down.
Nice displacement there by Psycho. And another copy onto the far. There's one direct, there's two directs. Oh, almost a third. There's a third. Although that sound barrier once again helping Psycho stay alive. However, the duplicated barrage ends up taking him out. But this will be Space Station claiming the entire map. I don't think there's going to be much of a fight. Although saying that, still a sound barrier comes through from Sovereigns. But the focus fire from Space Station is just a little bit too good. And there it is. Space Station with a 3-0 over Sovereigns.
What else could you expect, though, out of the best team in EU? Always going to be an uphill battle for Sovereigns to have to take, but Space Station proving again that not only do they have the dominance, but they also have the flexibility. They're pulling out these new comps that we didn't get a chance to see at the Dallas Major, and they're looking so good with it.
Top of the region for a reason, right? I mean, it's a bit rough when you get matched up in the bracket play versus Space Station first. You're like, okay, we're fighting an upward hill battle, but now the lowest. Now we can fight our way through. But that will be Space Station advancing with a nice little 3-0 and showing us a little bit of variety there. But like they said on the desk and like we were talking about through the cast as well, probably a little bit more Mauga than what we saw in Dallas. Of course, brand new patch like you said, Rose.
For sure.
Yeah, Space Station, I mean, they're looking good. Put more Backbone in. Put him on Genji. He looks good. I love me some Backbone.
Yeah. I mean, even though the Blade wasn't that flashy, it still served its purpose just to be able to keep everybody in the cage, make sure that the job could get done by that far up. But I think there were still some really bright moments there for Sovereigns, and maybe the desk can break down a couple of those to find the good details in there, right?
Exactly. Let's throw it over to the desk. They can break down that game.
Yeah, we were digging. Okay, we had to dig a little bit to find some highlights. Definitely saw some funny lowlights too, though, which we, of course, don't want to spare you as we're looking at the highlights from this very match. A 3-mapper, easy game for Space Station Gaming. They were the favorite coming into it, so not the biggest surprise. However, if we're looking at the other side, Sovereigns were trying things out, okay? They came out of ball.
You're trying to hype them up.
I am trying, I'm efforting, things are happening.
I mean, realistically, this is the most one-sided match in the entire bracket.
And that's okay, because we gotta have those as well. I mean, as I said,
you requested this ball highlight, Zoe. Why didn't you want to see this?
Because Don on
he's just stalling the point. Oh no!
You specifically requested that.
I specifically made sure that makes it into the highlight. I think it just also tells the story a little bit here.
Nice skin from Astro.
Does the breaking ball tell the story?
I will say, the Doom on Paraiso was getting me a little excited.
Yeah.
I like little Doom guy.
Yeah, you were shimmying in the green room.
I was feeling good about the Doom guy. So, you know, the little creativity. But it's also good to see Space Station, a lot of Mauga play, looking very, very good, though. But when they come out on the Winston, really solid.
I mean, I was just thrilled to see Winston, you know, going to Paraiso, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more Mauga this weekend. So the fact we go to Paraiso and we see a lot of Winston being played, you know, at least like you said, Jake, it promises some variety throughout these next couple of weekends, right? So, but yeah, I mean, they look pretty impressive. You know, Down got downed as well. big punch onto Funny Astro when he played the break, for example, here on the attack. So there was a little bit of momentum here after they found their groove and down flicks over to Rodog this final fight. Maybe not the most optimal pick, you know, but everyone wants to beat Junbin in the end.
Don't we all? That's right.
Sometimes you got to throw a wrench in the works. They were doing that, you know, in this game. They were making Space Station.
That's what you have to do.
A little bit, but in the end, it wasn't. I mean, there's a big gap in between these teams, right? I think there's some individual skill on both teams, but Space Station, the team play, it's just flawless, and that's why, you know, you have some close fights on cost. You make the rounds close, but in the end, it never felt like it was really.
I guess I kind of liked as well, though, that Sovereigns did flex around a little bit because they had played a lot of Cassidy and Tracer before leading up to this weekend in the qualifiers. And so the fact that they were able to, you know, Shax play a lot more Genji, for example, maybe flexing your damage players onto more brawly heroes could be a recipe for them moving forward in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and here's your player of the match, Funny Astro. Of course, it was an uphill battle for the opposition if you're going up against some of the best in class.
Funny Astro player of the match.
I know.
Main support.
What a day.
Who would have thought? Not me, Jake. Who would have thought?
We got to give the main support some love, especially Funny Astro. You know, he's out there putting in good work for the squad.
Exactly.
Somebody's got to show them appreciation.
Jaws was yapping about the Lucio, so.
He was, and you know what? The man of the hour. He's here with us today, right now, in the big screen. Let's bring in Funny Astro. #1 background of all interviews we've ever conducted as well. Funny Astro, how are you feeling? That was an easy 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's kind of nice to have a easy match, and then I can go have a nice early dinner today.
I gotta ask you. So I know this is not match related, and I apologize, it's not match related. But Jaws was talking about the Lucio skin you were wearing during the match.
This is match related. This is match related.
Like, what's the deal here? Rack Attack was like talking about the optimal Lucio skin or something. What's the story here?
People hate on the Jazzy skin because it makes a funny noise every time you press shift, but I kind of like the funny noise.
I like it too.
So I just like rocking the Jazzy skin. You know, it's a cool skin, cool little gun.
It makes you really want to go to speed,
so it's
you know?
good.
You want to turn the speed on. Stop doing this heal and shoot people with Lucio that everyone's supposed to do. No. Like, go to speed. It makes a funny noise.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, Astro, playing a game like this where you guys are really favored, and you ever turn it up a notch on Lucio? You ever get in there and get a little bit sillier, or what are the vibes like for the team in a match like this? You're pretty favored.
I don't think we're a very silly team. I think we're very calm and just like chilled. Everyone wants to win quick, you know. Just full cap on push and then just go next.
Yeah, I gotta ask one serious question about the match though. So before
Please do.
So obviously, best team in the West in Dallas. You earned yourself that title at least, which is no small accomplishment. But since Dallas and how the meta has been developing, I'm curious what do you think we'll see more of? Like, how's it been like in scrims? And what have you guys been focusing on since Dallas going into these 2 weeks?
We already started scrimming again like 2 days ago. We took a kind of long break after Dallas, but I think a lot of teams are just going to copy Korea because, you know, they're the best reason. So copy whatever they're playing. I think you'll probably see a lot more Mauga, which is something everyone loves to watch.
Let's go.
Obviously the best tank in the game to play with. Yeah, other than that, think you might see a little bit of Dive, but yeah, mostly just Mauga.
And I say it as if you're really excited about it.
Yeah, I love Mauga. Mauga's great.
There you go. You heard it from Funny Astro himself. We all love Mauga. We also love Space Station Gaming. You made it through in the upper bracket, so best of luck, of course, in your next game. And thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Thank you. Make sure you buy the We Spitfire hoodie.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hashtag ad. Thank you so much.
I have one of those actually. I'll make a little.
Same.
I'll make a little post.
I got the blanket one,
Yeah.
and I'm living inside of that.
Yeah, because as we said in Dallas, obviously they share the revenue with the players. So if you get one, you support the players,
Actually,
which we love.
I actually really love that.
Yeah. Also, you know what I did recently, talking about Funny Astro's background. I got myself a snake plant. Do recommend. It would fit in nicely, Funny Astro, in your background.
They're hardy.
Get
some good plants.
Yeah.
Some good plants for some good
some more
players
plants.
who play good Overwatch, and we have more of that coming.
Easy
Let's
to
take a
take
look at
care
that bracket. to see where we're at. Quick first game, 3-0. Sovereign's now falling to the lower bracket where they will be either meeting, what is it, Peps or Twisted Minds?
Yeah.
Sorry, Blood.
Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators,
Peps
Zoe.
or
Yep,
Twisted Minds.
sorry, that's the other ones. That's right. Peps, Gaming Gladiators. We have to change the graphics because I'm just Ron Burgundy. I'm just reading what I'm seeing. But yeah, that's their potential next opponent. That's going to be an interesting one.
Time to figure out who's the real plant.
What?
It's actually a pretty contested match. I think this is probably
actually
the most contested match, I would say, of this stage of the bracket.
Yes,
with,
absolutely.
Peps having good results in the past. Twisted Minds falling flat last time we seen them in OWCS, but this is a very different Twisted Minds roster that is going to be showing today the team that they've really been scrimming with, what they've been working towards to actually qualifying. And this is a team that's very motivated to qualify, that has a chip on their shoulder, having had really great placements in the past in OWCS. But
Jake, save the ammo. I have to toss us to a break, and then we have to repeat that again because otherwise we don't have any talking.
I'll hold him back. Toss to the break, Zoe. I'll hold him back.
We're heading to a break.
Don't analyze. Don't analyze, Kay.
Goodbye. Hello and welcome back, friends. Zoe here, joined by Jake and by Johnny, and we're about to break down all the action in the EMEA region. Game number 2
all
is
of it.
All of it. Actually, not that much.
All of it.
Just 2 more matches.
Hour-long death segments.
Hours. Because people want to see
Don't get me started.
Yapping.
Don't get me started.
He could cover all day. Production really getting its money's
We
worth.
tried that in
Guys, go take a nap.
We did try that in
Go
Dallas.
chill.
Anyway, I want to talk about the matches. I want to talk about these particular 2 teams. Obviously, some history there as well from the OWCS. Let's dive a little deeper, starting with the Gaming Gladiators Peps, a team which, quite frankly, they fell short stage 1 in the OWCS, and they really ramped it up stage 2. They almost qualified for Dallas, and now they're here trying once again to get into that main event.
Yeah, I think this is a super exciting team, especially in this meta. I think they've really found their groove, and I think the key word is going to be flexibility for this team. Naga, I think, is a bit of a star player in this regard, in that he can play a lot of different heroes in this meta. Whether you need to play Brawl, for example, you can play the Genji, even play some of the Venture, of course, and that's going to be really useful. Tread has notoriously maybe played a bit of like Winston earlier this year, but now actually Tread can flex over to the Mauga, and even Exodial to some extent. He's been playing a lot of long-range hit scan, right? Well, even now, we've seen them play a bit of a like close brawl where Naga can play the Genji, and Exodial has even flexed into Venture just on points, right? So I think this is a really flexible roster. They've had some recent good performances, so don't sleep on this team.
Yeah, there's some depths to that as well. Now, Twisted Minds, of course, they're having roster struggles in Dallas, right? So we can leave that behind us, though, because the team which is participating in the FACEIT League's qualifier here, it's a bit of a Overwatch World Cup reunion, and then somehow Kellen and Vigilante are also there.
I mean, this is the reason that they had lackluster performance in OWCS Dallas. I was criticizing them a lot at Dallas because the roster wasn't competitive. They didn't really come to play because they've been scrimming with this new roster. They've been really, like, this is the roster they actually wanted to build around, the team that they want to bring to the Esports World Cup. And I think they have a very competitive chance of doing so with a bunch of players from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia World Championship winning team from Overwatch World Cup, coming back together with Vigilante and Kellen. There's a lot of strength on this roster that they can work with. I think UB and Quartz have been what everyone's been focused on, but with Lambda on the backbench as well, you got the option if you needed to play double flex DPS in a version of the Mauga meta on some of the more close range maps. But I still think there's a lot of viability of different counter swaps in the Mauga meta. We've seen a lot of teams still making the Cassidy work, the Genji, the Pharah. The Venture is big. The Tracer is the one I don't want to see. I think a few teams are still playing Tracer, but I think it's really bad in the Mauga mirror. But some teams are just full committed to it, right? A lot of teams have these players who are just so invested in the Tracer, they don't want to swap.
Will Twisted Minds be committed to it?
I don't think so. I think this is a very flexible team. I don't think they're going to be a team that needs to force, some comfort pick. Maybe they'll be a team that wants to keep Quartz in and play like a Cassidy, even in the Mauga comp. But as Space Station just showed, I mean, it's totally viable. You can make it work.
Well, there's only one way to find out what they are bringing to the table, and that's getting the match started. So once again, we're going to send it over to our friends. It's Jack, it's Rose. How are we feeling?
I feel good. I feel great.
Good.
Because I get to cast Vigilante and Kellen again. It's been a while. It's been a while. A hot minute, they would say.
Really has. It really has, though, and I'm so excited to see them be able to perform on a roster like this. I think this is exactly what Twisted Minds need in order to glue their roster back together. So I can't wait to see the new power behind this team.
I'm super excited. Vigilante, of course, played it on the Atlanta Reign previously, and both of them played on Element Mystic. The year that I didn't cast Element Mystic, Kellen and Vigilante were on it. Vigilante for a brief stint of time, for a month and a year for Kellen. But yeah, here's the roster for Twisted Minds. Of course, Quartz and Yubi, a superstar DPS duo here in EMEA. They've been scary stuff. Crispy, of course, and Vigilante and Kellen playing with the team for this event. And I mentioned I was excited to see Kellen and Vigilante, but Yubi and Quartz, that's the real star power. Of course, we didn't see Quartz at the LAN, unfortunately. It would have been fantastic to see him because his Sojourn is Cassidy, pretty much any kind of hit scan you can put him on, the guy just excels and just dominates the entire server. So I'm excited to see how they do against Team GG Peps.
Yeah, me too. And I think Kellen is one of those tanks that just didn't necessarily get enough credit when they were in the Overwatch League. They played on the New York Excelsior, a team that didn't end up getting as much success as a lot of people were hoping that they would, despite having a lot of players that people were very excited about. But Kellen grew so much during his time there over that 2-year period. Even got coaching from Gesture. You could tell how much that actually influenced the betterment of his gameplay. And so, what a new era. It's a new era for Kellen.
Every time we talk about that era of New York Excelsior, by the way, I'm like, Yaki, no, please. Yaki.
I know.
You were the chosen one. But yeah, unfortunate
I
stuff.
know.
But it's exciting to see Kellen and Vigilante back at it once again. And like you mentioned, with Jester, with that big coaching influence from Kellen, his gameplay kind of stepped up match after match after match. And it really felt like he was improving, but didn't quite end up finding the success they wanted on the team. However, on a team like this, with DPS, this star-studded in the EMEA region, we'll have to see what they can do. And I can't imagine it's going to be as one-sided as we saw previously, because Team Peps, they got some hitters as well. I mean, Exodial on the DPS has been such a superstar, like brand new player that's come into the forefront. He's been around EU for quite some time, but a very young gun that's ready to prove himself.
Absolutely. And I think this Team Peps roster also have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. I think this is a tough road for them. Looking at main event 2 for the Overwatch Champion Series, Jaws, they got so close to being able to make it over to the LAN. They were 1 win away from making the amount of championship points they needed to actually go to the LAN and participate. And I think everyone is sad that they didn't have a chance to be there.
We're going to load into Oasis as our first map, and it's worth keeping in mind too, both GG Peps and Twisted Minds haven't secured a spot in the Esports World Cup right now, so they are fighting for that chance. Space Station Gaming in our previous match have already secured that spot, so you know they're sitting pretty at this current moment in time, but we've still got a few more slots to actually fill, so both teams fighting for a chance to be there. Oasis, Icon Velvet, Esperanza, New Junk City, and Route 66 is going to be the map set.
Okay, I mean, you take a look at this and you think, well, you know, Oasis, great for dive. We see some dive on Eichenwald, Esperanza. I think these are maps that could potentially favor the gaming Gladiators, just knowing that they do love to run the Winston, with Tread also playing a bit of the Orisa. But I think, like, this is going to be a very competitive series. I expect both of these teams to come in at full power, maybe give a little bit of more credit over to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe it's hopium. I just like really want to see them do well after what happened in Dallas.
It was been unfortunate circumstances for them, and rebuilding and kind of adding Kellen, Vigilante, and Crispy. I mean, they're looking pretty good. We'll have to wait and see how the series obviously ends up going down. Unfortunately, though, we do have to toss to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We've got GG Peps versus Twisted Minds after this. Welcome back. We've saved you from the break. Should have sorted out all the technical issues, and we will jump into the game in just a moment. Of course, is Gaming Gladiators Peps versus Twisted Minds.
Two teams that we expect to be incredibly competitive. If you're looking at some of the top teams in the European region, well, both of them have already proven themselves in the OWCS Main Event 1 as well as Main Event 2. So I can't wait to see if both of these teams can kind of find redemption for themselves in Team Peps, in the sense that
Astro's still around.
Funny Astro jump scare.
Live co-streamer from the studio. Also, Astro growing out the beard too. Anybody notice that? You're looking pretty clean, Astro. I'm not gonna lie.
I did notice that,
Better facial hair than mine, I'll tell you that right now. Good God.
Or that's what a land does to you.
The stress and the pressure of the land. Turn my hair white almost. No, not quite. In my family, it's pretty common for the guys to go like grey, white hair very early on in their life. My dad always warned me, but I've reached the age of 30 and I've not had a grey hair yet. I've just jinxed it, but you know, I'm hoping we don't see that soon.
I'm crossing my fingers for you and knocking on my wooden desk.
All right, let's get to the game at hand. Kellen on the Winston versus Tread on the Mauga. Like to see Naga, one of his better picks in the Pharah. Taking the high ground's super important. Quick rotation for GG Peps, of course. Taking that away from Twisted Minds.
But Mauga is able to do so much damage. I feel like Kellen's going to have a hard time being able to get in and even jump on a target. Not to mention the fact that there isn't really a good one outside of Exodial.
Well, Exodial's picking up kills, so don't need to worry about him by the looks of it.
Yeah, so if you couldn't jump him before, you definitely can't jump him now as your Kellen.
Oh, almost turned into Fee God there, almost, as Quartz almost took his head off. GG Peps. And we've seen this a million times at 4 rows, but how hard it is to dislodge the Mauga comp on this point. And that is Kellen just isolating himself, jumping into the back line, and that will be Peps winning that fight.
I think he's got to reset here. I don't know if the Winston's going to be able to get the job done. Maybe you'll be able to help even the scales.
Oh, Quartz does have Railgun. Overclock can be deployed whenever he chooses. Of course, finding an angle might be a little bit difficult. They're focusing down the tank right now. Tread has to back up all the way. They're going to forgo the point for now. UB might be able to extend this fight somewhat. Oh! Double shot, double kunai straight to UB's head. No chance to use that pulse bomb, however, the overclock is going to send them reeling. Going to cause Johan to use that rush, try and push Twisted Minds all the way back. And they've done so quite successfully, and now trying to cap that point again. Rush, a later one from Twisted Minds. Naga trying to find entrance into the back line. However, matched by a UB in the spawn.
High noon, everybody on Twisted Minds is going to scatter, but they still have ways to come back in and contest this while they still have control of the point.
Contest too is Kellen's got the Primal Rage, and they even have the Sound Barrier. Sound Barrier later used from Twisted Minds there as Naga tries to find a target for this Pulse Bomb. Fire's almost never ending. It's been about, I don't know, 13 minutes at this point. Pulse Bomb on the ground. Lucio, crispy, jumping into it, but still manages to survive somehow. Quartz, Exodial end up trading there as Tread finds the cap on the point for GG Peps.
Finally getting the cap, but not before Twisted Minds are able to get maybe about 50% on this point and counting. GG Peps, though, they are going to have the ultimate advantage heading into this next one. You've got that rush on top of the cage from Tread. Maybe a bit difficult to dislodge the Winston, but if you can get the Winston to come to you, it's going to be stuck.
Teleport there from Johan. Use that Suzu. Keeping Tread alive. Cage available in a couple of percent. As well as that rush. Pretty deadly combo if you want to use them together, but it looks like Johan's going to instinctively just use it straight off the bat. After the dive came through from Twisted Minds on the right-hand side. Now Tread's on the point, trying to contest for as long as possible. Cage in a couple of percentage points, and that is the perfect person to get in there. I mean, Quartz and Yubi just caught out, and that'll be GG Peps locking this one. 85% and counting now for GG Peps. It's been one continuous team fight, it felt like. As Twisted Minds is crispy, is now looking for this final touch. He's going to be able to get it. You'd imagine, oh, the kunai. The kunais and Exodial taking him out of the skies.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a stall before the inevitable end unless Quartz can get something done with this overclock.
He's found FT goal, but no one's given him the chance to even get a couple of kills, and with this high noon, it's going to be even more difficult. Vigilante's got this rush down on point, but no one can use it. Scared of the high noon, scared to get their brains just splattered across the tarmac. They're still managing to stall this out. Kellen needs this primal rage as Quartz just jumps in to the back line. I mean, sure, why not? You're going to have to find something here. And with Kellen dead, it's the inevitable now that Twisted Minds just end up losing this fight. A slow bleed out as GG Peps end up claiming the first round.
Here I come.
It's so weird to see Twisted Minds, this team that has been so good at all of these, like, Ramatra, Malga initiations, or something like a teleporter, actually play a dive comp. Like, I get part of it is the fact that you have Kellen that's in your roster, one of the best Winstons in the world now, but I think you have to match the Malga in order to actually find success here. The Winston just wasn't cutting it, too slow to deal with the firepower and raw damage output of something like the Malga.
So trade in the chat, ring around the rosy. I mean, that's basically what that map is like, I just kind of chill on the point, cardiac overdrive the rest of my team, and just survive for as long as possible. Like, that's just how it's done. Kellen now switching over to the Malga. Thinks better of the Winston here, though Winston's pretty good on these more divey points. Double flex DPS for Twisted Minds. Yubi on the Venture, Quartz on the Genji. Got to be careful though. These rockets, pretty easy to land with a Venture when they do use that burrow and then come up from the ground. With Shred dead, not a good start, although Exodio and Naga just kind of tag teaming there. Just those rockets come in, a quick reset from Exodio. Very scrappy fight once again, but it is Naga who's finally taken some people with him to the grave.
That is the power of the cardiac overdrive and the Pharah. To be able to get that aggressive, you never see a Pharah so up close and personal to an enemy team. But Naga was able to survive for so long, take out a couple of picks, and ended up making the fight a little bit more difficult. Twisted Minds, though, inevitably were able to get the point, and, well, as I say that, Vigilante's off.
Vigilante dies there to the boop, yeah. Does a little bit of damage now as well. That boop. Who's unfortunately has met his demise. Same with the rest of Twisted Minds by the looks of it. Venture's still kind of an annoying target to take down. The amount of mobility, of course, the Venture has with the burrow and the drill dash, but when you are using those abilities, sometimes it's pretty easy for Naga to kind of predict where you're going to fly to.
Yeah, Naga's been so good with the direct rockets so far. It wouldn't surprise me you'd be able to play that prediction game and actually nab that Venture as soon as they pop their head up. But we're about to have ultimates online. Double supports here for Peps and this barrage.
Vigilante did not stand a chance. Double sound barrier coming in. Naga's still looking for a target. He's in this very small room with a very low ceiling, but doesn't really seem to care at all. Like you said, that cardiac overdrive and these rocket throws, basically healing himself. And look at that. One rocket, 2 kills. GG Peps. Maintaining control.
Oh, that's so gross. Naga was so high HP like the entire time.
Like. This is where Naga kind of made his name for himself too. On the Pharah, this map and this round specifically. Oh, nice blade from Exodio. Barrage in the spawn. Vigilante trades with Naga. 2 big DPS ultimates used there by GG Peps.
They still have the cage, though, so I don't think that they're too upset about what they used there. Big difference, though, is in the cage for Peps and the cage from Twisted Minds is that Quartz has this blade. So a little bit more firepower here from Twisted Minds.
Double cage, there is the blade, and Quartz is just hiding behind that barrier. I mean, it's just disgusting, that combo. The cage blade and Quartz with 4 kills.
Disgusting. That actually just disgusting. Yubi should have given it to him. Like, I'm not gonna lie,
yeah.
Yubi, you kind of did your teammate dirty
troll.
like that. You could have given it the 5K.
77% though for GG Peps. No ultimates really on either side here. As they roll back into this point.
Yeah, but the Kitsune rushes are going to be coming up first for both teams. I think it's going to come down to who gets the later rush, if they're going to be up close to each other. But Peps is going to have it first.
A lot of pick potential on the side of GG Peps as well. Saw it earlier on. Naga landing the rockets, then Exodio getting the resets with a dash. Slowly but surely they're working up to that rush. They finally got it, so now might be the time to go. You see them now stepping up. Rush in hand, but both teams. Instant Suzu on the front line. Just the Malga shooting each other. Dash into the back. Vigilante pretty low. Tread taking a lot of damage. Soundbarrier comes in just in time to save a Vigilante. Quartz Crispy already dead. And just like that, almost instantly, Twisted Minds getting team wiped.
Wow, the later beat though from FD God, it just hit more. It was able to do way more into the team. Plus you have just the increased health pool of something like the Malga. It was too much for Twisted Minds to have to deal with. But we're in last fight territory now. A lot of ultimates off the board, but GG Peps are going to have both of their DPS ults, which is this huge difference maker in this fight. Quartz has gone over to the Echo, at the very least to help contend with something like Naga, but Naga's got the barrage already
UB gets the touch, triggers overtime, but there's the barrage. Killen had to step onto the point there. Just met with a face full of rockets, and even UB chased away. Oh, almost landed a direct shot as well. This might just be over. Although FD got going down, Tread with the cage. I mean, oh, there's just no way they come back into this one, sadly. Exodio's blade finds 2. And that'll be Twisted Minds going down in map number 1. GG Peps afterward, fantastic stuff.
That was amazing. I mean, the last time these two teams faced each other, Peps did get the better of Twisted Minds. Granted, it was with a different roster, and they were struggling in that tank role, but they look clean with it. This is a roster that's really worked hard to put themselves on the right path during their time in OWCS, making a lot of improvements between main event 1 and 2, and even more so, it feels like, heading into this FACEIT League Masters
I mean, it's good to see Quartz back in the server, clicking heads, but, I mean, look, GG Peps, they want to make it to EWC. Neither of these teams right now have secured their spot, really fighting through this upper bracket. I mean, eventually you're going to have to fight Space Station. You'll have to eventually do that anyway. If you're any of these teams, you want to make it to the finals, right? But, I mean, a good start from gaming Gladiators, Peps. And with Tread too, rather new player in terms of age, but also against some of these veteran players like Kellen, like Overwatch League level talent. It's been good to see Tread kind of step up, and playing the Malga, I mean, in this meta currently is a must, and looks really solid on it. Cage timings are really nice, and being able to kind of help the rest of your team to organize a kind of a dive in with the Farah, hitting the cardiac overdrive, and just making sure Naga stays alive is very important. Timing those cooldowns can be so critical in these mirrors, because if you use your cardiac overdrive too early, the enemy team can wait. It's like a beat, right? You want to use your beat later. You want to use your cardiac overdrive later in the fight, so you can sustain through it and then end up coming out on top. And I think Tread's been very impressive thus far.
I think, though, the two players that really stick out to me are Exodial and Naga. Yeah. Naga, so well known for those projectile DPS heroes. As you were saying in the middle of that map, being so good at Farah, making a name for himself in the Genji as well. And Exodial, what an impressive DPS player. We really got to know him for the Cassidy, the Sojourn, and being able to bring out the Genji as well. It's not easy to be able to play both of those DPS or even DPS categories to such a high level. So very, very impressive from both of them.
At this moment in time, you really do have to just play everything if you're DPS. Same with the tank role, right? You just have to fill every single role. If it requires a double flex, then that's just what you're going to have to play.
But it is
very tough. Like the hero roster compared to the tanks, right? Versus the DPS is, you know, there's quite a lot of heroes, even though there's 2 people in the server. And we've not seen a double flex DPS meta in such a long time. It's been a little wild, and it's been really cool to see the Genji and the Venture kind of match up, or even the Farah and the Genji. Also, look at the dog. God damn.
I know. Hi, Archer. Say hi.
Little camera shy.
He's like, it's lap time.
Should plug him into the cast. Do what Hugo does. Just a little bark every now and then. Talks more sense than Matt, that's for sure.
I know.
So, you know. Next map coming up in just a moment, Rose. And with Twisted Minds having this full roster and a little bit more cohesion too, because we saw how their roster was kind of a mix and match, like people were swapping in and out of the tank role. Having a mainstay in Kellen is going to be such a confidence booster for the team as well. Next map is Icon Boulder, was picked by Twisted Minds as we load into that one in just a moment. Right now, in fact.
Oh. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm excited to see the second map between these two teams. That first one was still very close, despite the fact that Peps were able to come out on top. Like, we still had team fights going the way of Twisted Minds, and I think that they still have a lot more to be able to show us when it comes down to some of their flexibility. What I'd love to see, though, is Twisted Minds lean a little bit more into the Mauga if Kellen is comfortable with it, or find their own way to be able to put a spin that allows Quartz and Yubi to show up and do what they do best. So good at the Sojourn and the Tracer, and to see them come out of that with that DPS duo on this defense is really exciting.
Kellen said no. I know ball, and ball is life.
Ball is life?
No, unfortunately. Hey, what's up? We're back. Just resetting the lobby by the looks of it. So yeah, we'll get into that in just a moment. Kellen running out on the ball though. Interesting pick. I mean, especially since you can just kind of swap in the spawn, and it might be a bit of a problem. You can even run the hog, honestly, into the ball, which would be quite funny. But I'd imagine Tread's gonna...
Which Tread has done.
Yeah, true. I mean...
Tread has
we can even see that, or just swap into the Mauga. The ball is just so hard to execute. I'll have to wait and see how Kellen manages to navigate that.
Yeah.
Obviously, ball got a buff recently too. The lockout timer when you slam people has been increased, so you're a little bit more vulnerable when the ball kind of goes in. So we'll have to see how Kellen kind of navigates the comp that GG Peps are going to roll out with, because you could also, if you really wanted to be that guy, you could just run Sombra and then just make sure the ball does nothing for the entire game. So,
or just shield, Sombra, Brig, shield bash it, just CC it to hell, and then I don't think that Wrecking Ball's gonna be the server.
Yeah, you slam as the ball, and the Sombra's basically standing off onto the sideline with the little hack, like, boop, 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 boop.
Like,
yeah, exactly. Just a little wave, just like, well, you can't do anything. And the focus fire at this level as well is just so good that you're just gonna get insta-popped. Hack obviously doesn't last as long anymore, but it's still devastating to the ball, who requires the movement and actually becoming the ball to actually get out of there. So we'll have to wait and see what they want to run out with. Just resetting the lobby, like I mentioned, so I'm looking at it right now. We'll be back in just a moment.
I love it. Sorry, it's thundering here. I was not expecting it to be storming, so my dog is very scared.
Okay. I'd be scared too, I'm going to be honest with you. Although we don't really get much thunder and lightning over here in sunny California.
You guys don't really get rain,
It's
actually.
Good. It's great. It's been a bit overcast recently, but that's about it. I mean, me complaining about overcast, where we're in storms and stuff when you are.
How sad for a California.
It's just so crazy. That's why I like it. It's just one consistent weather pattern versus the UK, where it's like raining
it is nice.
Storming every day. I mean, look, I'm not down for that.
Yeah, actually, the weather in the UK is awful.
Yeah.
I've been there a couple times. Every time, I don't think I've seen a single day of sun.
Yeah, I could probably count on my hands how many days of sun I've had in the UK. No, it's not that bad. We complain about it, but you know, it's not terrible. Not terrible.
Maybe I'm just going at the wrong times of year.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
2 days in July, like maybe you're gonna get like really nice sun.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of the joke. Everybody goes out for those 2 days and then is stuck inside for the rest of time. But there you go. We're going to. I can vote it out. And Naga on the Sombra, maybe a little bit of scouting. Kellen, yes, still running out on the ball here.
Okay, they're committed to this then. You know, I don't hate it because, like, if you're gonna run Wrecking Ball at literally any point, the points that we do see it are usually on point A if I can vault, and then you switch to something else. But look, like Naga spotted it already. You saw the hack. Like, attempt onto Kellen.
Both Lucio's dead. Zeptigod also falls to Naga. Zodio is going to be the main focus fire here for Twisted Minds, you'd imagine. And now Kellen can basically do whatever he so chooses as Naga falls to Quartz's railgun. Really tough to lock down this ball at this point. Even with the Magnate too, the ball can outrun the Magnate. It is possible.
Oh, look at that, though. Like, everybody's so low. Exodio was almost picked up by the ball, slamming into it. Crispy's dead.
Yeah, the Magnate, pretty scary. Pretty scary for a couple of members of Twisted Minds. That'll be point, though.
I sure will. I don't know if this was worth it. I'm gonna hold out some judgment.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be rough regardless. I mean, Naga is off the Sombra now. He's on the Tracer.
Yeah, but I don't think that makes it any better for the Wrecking Ball. I think you still have the problem where everybody on Peps is so mobile. What is the Wrecking Ball actually locking down outside of Exodial? To be fair, like a high impact player, but you really want to invest all this value into that?
Kellen realizing that there's no Sombra anymore. Just slamming over and over again. Yubi's pulse bomb going astray. You can see the amount of... Tread is just sitting on the payload. Might as well be like a little turret at this point. Here comes the rush, however. Those mines are going to make sure Peps do end up scattering. But look, they've just all made their way to the point. Mines doing not much there, and they actually run away from Vigilante's rush. But here comes the railgun. It's what you really want to see from Quartz. Got to find some heads. It's actually Exodial, though. Popping the high noon. Crispy dead once more. 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go. This game in Gladiators, Peps moving over the bridge. Perfect chance for Kellen to get some highlight plays, but it's all Exodial right now.
Yeah, I mean, Exodial gets getting the better of Quartz right there. Shuts
all right,
down
FD
all of
just
that
fell off the map,
one-shot potential.
It's even, 4v4.
We're tactical reset. Tactical reset.
Look at him go. Kellen moving people off. There is the Magnade, and there goes Kellen's health. Unfortunately, it's going to get chased down by the Tracer, but narrowly gets away. Picks up that mega health pack, and Crispy is back. He's got the sound barrier as well.
So is FD God. FD God is also back, but without a sound barrier.
Well, there's the cage. Quartz, unable to use those movement abilities, is locked in place. And Yubi dying to his own pulse bomb there too. This has been quite the game so far.
It sure has. The Wrecking Ball, I now pass judgment. I don't like it.
There you go. Kellen heard you. Kellen the Felon jailed from playing the Wrecking Ball. Now we are on the Mauga.
But it feels like so little, so late. You got the Venture and the Genji now alongside the Mauga, but I really hope that they're prepared to deal with a 4.5-minute time.
I mean, this rush too. Cannot lose anybody here. And unfortunately, it's a little bit too much pressure in the front line. Good shots from Exodial. His aim is just so clean on the Cassidy. 4 minutes to go, like you mentioned, Rose. And with these late swaps like we saw from Twisted Minds, they're not going to get these ults up.
No. The only hope that they have is to get Vigilantes, Kitsune Rush to be the best one here. Okay, I mean,
Naga.
Quartz can help out with
this
this.
high noon. Quartz deflecting, hiding behind the pillar. Exodial. The barrier's going to use straight on top of him, but look at that. Sound barrier instantly sent out from FD God, making sure everybody survives. The rush is going to split the team. And with Tread on the other side of it, the team unable to save it. Exodial take it out. Stick onto Kellen, but it doesn't matter. Shrugs it off.
That's a good defense for Twisted Minds. I actually
Naga got it! Naga got Oh my, Naga got it. Oh, the back cap.
That was such a good defense. Like, Twisted Minds had that.
Oh.
They got out like 4 ultimates from Peps, and you're telling me that they lost that to a back cap?
Yeesh. Naga saw the opening, and he took it. Okay.
Did you see that in the chat? He pulled a Kepster.
So lucky.
the one map.
Oh, let's have a look at a little replay of that one.
No, stop it.
Look at the little blue silhouettes. Oh, Vigilante recognized it too. He's like, please. He's like, Crispy, I need speed.
Too late.
That's rough. If only Kiriko could teleport to inanimate objects like the payload. Do not put that in the game. It was just
April
a joke.
Fool's patch.
That's not April Fool's. That is the patch from hell, actually. The patch where she can teleport to the payload would be insane. It would be kind of funny.
What if you could teleport to a random barrel? Like, you know how you have prop hunt?
Oh, she can.
As one of the game modes?
Yeah.
If she could teleport
but she
to a
can't
prop?
teleport to teammates. She can only teleport to certain points around the map. There you go. Balancing with Jaws and Rose.
I solved it.
Horrible balancing advice. All right, well, we'll see if Twisted Minds can kind of recover from that back cap.
I'm so boomed. I would be so boomed.
It's rough.
I am boomed from watching that.
Let's see what Yubi and Quartz can do on the Venture Soge. With Naga at 30% ult charge.
Yeah, that's a new
Did Naga
one
hit
for them.
Everybody with one rocket? I think so.
I think Naga hit everybody. Well, he is hitting
50% ult charge already from the Pharah. It's a very early barrage coming up if he can
Naga's disgusting
land a few more. Gonna be scared of ports though.
Rocket barrage at any percent.
Yeah. Oh, FD God. Luckily there, Naga is there with the disruptor shot. Not the disrupt shot, sorry, the boot. But with UB dead, this is looking like a very worse for wear push by Twisted Minds. And there is Barrage already. Surely you don't.
It might come out soon.
Please do not die, Vigilante.
I don't think he needs it.
Oh, good. No staggers there from Twisted Minds. Gonna reset.
Good to see you. Hello.
Got the barrage. The day and age where barrage comes up first before Kitsune Rush is actually crazy.
It's a little bit wild. Do they know? That is the question.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure they know where he is. I'm not sure if they knew that he had barrage either. Very quick fight. Thanks to Naga. Quick reset from Vigilante. And this is a go again.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the barrage from behind. I hit him where it hurts right there. Didn't even have a chance to use any of those cooldowns. At least Twisted Minds have the... Oh, Kellen. I was going to say at least Twisted Minds might have the cage up soon, but Kellen switched over to the ball, and UB is behind.
I see we have entered the deathmatch server.
Where is UB going? Like, for
just try and stay alive, I suppose. Slam into the back. Kellen pretty low. UB spot in the back line. Kellen trying to get healed up ASAP, but the staying power from the ball is going to be pretty devastating here if he can just swing around that payload. But I mean, with Tread just kind of sitting there with Exodo, it's going to be a little bit tough. Oh, look how fast the Cassidy's shooting too. I mean, the rush is just too great of an ultimate here for Johan and the rest of GG Peps. 1 minute and 30 to go. Twisted Minds only getting 39% on the point.
It's still something. It's good to walk away with literally any progress right now, and that means that Twisted Minds have an easier road to try to finish it off, and they've got 3 ultimates to do it. This Sound Bear is going to be so good to have as the barrier advantage.
Well, yeah, you just cage the back line. Good proactive push here from GG Peps. However, they do forego a tick.
For sure.
So that's an extra check online there. So 1 minute to go to get 33%. And UB is still behind. And the good news is
that Crispy didn't use the sound barrier.
UB is still vibing.
Looking for an opportunity to use this pulse bomb, though. Like, if you could land this on either of the supports, it really opens the door for you. Even Exodial, too, to be fair, but you can also just roll away from the damage.
High noon, UB trying to back cap, UB trying to back cap, UB trying to back cap. And there it is. Another back cap. Coming in. But Twisted Minds giving GG Peps some of their own medicine there. You'll love to see it. And that's the danger of having only 33%.
I argue that the one that we just saw is a little bit more important, but this one does give them an extra life. Oh my god.
Series is
what is happening
Series
today?
is turning into a Monty Python sketch pretty quickly. All good though. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Gates are opening. Oh, and the barrage straight over the top as well.
Naga.
Bit of a jump scare. More of a horror film now, especially against Quartz and this railgun. Overclock, FD God trying to dodge out the way. Somehow stays alive with the help of Tread. Takes down the scary Soj. Oh, good shots from Naga to even the playing field. Another very sketchy looking fight from both teams.
The mines for Kellen, lay those up at the point. Maybe they can have a bit of impact there. They still have that increased health pool, so they're a little bit harder to take out. But I just wonder how they're gonna manage this. GG Peps just have all of the ground enforcements.
And the rush too, yeah. No chance to use the mines.
Like, Kellen's not even there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the ball, right? You're looking for these slam engages, help UB kind of set up for kills, or even slam and then Quartz lands a railgun. And that way you get like an insta-kill and impact in the fight. But GG Peps, they can just go as 5. They can just go and... Oh! Yeah. All right, Naga regretting the Pharah pick there for a brief moment, and this, okay, this is what I signed up for. Yeah, a little NS in the chat, nice shot.
That's a nice shot.
mad respect from, okay, the Widowmaker's eventually dead, but this is what I'm saying, right? With the Mauga against the Wrecking Ball pick, all you need to do is, as soon as you hear the ball behind trying to set up, you just run at the enemy team. You run at the back line, just lock people down. Even if you are Lucio Kiri, you use one of your movement abilities, like the Swift Step or even the speed up, the amp on the speed, still tough sometimes to get away.
Yeah, see, everybody's in the cage while Kellen is still behind the team.
Mine's been used, but yeah, found nothing there. So they just speed away from it.
UV's trying again.
Is Quartz?
Trying to get the back
Quartz
cap.
going to not stick on the Widow, sadly.
Oh, too bad.
UV just throwing ults in too. That is one dead Tracer. Fortunately.
There's 30 seconds left. There is 30 seconds left for Twisted Minds to get this to the second point, and they only have this Kitsune Rush to work with. Peps can hit them with another barrage from behind. They're gonna have the rush. Exodio has been able to actually get some big picks here with this Cassidy ult too. It just feels like Twisted Minds are really up a creek without a paddle.
Indeed. Well, they got 10 seconds. Peps have a decent control of this high ground too. Oh, crispy! Double headshot from Exodio. And the guy, he's just so clean with it. I mean, OT, I mean, that's it. Gaming Gladiators, Peps, take that one with ease by the looks of it. I mean, this series, and what we thought was going to be a pretty close one, just Twisted Minds just can't seem to grasp anything. It's been really tough for them to lock people down. In Kellen's ball, Kellen's ball is pretty decent, but against what Peps are running right now, I mean, it just does not feel like it's it. I mean, that's a 2-0 right now for Gaming Gladiators, Peps.
Such a tough meta call when you know that the meta is going to be very Mauga focused. The Wrecking Ball just doesn't nearly have the same type of point presence or the staying power as something like the Mauga, which can play together with the team. So you saw it, just how many times Team Peps were able to take advantage of the fact that Kellen was out of the fight, AWOL, and just rush at them. I think that's something that Team Peps gotta give them a lot of credit for, because they have improved so much over the last couple of stages that we've seen them for the Overwatch Champions series, and they're showing again why they should be considered one of the top teams in EU.
Fine for a place in the upper bracket. Of course, neither team have locked in their spot at EWC. Jump into some highlights here. We'll probably get the back caps. Don't worry. We got them in here somewhere.
Oh,
two ridiculous back caps. I mean, you really are the queen of C9s and the queen of back caps, Rose, it feels like. A little ridiculous.
Why me?
I don't know, honestly. Oh, there you go. There's a Naga's one.
What did I do?
Don't know. I don't know what you did to deserve this. Not sure. Not sure. But there we go. Two back caps. I mean, the Naga one was insane because
so
Crispy
silly.
and Vigilante kind of noticing first, like, we're getting back capped, and then Crispy trying to speed Vigilante to get there in time, but just unable to do so.
Twisted Minds could have helped there. That was the sad part about that back cap.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that they were able to get away with murder. They got 4 ultimates out of that Peps bank, and they would have had like their own ultimate economy. They would have been able to actually probably withstand with the closer spawns. They were set up for success, which made that back cap feel so much worse.
And there is the round out there for Gaming Gladiators.
So sad.
Esperanza again for our second series. A little back-to-back here. 2-0 right now. I mean, what could Twisted Minds really do? What is Kellen going to play as we jump into the server, Rose? Like, that's the big question on my list.
We gotta see him play the Mauga.
Right.
We have to see him play the Mauga, because I think right now, yes, he's so good at Wrecking Ball. This meta makes it look a little bit worse, but it's just so tough to run any of these dive heroes into a Mauga. Who are you diving? And these engagements, they take so long to set up when the Mauga's already run over half your team.
Yeah, it was a very, very good understanding of like how that composition works from the side of Gaming Gladiators Peps, where Tread sees the ball, trying to set up, or in a position where they can just run in. We use the speed boost, we get onto the back line, either the DPS die or one of the supports gets caught by the cage or just get stomped after they use their movement cooldowns, and that's it. It's very tough to kind of run away from that. The sheer firepower of Mauga too does a very decent amount of damage up close and personal. There is the viewer predictions. Still, a lot of people believing in Twisted Minds. I mean, I would be too, especially at the top of the series. You're seeing Quartz back in, and he's still looking good. You know, jumps on the Widowmaker, kills Naga pretty quickly, and then
such a good shot.
He's exceptional on the Sojourn. This series, unfortunately, though, looking way more one-sided than a lot of the viewers, I'd imagine, predicted as well.
And which is so interesting to think about because Twisted Minds were so good at that Mauga comp. Yes, I understand that it was with KSA in the roster, but you still have such a strong tanky or helm with Kellen. It's a little surprising that they haven't figured out a way to integrate him into the roster to have that similar same strength when it comes to playing a Brawl comp that we've seen Twisted Minds be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, Esperanza, we mentioned it in the previous series, but it's a map that you can play a lot of things. You can play the dive, you can play the sig if you need to. Mauga obviously does seem to be the mainstay here, and I can imagine that will continue forward. But there's a lot of different options you can go towards. We'll see what Twisted Minds want to run, of course, and we're going to jump into the map in just a moment here. But it has been good also to see Naga back on the Pharah. On Oasis, especially Gardens phase, that's where he really made a name for himself on Paris Eternal back in the day. And it's good to see him on one of his picks he's incredibly proficient at. And, you know, shout out to the boy Tread too, again. It's been a real up-and-comer in the EMEA region for a little while now, and it's good to see him finding success in this series. We'll see if they can continue their upper bracket run, of course. But before that, Esperanza. Can Twisted Minds come back and find that reverse sweep? It starts now. They got to find Summit. Let's jump into the game.
Starts with them trying out this Mauga comp to see if they can make anything work with it, especially if Gaming Gladiators, Team Peps are going to continue to run the Mauga. I'd love to see them be able to just match it and get the job done. I know there's so much riding on this match for Twisted Minds too. I'm sure that they would love the opportunity to play in front of their home crowd. How exciting would that be?
Yeah, definitely something that's on their minds, you'd imagine. Of course, double elimination rows does mean they get a chance again, even if they go down in this series. Let's have a look. I'm looking at Kellen. Again, you can run the Winston. Vigilante, not sure he's going to run the Weaver, although possible. We've seen a little bit of the Weaver with the Pharah at Dallas. Possible.
We did. Energy Shock, one of those teams that did bring out the Lifeweaver Allari combo. I know you were excited about the Allari.
Oh, yeah.
Getting a chance to see it there, but no, unfortunately not going to see the Lifeweaver. It's going to be this Sojourn Tracer dive from Twisted Minds, really allowing Quartz and Yubi to shine on two of their best heroes. But Peps, they're going back to this Pharah Mauga comp. Naga has just been lights out with this hero.
That was a very, very early Suzu from Johan, but didn't seem to matter. Crispy, the one caught out. You only need one of these rockets to land, really. And Exodio, same, like very high power, high damage, like single shots. Land a rocket, land a headshot, land a headshot, land a rocket. Like it can be very explosive, not like consistent damage, more like direct impact damage. It's can be a little bit rough. Naga playing the skybox too here, quite expertly, spotting out Keller.
Let's keep this lead.
Still a little bit of a tussle over the point. No ultimates quite yet. But I think it's just a matter of time before Naga's able to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, really, it is Naga versus Quartz here. Quartz needs to land a railgun shot, and there it is. There's the opening with Exodio dead. Naga's got a whole weight of the world on his shoulders right now. Here's the speed up from FD God trying to lock down someone on the high ground as they navigate Tread onto a position where he can do damage. Kellen caught out. A nice little boop, and everybody just collapsing on him. But a perfect stick from Yubi. He's actually going to even this one up. And in fact, that'll be Twisted Minds winning the fight.
Okay, off to a great start here. They do lose Kellen in the process, but the fact that Kellen stalled for enough time for Quartz and Yubi to open up these fights, this is exactly what we want to see from a Sojourn that is as good as Quartz, so where he was able to really stand out in these first two Overwatch stages. And I'm excited to see if he can kind of keep it up. Overclock's almost online too, so what better way than to snowball this momentum by just being able to pick up a couple Overclock kills. But Naga might have something to say about that.
Do they know? There's the barrage. Vigilante using the Suzu on him. And luckily saved by that sound barrier is Naga, but it is Vigilante once again falling. And Quartz in a good position, good angle here to find some damage, but he's alone. And no Vigilante to teleport to him and just assist him getting this overclock off. It will be the Sojourn isolated and killed by Tread from afar. Bot in control of GG Peps again.
And now Peps have the cage. So if you weren't scared of the Pharah before, you better be scared of the Pharah with it in a cage with the cardiac overdrive. And you have high ground control here, which is where Exodeal would prefer to play, especially with this high noon.
They're looking for a target right now to use that cage on. Kellen, Primal Rage pop to get out of there. Would have been insta-killed. Oh, speaking of which, Crispy. Hello, didn't see you there. Straight up on that high ground. There's the cage. Kellen's Primal's going to run out in just a moment. Pops the shield down, but yeah, don't worry. Trey can just walk on into that. UB and Kellen trying to lock that payload down and do what their comp does best, right, Rose? And just kind of jump in, dive in, trying to isolate somebody. But unfortunately, Tread's got the perfect answer to that in that cage fight. And that will be checkpoint for Gaming Gladiators.
And that was a fight win, even without Naga being there. Naga actually got killed before that fight engage and ended up coming back out of spawn with the Tracer, but not quite fast enough in order to get himself into the mix when that cage came down. So that's just the sheer firepower of having that ultimate plus the cardiac overdrive and everybody else being able to focus down a target, which is wild to think about when you know how much overhealth a Primal Raging Winston actually has. So unfortunate there, but that is a checkpoint. And oof.
That's rough. That's a rough first pick for Twisted Minds, losing Quartz like that. And UB2 basically locks in a 1v2. Sound barrier comes through from Twisted Minds, however, to make sure they don't lose any more bot progress. But Exodio's still finding kills. And now with the rush, I mean, where do you enter here if you're Twisted Minds? Where do you get into this fight? You can't. You're not invited. The door has been locked in front of you.
I mean, it's just so tough now for Twisted Minds to get back into this. Even with the Kitsune rush here, you look at FD God having the sound barriers, so one of the perfect answers. Or you see the rush come out, you just back away.
They go for the sound barrier, and now Quartz has to back all the way up. Slide available to him. They end up using this rush to trade, but Vigilante kind of walking past the bot, walking past the rest of his team. Ends up going down.
Oh, with this pulse bomb available for Naga too. Naga's a little low, but can definitely find a way to get in there. Vigilantes now switch over to the Ana just to be able to have something. Anti-nade, maybe get a nano up, anything. But there's so much to go for Team Peps with this pulse bomb as well as this high noon. It's going to be a tough one for Twisted Minds with 5 minutes left as well.
Pulse one from Naga there. Going a little bit too far away from Vigilante. Yeah, this is very vintage Vigilante as well on the Ana. Love to see it. Going to try and find an off angle. Good nade on the backline. This is the chance to strike. If you're Twisted Minds, Primal Rage pops, try and kill Exodia, but look at the health bar. Not going below 50%. It's actually Kellen using a Primal Rage to almost get out of there. Booping everybody away, but just taking too much damage. There's no follow-up. Yubi does kill Naga eventually, and Johan steps up, trying to use the rush on the main, like straight here. Eventually taken down, but GG Peps, they're still in a good position. 112 meters, Rose. Disgusting stuff.
It's so disgusting. Twisted Minds win this fight, but they're looking at having to win 4 more in order to match the progress and then some in order to be able to get the win. It starts here, though. It starts with having the ultimate advantage, knowing that you are able to get the nano up for even something like the nano Winston. It gives Kellen way more ability to stand into the front lines and actually even grab a target, take a KO. But wow. No way!
Edge comes in, and there goes Exodia. Oh, double melee kill. A little twofer there. It does do AoE melee. You can hit 2 targets at once, and I believe that's what that was. That is a very, very rare kill feed from GG Peps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, that's just something that is so unexpected. But with the cage, anything is possible when you also have a sharpshooter like Exodia on your team.
Oh, a little echo there from the Lucio. Probably in cover somewhere. Twisted Minds and Peps using their sound barriers. But look at the space that Peps are commanding right now. I mean, Kellen's dead, surely. Overclock in the background for Quartz. Finds FD God. Oh, a couple of times. FD God over-peeking, over-saying his welcome. A cardiac overdrive to keep Tread alive in the fights. But still, they're pushing a couple more meters every single time they win these fights, Rose. Peps are in such a good spot to just take the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when now we're at 2 minutes, 40 seconds left, Twisted Minds still have to win 4 fights in a row. And that last one went so poorly for them, having to use the nano as well as the pulse bomb and getting nothing with them. And now you're back to a point where Peps, every single time that they just use one ultimate, they're finding so much value. Whether it's like getting the fight win, buying out like 2 or 3 ultimates from the Twisted Minds bank. Let's see what the rush can get done.
Good rush there, but that Suzu you saw, we're on the POV of Johan there, did not connect with Tread, so that anti-heal didn't end up getting negated. Oh, can he get out? 50 HP. Only has Lucio heals too. Okay, Johan is dead. All right, no fear for Kellen now. Can just gradually heal with the help of the Lucio. And just the passive healing too. And there's the checkpoint. Okay, comeback starts here for Twisted Minds now.
Hey, that's 2 fights out of the way, 2 more to go. They can do it. It's just their backs are against the wall right now. 1 minute and 40 seconds left. So this final fight may even be in overtime. And you look at the point presence that Twisted Minds have, bettered by this Nano.
Okay.
Oh,
it's over.
Not
it's
anymore.
Over. Exodio just hit the double heady on Vigilante. I think it might be over.
Wow. Tread even switched over to the Winston too. Giving out the Malga completely. That's almost what Twisted Minds wanted. But
good trade though. FD got just put himself in a corner there. Checkmated himself on the board. Twisted Minds with Vigilante coming back with a nano boost. Even with this overclock too, if you really want to double layer the ult, you can. Turn into quite the super soldier on the battlefield. Exodio, I mean, just over peaks and yeah, punishes Quartz for doing the same thing. Oh dear, 50 seconds to go, looking rather one-sided. And Vigilante taking names and numbers.
Oh, using the sound barrier there? Kellen didn't even get that to actually save him. And Yubi is able to get the sound barrier over health, but not for very long. Just I would have loved to see them hold on to that ultimate, but I get it. Like, there's 30 seconds left, not even, and Peps, they gotta play, just keep away with the bot right now with the lead they have.
No spot Exodio stepping too far up too.
Oh, Yubi's on Torb.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying. Look, the Torb could go crazy here. Put the Sarah in the corner, get the hound.
Taking a page at an AK's book.
Exactly. Receives the best coaching in the world, that's for sure on Torb. All right, there's a sound barrier, and that is over. GG Peps with a 3-0. Quite clean series too against Twisted Minds.
That gives me so much hope for this Team Peps roster. They were already looking in top form when taking a look at the OWCS main event too, and getting so close to being able to make it to that Dallas main event. Would have been nice to see them there, but they're playing for something even bigger now, Jaws, and they're off to a great start.
Yeah, but still a spot on the line in this playoffs bracket, Rose, for a chance to go to EWC. And Peps looking good. Upper bracket run in session. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, dropping down to the lowers. The viewers were very much on Twisted Minds' side there. It was like 57% or so. But yeah, this 3-0, it's a good start for Peps. Not so much for Twisted Minds, who have some question marks about them, I'd imagine. We'll toss over the desk, though. How are you guys feeling about that series?
Well, we're about to answer a few of those question marks. So maybe we're not. We're probably just posing more questions because, quite frankly, Twisted Minds bending over backwards to not play the meta. Huh?
That was, yeah, look, that was pretty disappointing. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
Not angry,
I'm not gonna say
disappointed.
I'm not gonna say it was surprising because Gaming Gladiators, they did beat Twisted Minds last week. So actually, like in recent form, Gaming Gladiators has been the better team, right? But Twisted Minds with Callan and Vigilante, this is kind of what you were looking forward to. Just like, oh, we couldn't fill our best roster at OWCS Dallas, but we're gonna focus on FACEIT.
But this one's the one.
This is what we're waiting for.
This is what we've been waiting for. And like it comes out, all right, you're playing Mauga, Venture, Genji. You're like, this is meta. This is what I think is kind of like the best composition most of the time, unless you're like Crazy Raccoon. But then they just shift away from this and start playing like Wrecking Ball and stuff. And I think if in general, I think most professional players and coaches looking at them swapping over to Wrecking Ball and Icon as kind of like a, what? What are they doing?
It felt like a tilt.
Out of nowhere.
It literally felt like a tilt.
I don't want to make it a double standard thing because sometimes we sit on the desk here and we're like, well, maybe they should flex. If you don't think you can win the Malga matchup, maybe like try to flex off it. But we know that there are answers. Like maybe you can try to play a Sigma composition. You know, even play Rodok to an extent. But forcing this Wrecking Ball into the Malga, I was just like, they're cooking way too hard. I don't like this at all. I think it was, honestly, a really disappointing performance to the point where now, if I'm considering Twisted Minds in the lower bracket, I'm like, I don't know if they're going to make it.
I mean, okay, overcooked right there a little bit, maybe with the composition. Jake, do they have what it takes to bring it back? I mean, we saw the Maga at the very beginning. Was it good enough? Can they actually hang with the greats of Maga? I can't believe I said that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Gaming Gladiators, they look really solid on the Maga comp. I think Naga's flexibility really comes in clutch, looks really great on the Pharah, the Genji, the Venture, all the heroes that he might be asked to play in a meta like this. Exodio, on a hit scan comfortable map, he looks amazing. We've seen him on the hit scan, but I was impressed. He even brought out a little bit of Genji in this series, and that's something that not many hit scan players are willing to do in a match scenario. So at least having the confidence to go to double flex DPS, I think this team can absolutely hang in everything in the meta, but I think you guys are absolutely right to kind of call out Twisted Minds here. I mean, there's way too much name value on this team to be okay with that kind of a lackluster performance. I mean, that was not close. They got absolutely stomped. The ball on Ike, it's like, sure, on New Queen Street, on maybe some Ilios maps, like maybe there's a way to make the ball work, but Ike first point wrecking ball, I mean, that's looking like Gilbert's nightmare. I mean, we don't even scrim, we just troll in the matches, so that's not good. These are teams that want to be qualifying. Twisted Minds, they want to be making it to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, Necro brought it up. It's so important for them, right? I mean, this would be them playing in front of the home crowd. That would be huge for them.
I mean, UB and Quartz, I mean, they're hometown heroes in that regard. They're World Cup champions, right? So, of course, they want to play in that tournament. But I just didn't like what I saw in this performance. And, I mean, so last week when they did lose to Gaming Gladiators, they played a lot of Lab that was playing the Pharah, actually. So they played a lot of Pharah Cassidy, pretty much exclusively. They lost 2-0, so obviously the Pharah Cassidy wasn't working. Now in this series, you go away from Labda playing the Pharah, and instead you play UB and Quartz back to the two damage players we've seen the most. But in general, like, I think this was just not the answer for this current meta. And so even in the lower bracket, like, it's gonna be tough. I believe they're playing Sovereigns first, but like, I don't know. I don't know if they're can beat Sovereigns, like playing that stuff.
I don't know. It was a weird hill to die on. Maybe they can turn things around. We are playing in a double elimination bracket. Let's actually bring it up to see where we're currently at. This was match number 2 here on day number 1 in the upper EMEA bracket. Space Station and Sovereigns had the first bout. 3-0 was the result of that. Now Space Station Gaming will be facing off against the Gaming Gladiators Peps, where Twisted Minds will be falling down to the lower bracket and hopefully keep their dream of playing in front of the home crowd alive. Now we have one more match in the EMEA region that we're going to go through today, and then the last one will be played out tomorrow, so you won't miss that either. And we will be setting up that match and so much more after a quick break. So don't go anywhere, get hydrated, get a snack, and we see you on the other side. Welcome back to the EWC Overview qualifiers. FACEIT playoffs. What?
You're getting good at it, actually.
I'm getting good. Yeah, I got caught.
Kind of rolls off the tongue. It's a little.
I tripped up on my own laughing. We're here to set up the stage for the last match of the EMEA region for the day. We do have 6 days, of course, overall of qualifiers. So let's dive straight into it. It's going to be Nuage going up against Ataraxia, now called Virtus Pro. So let's look at Virtus Pro here first. Because quite frankly, they have 3 Finnish players on their team. What can possibly go wrong? Finnish Overwatch strong.
The Finns go ham in Overwatch.
The Finns go hard.
You know, I think Shockwave and Sauna are DPS players a lot of people have been highlighting, and I think they really will fit in really well this meta. And we've talked so much about DPS flexibility. These guys both bring it. I mean, they can both play hit scan, but they can both play pretty much every hero in the DPS roster is where I would put these folks. So I think that flexibility is going to be key. A lot of pressure on the tank, though. This Mauga, you know, it can look insanely strong when your coordination is good, but as we saw in previous games, if you're getting gapped a little bit in your synchronicity, your team coordination, it can just fall apart pretty much just as easily. So
well, I'm excited to see more from Rajaro as well. Obviously, a new name on the scene, very young player in that regard, but it's been impressive so far. And looking at Nuage, I mean, this is a team that perhaps prefer historically to play some more dive kind of composition.
I love Thomas' post. Sorry, super off topic, but like, what are we doing?
That's a big shirt.
They have
that's a massive shirt.
They have one of the God Hand brothers on the support line.
They do. But it's going to be a bit of a difficult matchup compositionally, I feel like, because like I said, I think Nuage, they prefer to historically play more dive composition, and they've kind of like gone away from that a little bit so far in this meta, as we've seen more Mauga, more Sigma being played, so maybe they'll shy away from that in that regard. But Virtus Pro, I mean, they've been so rock solid this entire FACEIT qualifier, and especially recently, because of their flexibility, like you mentioned, you have someone like Shockwave, for example, who is in that hit scan role, but can also flex over and can play the Echo, the Genji, and that frees up someone like Sauna, for example, to be really good on the Tracer, for example. So this is like a kind of like a damage duo that kind of is double flex. And so when you're especially in like a Mauga meta like this, where playing the brawly compositions is so useful, having 2 flexible damage players and a hit scan player like Shockwave on your roster, that is really useful. That combined with a very aggressive style, they really take it to the spawn door sometimes. I think they've been really impressive so far. So I'm looking forward to see some aggressive double flex damage gameplay.
Yeah, so they definitely took that leaf out of the Koreans' playbook from what we saw in Dallas. Is there space in the current meta to force in dive on any of the maps that we have in our map pool?
I mean, I think definitely Paraiso is a map I'd expect to see a lot of Winston be played. It's a map where, you know, the verticality, it's going to be really impossible for a Mauga to get to a defending Ana on a high ground or something like that. So I think there's a couple maps where if you want to stylistically change things up, I think there are options, but I don't think you're going to be winning too many series if you can't handle the Mauga meta. One thing I think is going to be particularly important is not just DPS flexibility in terms of hero pools, but also your ability to be like a team leader on DPS, especially the Venture. I think this hero is like textbook for rare for DPS, and then it's like should be a main calling hero. You can be the first one in, you can be scouting everything out with your burrow, and your whole team can all be hiding patiently listening to your call. So if you can like have that leadership vibe, and I know Shockwave has done that in the past, right? He's talked about being a veteran on a team with more inexperienced players and feeling comfortable in the role. And I think on DPS, especially in a double flex meta, that's going to be super valuable for the team. Get everyone in on the same page, following up your DPS players if they're able to lead effectively in the comms. I think that's kind of the key to making this Mauga comp really sing, when you're trusting each other, going in together with that lifesteal shout buff. So powerful used like that.
Yeah, and I think the veterancy and the experience that someone like that can bring to the squad will go a long way, and that's when we're looking at the predictions. I had to go with the known quantity. Virtus Pro, formerly Ataraxia, I think we know those players a little bit better. We know what to expect. We know the depths of their hero pools, so I have them winning it. I would love to see Nuage step up, though.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing predictions for this one, Jake,
That's right.
But I think we're on the same page. So
VP all the way. Yeah. I think VP is just such a strong team. I think for me, I really liked everything I've seen from Shockwave, and then, you know,
and the other guys.
The team alongside him, though, they've really risen to his level, right? He's like trying to be this leader, but they've stepped up, right? Showing that they might be younger players with less experience, but all you really need is that one decisive leader at this level, and you can really take it to some of these stronger teams with that confidence in team play.
To put it into perspective, I think that Virtus Pro could challenge a team like SSG to win this entire run, right? And so I think they'll quickly dispose of Nuage here in the very first round. I think
you almost did it.
I almost did. I think Virtus Pro are very much favored, but I think it's going to be a fun match to observe because I think that Virtus Pro, they approach their gameplay in a very professional manner. Like they play the correct angles, like their pre-fight setup, their positioning. Like I said, the aggressiveness in these fights, right? It really take it to the opponent and don't let their opponent get comfortable. And so I think that could be really impressive. It'll be good to see them in this series.
Well, let's find out if we will continue our stroll through Sweep City or if maybe this is going to be a bit more competitive. What do you think, Jack?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to know what unprofessional Overwatch looks like, Johnny. You said they approach the game in a very professional way.
Here's how you tell, okay?
Have you seen this match?
Five-man run in and make your opponent like, whoa, what is happening? They just five-man speed rushed all into us.
Is that unprofessional or professional?
That is unprofessional.
Sometimes the pros, though.
You just throw it at the wall.
Sometimes you do want to throw it and go in.
That's how you play Rush? Or you just kind of like...
Well, you can still manipulate the angles in like Rush and Brawl comps and stuff. Yeah. You can set up appropriately.
But
just
if it
speed
works,
and
it
go.
works.
Yeah, sure.
But slowly poking, prodding, getting the upper hand.
It works, yeah. So what kind of Overwatch did you play, Johnny? Unprofessional or professional?
Oh, we didn't know what professional Overwatch was back then. I was charging in, making space.
My guy was playing unprofessional
We were revolutionizers
Overwatch.
all the time.
Well, luckily, these guys are pros. They're professionals. Virtus Pro versus Nuage Rose. Yeah, I mean, look, former Ataraxia in Virtus Pro here. They come in just under Space Station Gaming into these playoffs. Like, they're an incredibly strong team, like the desk highlighted. It seems almost inevitable that this might be a 3-0. I mean, Johnny and Jake didn't end up predicting it that way, so he gave Nuage a little map there. I kind of like that, a little bit of spiciness. But the way these teams have been stacking up and the way Virtus Pro have been looking too over the course of FACEIT, I mean, it looks a little bit rough. Get this first hard match out of the way. If you're Nuage, go down the lower bracket, make a nice little run. I think that's going to be the name of the game here.
Like this meta right now, it's so hard to not put stock in the teams that have already had proven success in it. So if you look at those win-loss records, it's a little bit tough. And I think the chat is with us. 90% for Virtus Pro.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? I mean, looking at their scoreline, even just coming into the playoffs, and then just the caliber of their team too, and just being able to show up with more known quantities also kind of helps. I'm excited to see what Nuage can bring to the table, of course, but Virtus Pro coming into this one with the org buff too, which is always quite nice.
That's very, very nice for sure. And I think like it'll be still really interesting to see how Nuage does. This is quite a different roster than what they had in that main event. So I think like you take a look at that, maybe just a little bit of new life and breath into this roster, and they sure can do something with it.
We'll have to wait and see. I believe it's Oasis as our first map to start off with. Hopefully, you know what? I'm not a big city center hater. But when we have like the Mauga comps, it takes a long time for the Mauga to die in City Center. But there's the
new Queen
there's
Street.
the map pool. Yeah, no Esperanza in this series, so we're guaranteed to see a different push map at least.
I mean, even looking at like the Dallas Major, we saw New Queen Street like twice. The tides are shifting when it comes down to maybe the push maps that people like to play. Where's Coliseo? Where did that go?
Let's not talk about Coliseo. Let's not talk about that one. New Queen Street.
No.
Nah, I mean, I think as the order goes, I think Esperanza is the favored one, and then New Queen Street, then Coliseo. I would like to see people's what everybody else kind of thinks. I mean, I think that's in terms of like
Queen Street's the prettier of the ones.
Tier list wise.
Like Coliseo is great, right? But I think that New Queen Street, it's got like the snow buff.
Yeah.
So it's actually really pretty. And
it's a nice looking map.
I don't know. It's kind of cool to see like Toronto.
I agree.
So.
Nice looking map.
Yeah.
Oh, Esperanza. Wait, I've been baited. Hang on a second.
Aww.
Wait, was it Esperanza? I don't know where we're going third map. It's all right. We'll figure it out when we get there. Oasis, though, to start us off, and it will be City Center. Would you look at that? I jinxed it.
Nice. Speaking of another beautiful map, we've got Oasis.
Have you played the minigame of the dodging the cars here? There's like a custom game
like
mode.
Frogger-esque.
Yeah, there's a custom mode where you play on that bit of stretch there, and you have to dodge the cars. There's different heroes and make it to the end, and then you reset with a different hero. It's pretty fun actually.
Oh, that's so fun.
It's a good game mode.
Frogger Gauntlet.
Yeah, it actually is.
Frogger Hero Gauntlet. That's so fun.
All right, 10 seconds till they roll out the gate. Nuage versus Virtus Pro. You can see the map score records there for both teams. 27-4 versus 15-17. Virtus Pro coming in just under Space Station Gaming into these playoffs.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of a rerun of the story we told last time, except Rajaro is with the hog.
Yes, old jumping.
I repeat.
I mean, look.
There is a hog.
A lot of the teams are going to be playing like the Korean teams, and this is exactly how Jumbin was playing on the hog. Didn't see Ash, but if it's the hands of Shockwave, I'd be pretty scared. Right, let's see how this hog does. Another very hard target to remove from the point.
That was close, but you have Nuage that has taken this high ground, and the hog is one way to try to isolate somebody. But Tom's already proven a little bit better here with this
Sharp did not even see where Shockwave was there.
It's like behind his head.
Around the corner. Well, Rajaro just managed to force the swift step, and it is all Shockwave right now. Rajaro's just playing doorman, just waiting for people to come towards him. Tries to land a hook, and then Shockwave just pops him in the head. Good first cap. Oh, nice hook too.
This Roadhog has so much sustainability, especially if you're not going to play something that's easily able to chunk away at that big health pool. Like a Cassidy could do just that. But instead, like this Roadhog, you've got your own source of healing. You're very chunky.
Oh, Shockwave one. Karma does have to back off, but now using this rush. Both teams, pulse bomb from Shard, there we go. Takes care of the menace that is Shockwave. Now Rajaro can be focused down eventually. Breather runs out, and there it is. Without the Ana, without some sort of anti-heal, can be pretty tough, but they managed to make it work regardless.
And it's nice for Nuage because they didn't let Virtus Pro get too much, and now they're going to have the Sound Bearer as well. Really outpacing Gala, actually. So Natsuki going to have that first. Got the barrier advantage alongside other things like the Primal Rage is coming up soon, so a ton of sustain for Nuage just to keep stalling out this point, even if they don't get a full team fight win. But of course, they hope for that with Dip's Overclock.
Shockwave closing in this Bob too. Sauna with the pulse bomb, but he jumps up and finds the team is already gone. There's the sound barrier coming in, and Eli's engaged there, but handled perfectly. Oh, that is one dead Lucio there on the on the tarmac. Natsuki using the sound barrier to get in, but unfortunately, they weren't able to get any kills. A Bob came out from Shockwave, just laying down some cover fire, and that's Virtus Pro winning that fight easily.
Wow, didn't even get a chance to use all of that stall either. So I wonder where Nuage is going to try to weave in these things like the Primal Rage. Overclock didn't come out either. And Virtus Pro now going to be the ones that have that barrier advantage. So you imagine that Virtus Pro will be able to win this next team fight.
Rajaro hits the breather there real quick to get out of that bubble. Very quick engagement here from Dip, trying to find an angle, but good little hook. Sound barrier comes through from Virtus Pro to keep them in the fight a little bit more. Gala with the dip kill. He's going to dip out of there too. Oh, the whole hog. No chance in this fight, unfortunately, I don't think, for Nuage, as they are still looking for blood with these hooks. And they are just burning down this clock too. They've got 85%, forcing Nuage to walk into them. And Kanail's rush. I think that's just going to be about it, Rose. Almost a complete team wipe there with one person remaining. And Dip even jumping over to the Widow to try and find a kill. But yeah, 96% and no chance to touch. Virtus Pro with round one.
Pretty quick and easy, and just another good display of Roadhog. It's so weird that that's come out of my mouth not once but twice in the last couple of weeks. Roadhog, who would have thought? The meta pick on City Center.
Looking good. I mean, it works so well. It works so well.
It does.
When you capture that point first, the hog just stands there and you're just waiting for your DPS to kind of get kills, or you can set up kills for your DPS with the hook, get kills yourself. Like, yeah, it's really rough.
Yeah.
So Virtus Pro want to run around.
It's super good for displacement.
Exactly, right. Don't think they're going to run hog again. That'll be too silly. You can't get this silly this early in the day.
I don't think so. Well, I would be okay with it. Yeah. We got 3 Overwatch happening. I think get a little silly with it, but maybe not so much for Nuage. They have the meta composition, the Mauga with the Venture and the Genji. So I'm pumped to see what they're going to make of a comp like this. But Virtus Pro don't want to play the Mauga. Rajaro's actually going to come out with the Sigma to really play a bit more into this poke.
They've already used the burrow. Can't find a way to get into the backline. Pretty tough too. Coach Gun, Rock, Poop. A lot of things to deal with Adventure, but it's actually Sauna dead first. Sauna was just hanging out in the backline there, as you would do with the Tracer, finding an off-angle Rose. But here comes the engagement. Dip burrows up to the skies, pooped away. Everybody else kind of running too. Oh, goodbye, off the map.
Oh no.
Yeah, pretty devastating. Both Lucios finding a nice little boop kill there. As the point yet to be capped. I think this is a Virtus Pro fight to win. There it is. Nice team kill.
Yeah, Sauna's actually going to switch over to the Echo, so you have a little bit less vulnerability when it comes down to playing into something like the Venture or even the Genji, to be fair. Just a little bit less access with those dash resets. But Sharp is also going to switch off of the Genji to the Tracer, so a little bit more engagement into this Venture Mauga. But hey, Virtus Pro off to another great start here, as we would expect from the top team coming into this match.
Someone trying to deal with Jara's shield there. Use the grass. It's actually dipped to full first. And I mean, the pressure that Shockwave is putting out, I mean, Rajaro basically just being the front wall, right? The barrier in front of Shockwave. And that's the target that Nuage need to get on top of. They need to get on top of the Ashe. Same with if you're running the Cassie, anything like that, any kind of long range to mid range hit scan, you need to get on top of it. But Shockwave just so well protected in this comp.
I mean, the Baptiste, too, would not be a bad target for them to try to go after, but you have so much healing coming through from Gala, and just the ability for Rajaro to soak up so much of that damage. It's very difficult for Nuage to actually approach this without getting too much damage into them. Even the amplification matrix here from Kaneo is going to be enough to keep Nuage at bay, but look at the dynamite damage. Everybody's so low already.
So low, and they rock out the Bob, too. Sound barriers come in from Nuage. And here comes the dupe. There's a free Mauga on the side of Virtus Pro. However, they do end up losing that duplication pretty quickly. But it is Nuage losing their lives just as fast as Virtus Pro doing touch the spawn door challenge almost here.
I mean, you can, especially with the gravitic flux, right?
If you
have a way to just be able to keep everybody away from the point. There's still potential for Nuage to touch, and they have an amp matrix to play a little bit more forward, trying to push back Virtus Pro.
Flux.
They're gonna use it now.
Call one. I believe that was the tank. Yes, it was. Here comes the window lamp already used for an easy hold S for Virtus Pro. No ults available for them either. We're looking for the cage for Nuage, but they have to find a place to use it. There it is, instantly rocked. It's on this corner. Not sure they're going to be able to take over down Rajaro. There is the lamp to save his life too. Perfectly positioned. And where are the kills? They eventually kill the tank, but they've used so much. Nuage do end up capping this point eventually. Kanel keeping the rest of his team alive on the high ground. They've already lost 2 here, so it's 3v5. But a window might just be the difference maker if they choose to use it. But it is only the lonesome supports on this high ground. Kanale eventually taken care of by Dip.
Yeah, don't use the amplification matrix in there when you know that the rest of the team can utilize it as you move back in. But the fact is, too, that amp matrix might be enough to try to get Sauna and Shockwave their ultimates for this next fight. If which case, you've got a really great shot to take the game, take the match, when you look at the fact that Natsuki doesn't have the sound barrier yet.
I knew, surely someone dies. No, actually a lot of that's going to get eaten by the grass. Bob comes out, booped away. Still doing a little bit of damage there to Tama, but Tama makes his way back to the point, allowed to save him. Duplication straight through the matrix. Manages to get away alive somehow. Tama not quite so lucky though, as now Shockwave has a beautiful line of sight onto this point with a window to boot as well. Oh! Jesus! All right, sharp balloon to smithereens. It looks like Nuage is going to suffer the same fate. The rest of the team going down, and that will be Virtus Pro taking the first map 2-0.
Wow, Gala has just been lights out with this Lucio. So many good boot kills at the very beginning of that round, and then also the sound barriers have been so good, alongside just also the random aggressive picks. Very impressive to see a Lucio like that.
3 Overwatch. There's a lot of that today, by the looks of things. Virtus Pro just playing on a different level. You kind of expect that, like you mentioned, Rose, coming into this series. But, I mean, this is just kind of a showcase of it. I love them picking up the hog in City Center. You love to see it. Jumpin did it. Why can't we? But, yeah, it's Shockwave, too. Just lights out on the Ashe. One of his best heroes, mind you, especially looking back on his time on the Philadelphia Fusion. Looks so clean with it. And a veteran talent as well. I mean, I know Johnny was kind of mentioning it about how Shockwave, how he feels about being a veteran coming into a team full of a lot of not inexperienced talent, but not as experienced as Shockwave, especially with his tenure in AL.
Yeah, I think you can see so many opportunities and examples of what Johnny was talking about, though, in this highlight package of just how clean all of these engagements were from Virtus Pro. They were always set up to make sure that they could grab like the pincers wherever they, like Nuage was coming in from. I think it was always tough for them to actually find footing just because there was always somebody off on an off angle. So you love to see that payoff for a team that has put in so much practice and work in between all of these stages. It's been quite a bit since we've gotten a chance to see them, but the FACEIT League matches, certainly a good proving ground for them.
Yeah, they came into this series as well, or the playoffs bracket, 13-2. Like very high up there. Like
Wild.
Obviously Space Station doing a little bit better, obviously, as Space Station does, but a 13-2 record coming into the playoffs. You're expecting them to make this upper bracket run. It's pretty scary on, of course. Someone's going to have to face Space Station eventually, but Nuage, can they step up to the plate? Of course, they're making it more on the lower end of things. As we jump onto Eichenwalder, getting a chance to kind of prove themselves here. A bit rough on control a lot of the time if you do take control first, and the momentum swings in the enemy team's favor. It can be quite hard to grasp the game again, but we'll have to wait and see what they want to run out with. But I would imagine a little bit more Mauga.
Mauga, Genji, and Venture. And you know what? Deep's Venture was actually quite impressive. I think there was a lot of coordination between Tama and Deep to actually make those engagements together. There was a good example of that when they were going up the stairs to take the high ground on University, where the Mauga and the Venture were just side by side. And I'm like, yes, this is exactly what we want to see from that hero combination. But it's gonna have to prove enough to deal with Virtus Pro, and Rajaro hasn't really been comfortable running the Mauga into the Mauga. Often instead we saw the Sigma versus that. We also saw the Roadhog, maybe getting a chance to see the Wrecking Ball here. Okay, I was like, I don't know if I believe it. Maybe you, Rajaro, but I wasn't like ultra impressed when we saw the Wrecking Ball on this point. So the Sigma makes way more sense to just give Shockwave and Sana way more pressure. Like,
let's go.
You're so happy. Alari Baptiste.
Alari Bap. You need another main source of healing with the Alari. I've mentioned it a million times, but it's worth mentioning again. I love it. Sit all the way at the back, put their little pylon down, start shooting.
Yeah, it's not easy to get access to that either with that current healing pylon placement.
Yeah, so rough. You want to put it on the spot, ideally. That's where they're moving to now. You basically just sit with Shockwave and just poke people out. Shockwave, though, on the wrong side of the fight almost. Looks like Arlo's going to rejoin him. Slowly but surely now, yeah, put the pylon on the high ground. Infinite healing for the rest of your team, and then you can just shoot away. Using that outburst to get away from the front line there. Zerion almost taking care of Sauna with a nice little headshot. Has to use the Suzu to keep everybody up. Unfortunately, though, Tama did not receive it. Responds instantly with an ultimate of their own. And Dip jumping on in with that burrow. No one going down just yet. And first ult of the game. Oh, yes. It's Alari's. It did manage to hit, and Dip detonates. There we go.
Wow, that might just be the opening that Virtus Pro need to get in here and start taking percentage on this point. Love to see the Sunstrike actually working out, and they might not need too much else on top of that.
Yeah, it's so like with the Alari ult too. Oh, they're gonna change, aren't they? No. I mean, with the Alari ult too, it's so hard to get down. Like everything blocks the Alari ult, and it's a very slow-moving projectile. But when you're in a comp without, when you're going against a comp without shields, the only real thing you have to worry about is watch out for the Suzu. But ideally, Nuage's comp is playing a little bit more split, especially with Sharp on kind of an off angle, waiting to kind of go in after Tama. So just isolating one target and getting them down, forcing a big cooldown like the Suzu is sometimes even worth it with the Alario. But it ended up working out.
Well,
Regardless, unfortunately switched to the Lucio now.
Yes, I was gonna say, unfortunately we don't get a chance to see too more of that, but we'll get your TED Talk about Alari some other time, I'm sure. Yeah. Gala switches back over to the Lucio.
This is so sad. All good though. Genji Blade for Sharp. Show us what he can do. Bob coming in as well. Blade has been pulled, going straight to the Lucio. Yeah, we know you haven't got ult, son. Shockwave with the dynamite and a coach gun to get away. He trades his life for the Lucio with the Blade. However, the Bob is going to make sure Nuage cannot peek out of this small corridor. Shockwave with CD's back is looking for Dip to unburrow themselves. But it's actually Natsuki who goes down first to a rock, playing a little bit too far off. And now Zerion way more vulnerable than they want to be in that front line without that Lucio. And even that tectonic shock from Dip, not enough to turn the tides of the fight.
Oh, this Sigma has been so good against the Mauga. Like, the shield is just enough for you to be able to finish off a low-health Mauga after Shockwave's been just pumping dynamites and damage into that hero. And so Tama just hasn't really had a chance to really get in the action. With a Cage, though, maybe a bit different.
Oh, Shockwave. Shockwave coach gunned off of the high ground there to try and get away from the Tracer. It's exactly what you need to do. Just get the Ashe away from the rest of the team. Isolate him, kill him. It's been the main target for Nuage for quite some time now. That Flux doing a heck of a lot of damage, and Sauna able to follow up with a kill. Have a trading. Now Tama, you'd imagine quite easily dealing with this Baptiste, but don't worry. Shockwave to the rescue.
This is so back and forth, though. Unfortunately, not get a net and a clean enough team fight win for Virtus Pro to continue their progress, but that's where you look at Nuage, and they're so happy to have this defense finally draw a line in the sand. And they have so much else to work with. That Cage not used quite yet, so Thomas still has even the Cage Pulse as an option here for some of the ultimates that they can use. Or does Sharp does that?
Jeez, Sharp's track in there was beautiful.
So good.
All right, a quick reset there from Virtus Pro.
A little bit of a reset, but they still have so much time to work with. That's 2 minutes. This is a winnable position for Nuage, though. Like, you still have the sound barrier. You can match that of Gala's, and you also have this pulse bomb that Sharp has yet to grab, because you haven't needed it. You've just been killing Shockwave for most of these engagements. If you can keep doing that, then it's going to be tough here for Shockwave, or even just Virtus Pro in general, to actually get this team fight win. Take out Shockwave. Primary enemy number one.
Unfortunately, Shockwave's got backup in the bomb. So we'll see how hard this is going to be for them to actually execute on that plan. Slowly but surely, Virtus Pro trying to move under this high ground that Nuage have control over. Sharp even going to the payload there, making sure they don't get a single touch. And here comes the rush. And here's the Bob too. Oh, Dip flattened. Absolutely dominated by the Bob. Bob's going to do a fair bit of damage here. Of course, it is near that point. But
it does do more after
there is a C9 happening. There is a back cap even. 2 meters to go. All good. Wasn't worried. Neither was Tama, who unfortunately now is completely isolated from the rest of his team. And that will be the point. This fight's so scrappy. And they're breaking down to whatever Tracer can kind of get away with the most kills by the looks of it.
I mean, Sana and Sharp. Sharp has been very impressive, but Sana's one of those Tracer players that you've always kind of expected to come out of the gate swinging. Not so bad during the Overwatch World Cup, and definitely still putting up some numbers on this Virtus Pro team.
Well, the blade's been pulled by Dip. Try and take care of that lap first. Oh, a slice and dice onto the back line. Beautiful dash through both the supports. All right, K Dip. That's what you want to see if you knew. A little bit of confidence booster blade there.
Absolutely. It's so tough to be able to get a blade to really land its mark, especially if you don't have something like the nano boost alongside it. Although I guess it helps if you have the cardiac overdrive, then the Genji is a little bit more unkillable, but still. Nuage, they've got the defensive hold here. Way better position for them in this third point.
Oh, good rock. A lot of damage too. Flux in the corner. Uh-oh, got to save that Kiriko. A lot of damage being inflicted there by Rajaro. Staying alive somehow. Tama's just ignoring him completely. Dashes through and just isolates himself. Yeah, and Rajaro just puts the shield down. It's like, what more can you really do? Sharp dying to a pulse bomb of his own. Rest in peace. That's 2 I think we've had today. 2 Tracers dying to their own pulses.
It's a lot.
It's quite a few.
But that's okay. Like, oh, speaking of Overwatch World Cup performances, Sana back on the Mei. Very excited to see this alongside the Sigma. Just a little bit even better for the final stall on this point.
Well, there is the Cage. Rajaro in a whole heap of hurt now. Trying to use that shield, dancing around it. Receives a lamp to stay alive. Hasn't got the grasp, but doesn't need it. That sound barrier comes out just in time from Gala. Natsuki needs this one. Needs this one. He's 4% away. It couldn't come any sooner, but they can't quite get it. 4% away, was on speed, I think, for a lot of portion of that. As Virtus Pro end up capping that last point. With 30 seconds in that time back.
That's a lot of, there's still time. That's still time to work with there. But, you know, Jaws, even if that sound barrier came online, I still think Virtus Pro win that fight because Sana was like 15% away from a Blizzard. So, like, you use sound barrier just to stall, and then the overhealth expires, and you get hit with a Blizzard.
Love to see it.
I don't know. I still think it goes Virtus Pros.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Yeah, like you said, the sound barrier comes in, it starts like ticking down. Maybe they pick up a kill or so, but Sona just stays alive, gets the Blizzard. Rough stuff. Oh, this is a whole bit of me right here. Torb and Alari, 2 builder heroes. The summoner, the summoner comp. We have all of the summons.
Summoner comp. The Bob.
And the Bob. They have one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Bob, the turret, and the pylon. Just all of the summons. That's a good turret placement too. I'm just saying.
Can Immortality Field be considered a summon?
Even better. Look at that. Yeah, I don't think you can put it in there. Yeah, just. He's lining it up. He's lining it up.
Is this professional Overwatch?
This is
going back to Johnny's question.
Overwatch.
Is this professional Overwatch?
I do not want to hear Johnny speak about professional Overwatch again, because this right here is pure perfection.
This
so that
is
means show me true professional Overwatch, and this is it right here.
Show me what you got.
It's a lot of spam damage and a lot of insta-kill potential too.
No, it works.
Speaking of which, a lot of things you have to deal with, a lot of things you have to look at.
Meme.
There you go. Turret doesn't even fall, and neither does the pylon.
Look at that. Torb isn't a meme. We've seen a lot of the Korean players lean into playing Torbjorn.
Pelican?
Pelican is one of them. Just do what the Koreans do. You're going to be fine.
Look, Torb very, very hard to dive, to be fair. Nuage want to get on the backline right. He hits the E, almost immortal, because he has the overhealth, the armor, etc.
Genji and Tracer can't flank.
Yeah, good luck. You have the little turret. Yeah, you have to pick up the turret first, then you have to do a pylon. Like I said, the summons, they go crazy. Okay, one summon down. They got one. Now for the next pylon. Tama is just taking so much damage in the front line, just unable to sustain themselves. Get a lot of free space. I'm not sure that's a good turret spot.
Rajaro's dying less. Oh, man. Okay, 2 summons down.
2 summons down.
Healing pylon is available again.
Yeah, I think they deleted that too.
Set up the turret.
So they're all good. A couple of seconds before that comes online again. No. Oof. Yeah, Gala challenging that too. You challenge that 100%. You go around, you hit Genji with a headshot. What, are they going to dash into you? Of course they're not. They have to dash away. Oh, and there's the kill onto Dip too. Flux. Oh, that missed. Wow. Not sure how that missed. I think the center there was not quite covering Tama. Give me some Gala, Pov. You won't.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this ultimate from Gala?
Look, there's a lot of things that gets denied by shields, etc. You only have to worry about the Suzu or deflect by the Genji. I mean, his Dip's opportunity to go absolutely monstrous on the Genji. Deflect it straight into Virtus Pro. It's pretty slow moving.
Let's find out. You got the Matrix too. 4 ultimates here from Virtus Pro.
There it is. Oh, instantly lands, but there you go. Instantly Suzu'd. Tama did get afflicted though and didn't get the Suzu off, but it doesn't matter. Sharp's dead to a Cheeto from across the map. Or a little spaghetti strand. And here comes the Bob. I mean, now, again, when the fights do end up breaking down, if the Alari kind of stays alive and is not dealt with, you get the summons back up, you get the turret back up, the Bob comes out. Like, it is tough. Nuage do need a very quick team wipe here to make something happen. It's a minute to go. Sound barrier available from Natsuki. 13 HP, Suzu'd. Sound barrier comes in, hits 5. Now is their chance to play. But it is a quick back off here from Virtus Pro. They're going to keep themselves alive here, Rose.
They are, but Virtus Pro still have a chance to come back in and contest with this Torb.
Oh, you want to touch the point now, huh? Thoughts on this? Good spray pattern as well from Sona. All I'm saying, that covers most of the point. Cage comes in, Lamp dead, and here comes the Blade. Okay, and now we're looking for success, but the turret is actually going to waylay Dip's Blade completely.
And Virtus Pro, they could come back in with this one. The rush has to come out here from Nuage to keep this push alive, and they've got less than 30 seconds to go.
How is Kaneo not dead? How is Kaneo not dead? Eventually taken down to a deflection. He spotted the pylon. No more healing there, really, for the rest of Virtus Pro. Torb has popped the E, but, I mean, sort of still left standing. Same with Shockwave. Oh, man, it took a while, but they killed all 3 summons, and they capped the point. Virtus Pro, and they're getting wiped. And that will defend second now. My God, that was some messy
They're only gonna take,
but I'm here for it.
That was wild. That's professional Overwatch right there, Josh.
She's spit.
Sauna switch though, so no more Torbjorn's gonna go back over to the Tracer, as Tama is actually gonna make a change as well. Wants to play the Winston for better verticality on the second point, but gonna have to think twice about making that move forward when you're just getting killed.
Yeah, the high ground is just so nice. You can't really kill the pylon either, so it's just kind of sitting up there. I wonder if they do play super far forward here. I wouldn't mind it, yeah.
Like, where does the Winston go?
Right.
Like, you're so out in the open, which is exactly where Shockwave wants to play. You want to get this Ashe damage down in this open sight line.
You have Captive Sun. You got ult.
You do.
And as soon as they funnel through the doors, I mean, the second Forbidden combo, the Gravitic Flux and the Captive Sun.
Wait, yeah, the Bastion ultimate is just Captive Sun.
Well, there it is. Captive Sun used. Did land on the Lucio there, looking for targets. However, that sound barrier is going to negate the explosions. The detonations. This is a really nice spot, too. It is dipped to fall. Pylon thrown at the other support. Unfortunately, Kaneo couldn't quite get a lot of that healing. Not a lot of burst healing, sadly, from the Alari.
Oh, but it's just 1 minute left here.
And they're stalling for so long, Rose.
It's so much stall. Like, they can barely make any progress here. Nuage is going to have a very difficult time if Virtus Pro can keep up this defense. Even still, like, you just want to get them down into overtime throughout this second stretch. It's going to be very difficult for them to complete
Gala
it.
gets out too. Nice footwork there. Fancy stuff. 30 seconds, like you said, and look at the ults. Again, this blade's going to have to
a lot of ultimates
go
for
insane.
Nuage.
Kaneo already pulling. It's going to have to pull something. Maybe the window. Something's going to happen. Doesn't need it, apparently. They end up backing off. Pulse Bomb does manage to kill the Bab. And then with the Bob gone, Lo's point presence here for Virtus Pro, but it might not matter. Very scrappy fight, kind of breaking down. Eventually, Gala dies. Eventually. But not before they take Zerion with them.
Yeah, I mean, they use so many ultimates. They need the Primal Rage just to get to the point to trigger the overtime.
What am I witnessing?
Gosh. Okay. Sharp doing sharp things. Yeah. The Primal Rage is good, able to get a big kill. And Virtus Pro now actually going to switch Rajaro over to the Malga to get back and contest this point. With Shockwave down, it's not going to be a full contest of 5, but you still want to get Sauna into touch.
Captive Sun coming through. Did hear a connection. There it is. Oh, and everybody afflicted. And that should be it. Virtus Pro. 2-0 in the series. Starting the series off strong. And Nuage, hey, dealing with the Torb, dealing with the Alari. A little bit too much for them by the looks of it on Eichenwalder.
They called out an AJ at the end there also. I don't know if Match Chat be spitting with that one. We're gonna get a replay of it for sure. But yeah, that Captive Sun went crazy. Yeah. I feel like it must feel so good. Speak to this, Jaws. It must feel so good as an Alari player when you know you've changed 3 people.
Yeah, I will say the sound effects on the Captive Sun and like the detonations and stuff, some of the best sound work in the game for sure. And speaking about, like, not even joking, speaking about the ultimate on that last fight there, everybody is kind of bundling onto the point too, and when the fight does end up kind of breaking down, all the like different CDs have been used, you hear the Suzu go off, like you pop Captive Sun, everybody's around the point because it's OT, you hit somebody, everybody is gonna die. Everybody. If you just focus on that one person, they explode, the next person explodes, it is just a chain reaction. And anybody else that's on your team that can pick up some additional damage to cause that threshold of you exploding, like the whole team's going to die in front of you. And it's such a powerful ultimate in OT. It's kind of like Flux in a way. Like, as soon as you wait for those CDs to come out, like, oh, the lamp's been used, this has been used. It just takes over the game, and it can just end it right there and then. Here are the highlights from that map. Yeah, pretty one-sided as things go. Has been a little bit one-sided throughout the whole of today, with Virtus.pro taking this one.
It was really cool to take a look at Virtus.pro's defensive comp, though. I like the Torbjorn with the Illari. I think was just so fun to watch, and also just gave Nuage a ton of trouble. I think there's gonna be a lot of people that take that combination out of this book. We even saw like Energy Shock do something very similar with Midtown with like Illari and Lifeweaver. Maybe like the Lifeweaver special just because rack attack, but still, like the concept is there, and I really hope we see more teams actually lean into the Illari on these points where it really can work.
Yeah, it is tough against some of the very best, though. Running down the Illari is just so easy. You only have the outburst to get you away. A lot of the time, you used it for movement. You used it just before you ult to get you some additional speed. And Esperanza will be the map up next. So we're not going to New Junk City. Oh, not New Junk City. New Queen Street.
Esperanza. Woohoo! I was really sad, honestly, when I saw the map set change. I wanted to see New Queen Street just for a little bit of flavor and spice, but I guess Esperanza's all right. So sad.
All good, though. I mean, I love Esperanza. I think it's a good-looking map. A lot of room to kind of innovate from the map as well.
I want to go there.
Esperanza in real life.
That's a bucket list item, for sure.
That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, never been, actually. Never been.
You'd get a lot of good food.
You would. I would also get very sunburned. I'm quite pale. Yeah.
UK problems.
British man moment, unfortunately. All good, though. All right, Virtus.pro, what you got for us? I mean, just stick with the Sigma. Sigma. Ashe. And, I mean, Sauna also going Tracer. Yeah, makes most sense here. Nuage just going with the dive, so it's dive versus the poke. We'll see how Nuage can come back.
Well, we've seen how this can play out sometimes. I think Virtus.pro with the Sigma, they've just looked so unstoppable. There's not a whole lot to be able to get past the Sigma shield, and it allows Shockwave to play so close to the rest of the team that Nuage, where do they dive? Who do they dive?
Yeah, ideally it's Shockwave, right? But
yeah,
pretty tough.
So split. Look at this. Virtus.pro actually has Rajaro playing around the Spire. You have the high ground being taken here by Sauna and Shockwave. Yeah. Very split.
No. Oh my God.
Gala.
Gala's moving at Mach 1 there through the skies.
Never getting away with that, though.
It doesn't really matter, though, it seems. Traded. That's what you call that. Me in the server as I randomly die and then my team get kills. I traded, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I helped.
Exactly that.
The charitable look at it is just drawing away attention as the lone Lucio flying through the skybox. But that's a great start here for Virtus.pro. They've got the checkpoint in their sights, and Nuage got to come back into this one. They've got the Brig and Ana, which can really help out with some of the amount of backline access that Sauna's hoping to get. But you still have to deal with this Ashe, which has just been so impenetrable.
Oh, Sauna, that's a good start, though. Sauna going down to Sharp in the 1v1. All right, now Dip's chance to turn up. Snade's going to be quite hard to, like, get around. Oh, looks like Natsuki potentially asking for a P here, but...
Pause.
We'll have to wait and see if that ends up going through. Just double tap the P to cause a pause. Looks like Zerion is going to go down, however. Do end up trading. We'll see if... Yeah, okay, there is the pause, yeah. Just didn't see that called out. So yeah, there you go. Quick pause. Natsuki calling that one for the team.
Definitely think everything is all good, but we'll get back into things as quickly as we can. But yeah, I like still not too far into the game mode yet, but I feel like Virtus.pro, they've just been so difficult to actually break down the Sigma comp. And with the Winston dive, you're really hoping to take advantage of the fact that the Sigma is going to play a little bit slower than something like the Mauga. But you got to deal with Shockwave, and Shockwave is protected by the Sigma shield. And also just by the natural terrain.
And the BAP.
And he's
and
probably
else.
killing you before you're gonna get close.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Natsuki there too, jumping over to the Brig instead of the Lucio there. So a little bit slower. However, it does kind of protect your backline. So it's a bit of kind of back and forth. Like, you want to be able to go in with something like a Lucio, but at the same time, you want to be able to protect your Ana as well. Ana's so valuable in that comp because there's no Suzu on the other side. They have a BAP. So you want to land the nades. The nades have to be very, very high impact. Then your Winston has to follow up. And then all the meanwhile, you're looking to protect that Ana from any dive, from Sauna, like from anybody else, right? So here we are. We're back in. All good. No more pause.
I like the break though too because it allows your Tracer to help win out some of those 1v1s if you're able to give them those armor packs. Similarly, you could still help your Winston from afar as long as you do have LOS on them. But it is so tough, and Virtus Pro with this one, they're just gonna get the checkpoint.
That was a smart little stagger there too. Staggering out dip, only just spawning now. An extra meter here will be good for Virtus Pro as they set up on the high ground. That's exactly what Sauna's gonna do. There you go. Moves it past the checkpoint. Slowly but surely. And now Virtus Pro, we're going to hit the El Clasico here and just stand on the high ground, waiting for Nuage to push.
They're putting the onus here on Nuage to have to make the first move, where Nuage would really want to defend from this corner by the trolley car. But Virtus Pro, they're going to back up to almost bait them to have to come out into the center here. Oh, Tom is so low, but hoping that the nano would be enough to try to make this engage.
Gets booped.
There's something even like an anti-move too.
Gets booped. Oh, gets double booped on the high ground. That's going to wait for the leap. Leaps back up, and everybody's already evacuated the high ground. Yeah. Unfortunate for the Winston there. There's too many boops. And the pulse bomb landing onto Natsuki. Now Zerion's going to have a tough time staying alive. Flux ends up missing. Nice little reaction timing there from Tama, getting out of the way of the Flux, but I think the fight is already over. And there we go.
Pulse bomb kill into the Gravitic Flux. That's more progress here for Virtus Pro. But the good news is that Nuage hasn't really used very much of anything. They haven't really had a chance to, but they still have 4 ultimates in their bank. Zerion is going to switch over to the Kiriko, so no more Ana to help support, so the Kiriko can get into the action just a little bit faster. I think Sana was proving to be a lot of problems back there.
Well, here comes the Bob to try and match this overclock. Well, I mean, Dip can't do much, sadly. Bob's doing his job. Just standing there, existing, vibing, surviving. Not for long. Ends up getting taken down by Dip in the end. Getting an ult, though, is going to be good enough. And they end up killing Sauna, at least on the exit. But here comes the sound barrier. Virtus Pro still want to see themselves through this fight. Shockwave taking a lot of damage from afar. Dip landing these railgun shots. Unfortunately, no insta headshots, but it's actually sharp that falls. Primal Rage available from Tama as he jumps past the window, unable to get it off.
It feels like such unfortunate timing because of all the burst damage that ended up coming through. But it wouldn't surprise me at all to see Natsuki consider switching off of the Brig. It feels like it's been difficult for Natsuki to actually get into the action. And because Zerion had switched over to the Kiriko, the Lucio makes a lot of sense to switch to just to make sure that you are able to engage as a full team. And again, Sana's been a problem. It's been very difficult for Zerion and Natsuki to stay alive, knowing that Sana has been a thorn in their side this entire game.
Well, Tama there with a collision course with the rock. Just jumps in, pops the bubble down, instantly rocks, instantly killed. Is this going to be another full cap, I wonder? Curious.
It could.
Curious.
They're set up to have it. Like, Sana could get a pulse bomb pick, and then Rajaro's going to have this Gravitic Flux. Like, Tama's got to use this Primal Rage, though. Yeah. That is a saving grace this team has.
Oh, Sauna was hitting the one clip. Zerion, however, Zerion does get out alive. Bot has been stolen for the brief moment. They are looking for Sauna. They know roughly where he is. So he's going to be able to get out, yeah, saving those blinks. Even has the mega health back too. Doesn't want to be too greedy with it. Ends up taking it almost instantly. And there we go, back to the stall of the choke points. Oh, but here's Bob. I mean, Bob in the Primal Rage. Someone has to kill Shockwave right now. But Tama's just taking so much damage. The Bob is just rolling him. Oh dear, there's the Flux. And that Suzu was used a moment too late there, or too early, sorry. Nice rock.
Oh. The rocket to the pick.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Rajaro's just been so clean with it. Those accretions have been so nasty, just stopping a lot of the squishy heroes. Nuage, they've got the Doomfist as a last-ditch effort, as they know Shockwave's going to be coming back as well. But with this Amp Matrix, they have to scatter.
Yeah, legend has it was actually Rajaro that killed the dinosaurs with those rocks. Virtus Pro, they got a pulse bomb, they got a sound barrier against Nuage's pulse and sound barrier. All right, here we go. Doomfist, yeah, a bit more of a desperation pick, like you mentioned, Rose. Oh, there's the stick. Straight after that block goes down. Easy kill onto the Doomfist. Sound barriers are going to come out. Oh, not quite in time for Gala to save Sauna. Although, will it matter in the end? Dip just marching his way forward down the stretch, trying to find kills with this overclock, but not to be the shield, and a bullet to the face there as Shockwave takes him out. 2.5 minutes to go. Virtus Pro bracking off. All right, not before they take down Sharp with him, though. Nice stuff.
I mean, this could still be a full cap here. You're just buying time for reinforcements to come back from Virtus Pro. You've got the closer spawns because of the checkpoints. Shockwave is on fire.
Give it to him, son. Let him hang. 2.5 minutes to go. No. Goodbye, Lucio. And I think that'll be it.
There it is.
Chat. I think we are done here. However, the rush is going to come through just to try and save him. I mean, this is almost a complete shutout too. Nuage have 0 meters on the board. And there it is.
Motivating the robot.
That's it.
Motivation for the bot not needed. Virtus Pro with a clean 3-0. GG's all around in the chat. Yeah, rather 3 Overwatch today in EU.
But it's good. It's good because we expected that, right? For Virtus Pro, this is a team we expected to have the clean 3-0, and that they did. Nuage is going to have to go down to the lower bracket where they still get a chance to prove themselves again. But for Virtus Pro, we wanted to see a performance like that, so it's nice to know that they were able to provide that.
Yeah, Shockwave looking incredible on the Ashe too. I like the change up here. Not seeing a lot of Casti there, just no double flex, just on the Ashe. Just doing his daily push-ups, doing his daily carry on the Ashe.
Sure.
I mean, look, the Ashe, we're seeing a lot less of it now compared to like Casti and Sojourn, just the sheer strength of those 2 picks. But Shockwave has been playing Ashe for quite some time now and had a lot of success with it in the Overwatch League and even on Philadelphia Fusion. And like you mentioned as well, Rose, kind of expected this from Virtus Pro as they move through this upper bracket. But we'll jump over to the desk. They can round out EMEA and set us up for NA.
Thanks. What you got there, Johnny?
You might be wondering why this is here. About 3 seconds before Jaws threw it over here. There's a large bug under here.
That's another one, though. We removed that one. This is a new one.
Yeah, it's a new. So I'm gonna go over to the telestrator later, and maybe someone can get the bug while I'm there.
That's all you.
But that's just a suggestion. So.
Can you make them? Show it. Just
no, he's gonna be mad. No. You're sitting over there. You think that's a great idea?
Okay. Oh, it's coming! Show it now. Oh, come on, guys. Just put it a little bit. It's fine.
Okay, it's coming. It likes me though.
It's
you can sit here.
There we go. Well, clearly this is.
It didn't work. It just crawled out last time.
What are we doing?
Oh, should we?
Jack is just angering it, and he's gonna.
What are you doing? Get out! We're trying to leave the bug unharmed and escort it off the studio space.
I don't know if you noticed, but this is not a safe container for the bug. Anyway, so that's my personal highlight of the day. There were, of course, also match highlights that we want to look at, and maybe the bug disappears whilst we're doing that.
But, yeah.
All right. No, don't put the pip. Get us out of here.
We're pipped. We're pipped. The people want to know what's going on. We didn't see a lot of great plays this match. I feel Virtus Pro, they do look really solid. From all the comps they're playing, bringing out the Sigma with Shockwave's Ashe.
Yep. And so we're a bit distracted. Yeah, I mean, look, this is, again, Virtus Pro, they're playing like actual Sigma, Echo kind of compositions, right? And they're actually making it difficult for the Mauga to get a lot of value, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, Sharp looked great on Tracer, but it's just not enough. I think showing how difficult it is to play against Sig. I mean, we saw some of the Korean teams disable the Sigma, just overrunning him with the Venture Genji. But I think for me, you kind of need exactly those DPS. I don't know if anything else besides Venture Genji can really work that well into a Sigma. I think it's and not that easy to execute either. So for me, there's just such a difference in strength between these two teams. Virtus Pro can just rock up with whatever they feel the most confident on. I do think, though, as the tournament progresses, they could face tougher tests as teams really rush over the top of the Sigma and do run potentially Genji and Venture getting to your backline. But Shockwave on the Ashe, it might not be the meta, but I mean, he's just been so good on this hero every time it comes out.
It needs to be the meta. Also, you can bring the pit back. I removed the bug in collaboration with Steve.
Safe. Zoe did it.
Zoe did it. She saved the day.
Yeah.
Basically, me and Shockwave. We really stood out today.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, player of the match is not Shockwave. Had no transition
Rajaro.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't think that's. I think that's pretty respectable. You know, obviously play the Sigma really well, and you know, being this flexible as well in this meta. Again, like Virtus Pro, they're one of those teams that they really abuse the fact that they can't swap into compositions to make it difficult for their opponents, right? So playing the Roadhog here, for example, you know, if you're trying to play Winston into this, I think Tama had a quite difficult time, wasn't exactly sure how to deal with the Roadhog, and sometimes just like jumped right on top of the Roadhog, which you wouldn't usually recommend for Winstons, but they tried to play that cooldown cycling game somewhat. So I think Rajaro did a pretty good job this series, flexing his muscles here. 18 years old, from Finland. Up and comer here in the scene, so
he's definitely over. I like these young tanks, you know, coming up in the era of Overwatch, because they're not really off tank or main tank players.
They're not as jaded as our.
Those roles are. I mean, those roles are outdated, right? You really want a tank that can handle everything, that can keep you in the lead, swapping back and forth.
That's true. Well, I did like the different looks we've seen here. Also, some different approaches to certain maps. Iliari, one of the heroes we usually just see on Midtown as of late. Now we did get to see her on Eichenwalde, and you have a demonstration for us. On
I want to show some professional Overwatch.
So actually professional Overwatch.
Show us how it's done, baby.
Not that Mauga isn't professional, but you can really use angles and different positionings here when you're playing this kind of poke composition. And this is actually something that Virtus Pro has done in the past, especially on hybrid maps. They like putting Gala on this kind of Illari pick, as well as playing Rajari on the Sigma and Sauna as well on the Torb. I think we've seen this on Hollywood a couple of times. And so they're going to make it difficult for this new Wash kind of Mauga composition, right? Because if you're in this composition, you like to brawl, you like to play together, and so they're going to try to like penetrate this defense on this Eichenwalde defense. The problem is that when you're playing this many poke heroes from Virtus Pro, you're kind of like spread out, right? You're playing so many different angles. So really, if you're trying to commit here from Virtus Pro, then like you're always going to get shot from these different angles, right? They're going to hit you from all sides as you try to push onto the point. And so I think the Virtus Pro, as we play this one out, it's going to be a long clip. I'm going to be yapping for like 90 seconds.
I love that.
So we can see here, of course, the ultimate is going to come out. It gets Susu'd. But now, after like 8 seconds into this fight, like the brawl kind of dies down. Obviously, Sharp goes down. So, you know, maybe you're thinking, okay, we'll just wait for Sharp to respawn. But like you pushed in once, and then pushing in a second time without the speed boost, maybe without the cardiac drive. We're only 4 people. Like, it's pretty scary. And so this is where Virtus Pro, they really excel. They play far back. They hit a lot of poke damage onto New Watch, who has to like approach this point in a pretty awkward manner because you're going to take so much damage from all these kind of flanks. I like this push here. You got a sound barrier, almost goes down there. It's very scary to go down there. But they flipped the point, and so now they're making it difficult for Virtus Pro. Hey, we flipped the point. Now actually we're playing angles pretty close, so we like brawling here. Well, actually we see the Molten Core come out from Sana. We're going to retake this space from Virtus Pro, and now actually you're spread out again. This is really difficult from New Watch because you have to stay alive. You can't get poked down. Someone can't make an individual mistake. And now finally, they actually go for a second push around Virtus Pro here. They flip the map one more time. Again, this is really difficult to do, to execute without someone on New Watch going down here. They re-engage onto the point, and now they're finally on top of Virtus Pro. But like it took so long. It took speeding around the point and flipping the map. It took a sound barrier just to get in positioning, and then it took you get back out once more when the Molten Core comes in, and then you engage on Shockwave, and then finally, you know, 4th time essentially, you got the Kitsune Rush on the point, right? So it's really hard to play around these Sigma compositions, and that is what is professional about Virtus Pro. These poke compositions, they set up so nicely and make it really difficult for the brawl, 5-man kind of like go-in compositions, right? That's where it gets difficult if you don't know how to deal with that.
Exactly. How do you deal with that?
Well, that's what I just showed. They did a great job, like rotating around the map and like trying to get on top of the Sigma composition. And then finally, of course, you know, Arjaro did a good job of disengaging.
I'm trolling here. Just go again.
We can't troll on the desk. We need to have an honest conversation on the desk.
I am having
we can't be trolling each other.
That's because
we won't go anywhere.
Look, I do a little trolling.
It's just a little, you know, a dash of trolling. Obviously, the teams were having fun with some of the stuff we saw today. Not to the trolling point or extent, but we did get to see some exciting plays. So we got some $1 million plays for you in just a second. But first, behold your bracket. This is the upper EMEA bracket. It is beheld currently by at least 3 people right now. Is that ends Quick Esports. They will be playing tomorrow, so we're going to finish and wrap things up in the upper bracket. However, if we're looking at the lower bracket now, Johnny, here's the thing. You know, the road to EWC with ENCE and Space Station Gaming having already qualified.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of opportunities for these teams here.
Yeah, there are 3 spots available in this region. And like you said, because ENCE and SSG has already qualified, essentially if you make top 5 at this event, you qualify for EWC. So 5 out of the 8 teams in this bracket, they qualify. You can't be the bottom 3. If you go out in last place, or like 6th.
It's just the bottom
brutal.
2. It's just the bottom. So the thing is, if you go out first, you're 7th, 8th, you go loss, out of the losers bracket, you're done. You're done. Go home. But even if you get eliminated one step later as a 5th, 6th, which are the next 2 teams to be eliminated after the 7th, 8th teams, those 2 teams are going to play a head-to-head decider, presuming that ENCE and SSG are in the top 5, but
we're presuming.
That's a fair presumption, I think.
Yeah, we behold, we presume. We're doing a lot of things here on the desk. One of them is, of course, rating our players' plays. So let's take a look at those $1 million plays I've already promised you from day 1 of the EMEA region, kicking things off with a goodie over here with a road bash.
Wow.
Honestly,
a rally. Oh, it's with a hook.
This is like modern Overwatch. I feel like not enough breaks do this. Just hold the shield the whole rally is so strong. The shield is so tanky.
Yeah. And especially now with the rally, you reset the cooldown of shield bash, right?
One more bash.
Yeah.
This one is a good one.
This C9 was pretty egregious.
Yeah.
That's a Kevster right there.
That's a Kevester?
Kevester in the chat? Who said Kevester? Was it Exodial?
I feel like this play broke the back of Twisted Minds.
Yeah,
their mental boomed from that play. It almost seemed like maybe they could hold. No, not needed.
Also, love the all chat.
Yeah, good usage of all chat.
Seriously.
Goes a long way, honestly.
And another. This one's pretty egregious. I mean, I know you guys want to rush in, but they have 2 ticks. You can't just not touch point, my friends.
They're brawling, Zoe. They do be brawling.
They do be brawling.
Like Jaws would say.
Do be brawling, and not touching the cap.
Yeah, you gotta touch the cap.
I was elected to brawl, not to cap.
We love some good
The boob
plays.
into the boob.
Get out of here, Johnny.
What? I'm just laughing.
He's just a happy boy having a really good time.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Jake was doing an Arnold impression.
I don't cap.
No caps here in chat. No caps. No caps.
Only boobs.
Not a 1.
That's right.
Not a
That's
1
right.
cap.
We're booping and saving bugs.
Sure. Why not?
You saved the bug.
I did indeed. Yeah, he's outside now, living his best life. And so do we, because the day is not over, even though in Burbank. That's where it's at, man. That's where it's at. Highly recommend.
Let's go,
10 out of
baby.
10 on TripAdvisor.
Shout out to Valley.
What I can recommend, though, is sticking around. We are heading into a quick break, and when we're coming back, we actually cover the NA region. Some more action coming your way on day number 1 here at the EWC OW2 Qualifiers in Burbank.
Micah Pro.
Live!
up. Just push the payload. Just push just where's my tank? We didn't have it. Winston.
Oh my. Oh, thank God. It was just a Gilbert's nightmare.
Nightmare. Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch FACEIT League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on FACEIT. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. FACEIT League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Welcome back to day number 1 of the EWC OW2 Qualifiers FACEIT League playoffs. Zoe here, joined by Jake as well as Johnny. And we're getting ready for all the action in the NA region. That was an opener, though, guys.
Hi, Heroes.
Are you okay?
Hi, heroes.
I'm not talking about that one.
Oh, the nightmares. Oh, do you dream about Junkrat often?
Actual fuel.
You know, I can't say that I do. I can't say that Junkrat features prominently.
I used to dream about Overwatch when I played professionally.
Did you actually?
I do. I've had Overwatch streams. They're more like stress streams about matches.
Yeah, let's
It's like
talk about
you know.
Let's unpack.
It's a thing, yeah. If you scrim Overwatch 10 hours a day, you're gonna start dreaming about Overwatch.
You know what I always dream about?
Overwatch?
Brackets and stuff, actually.
Brackets?
Graphics.
About
Bracketology.
Yeah, I'm dreaming about brackets.
Double or single limb?
Always single limb, because otherwise it'd be a really short dream. I'm also dreaming about prize pool breakdowns. That's very dominant, and we have so much. Now it's also 21 games. Earlier today it was just 19 games.
I too am dreaming
we're
about
adding.
$60 million. I mean,
adding games
I
as we
don't
speak.
even dare to dream about that
It says
much money.
player bounties right there. I'm like, is someone gonna get sneakers? Because
Why not?
Punk wants some sneakers.
I think you get thousands, tens of thousands of dollars of USD. Might
You
be
could
like,
buy
You
sneakers
could also
with
get
that.
a sneaker, a pair of sneakers.
You can definitely also get a pair of sneakers for
Tell
that.
you what, I
Our
will
Overwatch
personally
players, in
trade.
fact, are competing for an overall of $1 million. There's a lot of sneakers. At least 3, depending on what kind of.
At least 3?
I don't know what kind of sneakers.
What do you mean at least 3?
You're like a bit bougie now. You changed.
A bit bougie, 300 grand.
Do you think I'd be buy $300,000 shoes?
I wouldn't put it past you.
Oh, did even,
That's all I'm saying.
does those even exist?
Like, I know, I'm not sure.
I'm not privy to that information.
What are they made of? Sheer diamonds?
Just gold? I don't know.
There might be. You know,
Anyway.
something. I had a really good transition here. Something like diamond shaped under pressure, just like the teams that qualified.
That was
running
really
with
good.
it. It was okay. It was just not quick enough to be witty. But these are, in fact, our qualified teams. You might see some new names there, as we are just changing team names as we go along throughout the day as well. And
being
now,
picked
of
up.
course, we still have some open slots: 3 EMEA spots, 3 NA spots, and then. I can't read the rest because my
Oceanic
vision is
region,
actually really
South
bad.
American region. I got you, Zoe.
OC, yeah, we got it all. We got it all covered. So
Yeah.
top placement of those regions.
But crucially, as we head into the North American region now, we talked about EMEA and how there are 3 spots available in EMEA. The thing is, ENCE and SSG have already qualified, so there are 3 additional spots in EMEA. For the other teams in North America, neither Toronto Defiant or M80, who have been the 2 best North American teams, have qualified, which means if you're not Toronto or M80, who are favorites, I'd say, you gotta vie for that 3rd and final spot. So we'll see how this bracket unfolds these next couple of weeks, but it's going to be very tough competition if you want to qualify for these World
I don't know.
Cup.
Maybe their mental crumbled over in Dallas. I don't know. I'm just setting up storylines. Here's the bracket though for you. So let's take a look at the matches we have in store for you. We may or may not be in for some one-sided affairs here as well, gentlemen.
Well, a couple. Maybe.
Could be, but I think Johnny's right. There's going to be a pretty competitive midfield here. Yes, our first match is Toronto Defiant versus Citrus Nation, which Toronto's probably the biggest gap between any 2 teams in the tournament is probably just Toronto and everybody else. I think they are a shoe-in for that first place. There's always they have the chance to throw it away, but I would really be surprised, shocked if that were to happen. I think Toronto has looked great. Maybe falling a little short in Dallas, but still looking decisively like the best in North America.
Also, there's something to mention here. You may see Timeless on your screens right now.
Timeless?
Nani? Yeah, FMCL actually was literally just acquired by Timeless. And now graphics people are, they're fast.
We're on top of it. Things are unfolding everywhere.
I know. In
Good to
front
see
of our
Timeless in the
very
scene.
eyes.
They're never gone for long.
No, they really aren't.
They're timeless.
Also, oh, well done. That's why we pay him medium bucks. That's what he's here for. Let's talk about the match we have in store for you. Today is our first match in the NA region. Of course, this could be a bit of an uphill battle that we get to see for Citrus Nation, as they do have to face off against Toronto Defiant. Let's dive into this, starting with Toronto Defiant here, Johnny. Quite frankly, the expectations were really high heading into our Dallas Major, and I feel like they fell more than just a little short.
Yeah, a lot of people talked about Toronto Defiant as perhaps the strongest team to go up against some of these Korean teams. They had good results in practice, of course, but wasn't able to translate on stage against some Korean teams in EMEA, right? They lost to a team like ENCE, for example, with that Sigma composition. Here in North America, though, time for revenge. Maybe they practice this Mauga composition even more because the metas largely remain the same, right? So I think this Toronto Defiance squad, I think they're hungry to prove that they're still the best North American team after maybe stumbling a little bit in Dallas, of course. But against Citrus Nation, it shouldn't be any match here, Jake.
I agree, this shouldn't be competitive, but this is a team, they cut their teeth on an Orisa style with Zeb on tank. This graphic is almost assuredly a mistake. Lep is a support player, Zeb going to be playing tank. But he's looked great on the Orisa, and although that's not a Mauga comp, I think this is actually a great meta for Citrus Nation. Put Lethal on the Cassidy, play fast and aggressive with Lep's Lucio. He's a great main caller. And then, you know, if Zeb can handle the Mauga as well, I think this team actually could be threatening. Toronto might be a bridge too far, but this is a very serious competitor, a team that really does want to fight for potentially that third or second place spot and make it to the Esports World Cup.
It's going to be interesting because another one of these squads that have a hit scan player, like Lethal, for example, which helped carry Citrus Nation to some really good performances in Stage 2. But recently, they've actually played a lot of echoing Genji and putting Lethal on the Genji instead. So another one of these teams that have a dedicated hit scan player that is really skilled, like Lethal, flexing over to the Genji, trying to force double flex damage compositions instead.
So Lethal is your player to watch out for here.
Yeah, I think the team as well, they like playing these super fast, brawl, aggressive styles, and so I think this is just a great meta for them. They're not going to be forced too much out of their comfort zone. However, Toronto's a team that always takes you out of your comfort zone, so I'd expect them to be picking dive maps, maybe forcing some poke, and on some of those off of like the pure rush composition, I think this is going to be more of a one-sided affair. But Citrus Nation, it's not about this match, it's about longer tournaments, staying alive, qualifying, and so I just want to see good things from them. I want to see some good Overwatch.
I love the wink there. It's some good Overwatch, you know what I mean? Yeah, they will be punching upwards, but they're not out yet. It is a double elimination bracket we're playing here, best of 5 all through to the grand final. And there, they will be having to battle it out in a best of 7. But we're not quite there yet. Let's get this show rolling here in the NA region. And for all the action, we're going to bring in our casters for this one. It's no other than Mitch and Matt, who will lead us through the action. Over there.
That's over there. Slow pan, bam.
We're over
dramatic.
here.
Absolutely loving it. How are you doing, guys?
I liked the hand thing, Zoe, the kind of like,
like a wave
there.
That's
you need some serious joint articulation to do that correctly. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm all like...
Yeah, that looks difficult.
Not easy. Yeah, see, Jake, nice. A bit more practice. Oh, yeah, a little decent fluidity. I'll give you that. Good to be here, of course. Look, this Citrus Nation squad were a team that were potentially in contention to be in Dallas. They made this run through that lower bracket in Stage 2, Matt, where they eventually got brought down by the then students of the game team, of course, now known as NRG Shock. The other side, though, and something that we've glossed over a bit, is that for the Toronto Defiant, getting kicked out of Dallas by the second EMEA seed, that's nothing short of a disappointment for this franchise.
I think without a doubt it is, right? You know, this is a team that was built to not really, I mean, to win in NA, right? But really to win globally. Like, that was kind of the idea behind this roster. And to see them fall that short in our first opportunity, not a great sign, right? So I think if you're Toronto, you kind of, you know, get back to the drawing board, so to speak. You see the viewer predictions.
Yeah, we don't have the bar set up to go all the way to one end, you know what I mean? Yeah.
There's got to be one Citrus Nation homie out there. Come on. But you expect Toronto to be able to make it to EWC from NA. And then I think, I mean, you have to see a better performance, right? I think, and then you start really asking questions about this team in like the second half of the OWCS season.
Absolutely. I think they were pretty forthcoming, the team, about they felt like they had sort of disappointed themselves in the performance at the major here. And again, as Johnny kind of pointed out, they're not locked yet for the Esports World Cup. Obviously, good chance that they make it through here with obviously a strong performance. They are close. Circuit points looking pretty darn good, but only one other slot in NA to work with.
Hugo's extremely excited. He's actually on that side.
I was going to say, which side are you pointing to?
He just ran up behind me.
Can you get him in the chat to vote for Citrus Nation at least? Surely you have some power there, Matt.
Yeah, he heard about all that disrespect from Citrus Nation. He's trying to get out there and talk to the people, or somebody is left a package outside of the door. That would probably be the more accurate reason.
I know,
for
because
why
we used to live in the same building, and every time I walk past your door to use the elevator,
yeah,
you just freak out every single time.
Well, whenever you walk, the ground shakes a little bit. You know, you can't tell whether it's an earthquake
That's
or
right.
whether
It's boys coming.
It's you just carrying all those guns up there. I mean, those are. I mean, is that an extra small?
Hey, what do you
shirt?
mean? I've got room, bro.
Say?
I got room. What are you talking about, man? This is.
This
shirt's mad spacious, bro. I'm on that.
You must be getting those custom made.
Oh my god damn it! Let's talk map pool. I held out.
I need them tight around the arms and a little bit airy in the mid.
I'm on that Slim Jim life, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Here's your map pool, of course, and again, so many of the maps that we did witness over in Dallas at the major, with a couple of additions, right? Samoa is an option. At that event, our control maps were first, and they were pre-selected, so teams didn't really have that sort of level of choice. The rest of the map pool, though, looking pretty similar. And we really saw teams try and game the map pool as much as possible to gain an advantage. But in a matchup like this, Matt, the last time we saw Citrus Nation on broadcast, they were playing like Orisa Mirrors. So some time has elapsed since then. They're going to go with Oasis, though, to start the series.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any type of like map pool where you can kind of force some type of advantage if you're Citrus Nation, right? I think Toronto, if anything, Toronto is probably better off in a game that is a little bit more fluid and kind of not really just kind of Mago wars, so to speak. They're probably more okay with Sigma and Winston and all these different other types of compositions you can play, where I think, typically you would see a team try and force some type of map selection that would, force them maybe into like a Maga or Rush.
Yeah, look, I think like controllers we kind of discussed a little bit more narrow in terms of having room to make those choices. We did see like Ilios was a map that a number of teams said if they didn't want to play dive, they were looking to avoid. So a lot of our sort of European sort of players said, hey, we kind of don't want to go there. If it's pre-selected, we're just going to suck it up and sort of play on. But generally, a lot of teams try and go from away from that. Oasis, though, we saw a number of different compositions. We even saw Roadhog played on that map in Dallas right now. That's a little bit of a niche case. We've seen him there before. We've seen teams try the Wrecking Ball on there. The Torbjorn gets picked up, as well as teams really fancy playing that lower ground, playing a concave around that setup and sort of answering a lot of that flank pressure. But again, Matt, as has been the discussion of the day, we do expect to see some more of those Malga comps creep in. Encouragingly, though, we are seeing, especially in Europe, a little bit of variation around that.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Toronto's kind of record here in NA. I think, look, I mean, that's to be expected, right? Like, look at this roster. M80 was kind of like your number 2 in NA, but their roster just kind of...
They perform better than Toronto, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that out there in Dallas. But yeah, their roster has...
But now M80's lost like half the roster, right? So now you're like a brand new team. So I think you kind of hit the reset button there. The TSM, we haven't seen them in a while, right? We expected them to qualify for Dallas. But they obviously did not. So, like, NA outside of Toronto could be a little bit up for grabs.
I definitely feel like this is a rebuilding time. Like you said, our second team, undergoing a huge reconstruction. The Toronto team back to the drawing board. We're still looking at NRG Shock. How are they going to develop? We saw them show us what they were capable of, and actually we're a team that boasted more flexibility than many of their, their sort of...
That's not a good stat right there.
Yes, well...
We don't like those.
Not great for Citrus Nation. This was a team that was starting to, give up. We were getting interested in them. I think that's the safest way to put it, towards the end of that stage 2, that OWCS qualifier. So much of that sticks in our mind as we carry over here to our Esports World Cup qualifier. But look, I mean, we don't really need to worry about that too much here, because they're going up against a team like Toronto, who against teams like this, Matt, during stage 2, literally just play whatever they wanted. They roll swap, they played different compositions, they kind of did whatever they wanted to, which made it so hard for us to get a real grip on how strong this Toronto Defiant team were. And then if you remember, they lose to M80 in that upper bracket, throwing that even further into chaos. So they are a really difficult team for us to put under the thumb. And yeah, like this says, because of their placings in Dallas, no NA team has actually secured that spot to the EWC yet, which is kind of crazy. Right. Considering just how dominant this Toronto team, for example, has been domestically, you kind of think they'd have some safety there. But no, they really need to knuckle down here and make their way through these qualifiers pretty much in a squeaky clean showing. There are a couple teams that can threaten them, but now with M80 kind of, I guess broken up, brought back together with, was it Kaluj, Spectre, Tree coming to the team, some really known players, but it takes time to gel in these rosters. So we have no idea. We'll see it today, of course, how they're going to turn up.
I mean, look, I would be shocked if Toronto doesn't make it to EWC. I think that would be like, something would have to go horrifically wrong, right? In terms of kind of their tournament run, as we take a look at the map set yet again. But there are some dark horse teams in here. Like I think even Citrus Nation, right? It may not be this match, right? But like we actually thought Citrus Nation was a team that could actually keep it close with a lot of these, upper echelon teams in NA going into stage 2 with OWCS. It just didn't end up happening. Now with a little bit more shakeup, a little bit more time, it's definitely a possibility, right? Maybe not necessarily in this series, but definitely moving forward.
I think Jake put it pretty succinctly on the desk. He expects the midfield here in this top 8 to look particularly interesting. But that map record for Toronto Defiant speaks for itself. 30-1, and with Citrus Nation unable to take a win against any of our other top 8 teams, they are going to be up against it. It's time to prove themselves here in the upper bracket. They'll get a second chance, but they'd hate to have to use it already out of the gates with Toronto Defiant. It will be that Malga Cassidy with a Farah mixed in.
Yeah, and I fully expect to see, Malga pretty consistently here throughout NA. It's actually Lethal who takes out Merit here right off the rip. So the Cassidy there for Toronto pushes way too far up, ends up getting taken out there off the start. The Reinhardt versus the Malga is a little bit interesting. I also think you feel a little bit better about playing the Reinhardt if you're going to play that Baptiste with it as well. You kind of need the immortality field to let that Reinhardt have a little bit more sturdiness to stand up.
Slightly more static composition, right? But you need to make sure the Reinhardt is put in position to succeed, and that is not what you're looking for. It's a late immortality field, and Renaissance falls as he's forced to peel back into the left side room. Merit waiting for him. Good shots, but Lep able to skitter away. That mag grenade comes a little bit too late in the day, but very quickly, Toronto can flip back.
Yes, some nice shots there from Merit. That's exactly what we were talking about a little bit before, where you kind of need that immortality field to keep that Ryan alive, and it just comes a little bit late there as Sugar Free takes out 2 there on the far. I don't think, look at the pressure, Renaissance is going to come over there. Yeah, I mean, the Malga just pumps out so much damage. It's insane. The shield is not going to last. And obviously, there's not long-range damage capabilities of the Reinhardt, so there's no way to respond with that damage up front. You need to just kind of have that Reinhardt just barrel in, get in the Malga's face, and use that immortality field to try and keep him up. I think it's going to be very difficult.
Merit! Oh, he's unhinged! Renaissance gets taken down. The Reinhardt falls. Merit had all the protection he needed. I think there was a prophylactic use of the protection Suzu there for Merit to keep him standing, even though the pressure was coming down. Matt, the Citrus Nation team, like you said, they want to brawl. They need to brawl, actually, but they cannot get Renaissance into the fight.
Yeah, and I don't know how you do, realistically, right? We talk about, the Malga puts out a ton of damage. Obviously, Cassidy as well. Now far with kind of just splash. You're going to have an Amp Matrix here for Citrus Nation, so maybe you're able to make some use of this, get Lethal in position to get a pick, but you see right there, someone just charges right on in.
Position. Renaissance has to try and charge back to the rest of his team, but they're already cut to pieces. And then he comes in with a barrage over the top. And there's no way to even make use of the Rhine shield in a fight like that. The charge past the Rhine, ignoring him, diving onto the rest of Citrus Nation, who are reeling.
And what do you do if you're the Reinhardt there, right? You charge backwards towards the Malga, and then they just fire a barrage behind you. If you turn, you're just turning your back, just getting destroyed. There's just really no way you can kind of respond.
There's got to be something else here for Citrus Nation, but they're out of time. They can't change their composition.
Beats the only
now
answer.
Whenever. Pulse bomb missing. Renaissance low finally hits the charge. I almost thought he'd try and go off the edge there with the Malga. Eventually someone gets brought down though. The charge damage was good. He got sent over the edge. Takanu brought down though. Rupal's able to find a kunai connection, and Merit is uncontested in the middle part of the map. Nobody can stand up to the Lawmaker. And the Toronto Defiant take the map away. Renaissance charge looking a little bit like Johnny in the show match over in Dallas, and has the same result, a map loss.
Yeah, as RuPaul with an MTD in the chat. I mean, can you even, look, obviously someone's, probably one of the best. He is one of the best tanks in the world, but Malga versus Reinhardt, you're not exactly given the fairest matchup here.
Well, you're not putting yourself in a position to succeed. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in a position to get MTD'd, not to do the MTDing. So, Toronto, like how you mentioned earlier, with how they've played in NA, they can really kind of make any of these compositions work. it's like right now they're hovering like a Doomfist-based composition. Maybe Sugar Free switches like Tracer here potentially. Yeah, so you're gonna have a Tracer in play. So Sojourn, Tracer, Doomfist, now an Ana in play. So gonna play a little bit more aggressive here for the Defiant. But they can do this type of stuff in NA, right? They are the kings of NA right now. They seem like they can just kind of handle anybody, you know, doing just about anything.
Fair. Again, this Reinhardt setup is far from the optimal look on City Center. Very exploitable. I mean, Renaissance cannot make use of the high ground in the same way that someone can, transitioning between those platforms. And for Reinhardt, he will get battered around, knocked out of position, flanked here by a Tracer, and then having to use charge just for mobility to get back to your squad. In the meantime, your Tracer gets picked off. I mean, it's very, very hard for this composition to find openings against Toronto Defiant, who are swarming all over them.
Yeah, and I wonder if you see a swap here from Citrus Nation. Man, someone's got a bone to pick with my man, right?
My guy, you're Toronto Defiant. My guy. Now they drop the twinings on him. Lethal low. Disrupt the shot there. Force him off the angle. Tap would love to find his way back in, but Merit will be standing in that doorway, rather sugar-free. Who backs off here and gives a little bit of room for Citrus Nation to work back in, but they have very little to go with here, Matt. Maybe an Amp Matrix in the next few moments, but they are not flush with ults yet.
Yeah, but you know that like they're going to be able to kind of dodge this, right? You have just high ground control here for Toronto Defiant. Makes it very difficult. They found Vega. That's a pretty huge pick. So no speed here in the mix for Toronto, but Citrus Nation needs to be the team that's more aggressive. Nice bio grenade that comes through.
Nothing you could do. Neutral did know that Lethal was struggling, but it couldn't get him back up. Didn't want to use the Immortality Field, I guess, to protect against that. And so he loses his Cassidy as a result. Now we're down to 50% and counting for the Toronto Defiant, and someone is limbering up. My guy, his knees are about to explode from all that strain.
Yes, so Toronto for the next fight, you have this nano that you probably give on to someone as he kind of makes his way into the back line there. They're putting even more pressure on Lethal. I mean, it's like a hinder onto someone. It just doesn't even matter though, right? You need to have some pressure from Sugar Free on the opposite side. So you have the nano for someone to get a little bit more aggressive here. Sound barriers well in case it gets quite dangerous. This looks like it potentially could be final fight here for Citrus Nation. Going to take a while to develop.
Okay, well, they still haven't built a beat this round, Matthew. Very, very hard for Citrus Nation to get into a powerful position. They're going to be facing someone now who collapses on them with the nano boost. Knocked to the ground briefly was Renaissance. Lethal goes up high from the bounce and then gets caught on the way down. Merit able to deal with him there as Neutral's Immortality Field was not nearly enough to keep Citrus Nation standing. This is a stinker. Absolute booty. Renaissance. Well, you know what they say about what goes up, Matt. Eventually it'll come down, just not where you want it to. What on earth am I watching? What is this?
The largest earth shatter of all time.
Yep. Couldn't quite land it. Let's put it nicely. Yep. Sound barrier here just for Lep and no one else to stall the point out just a little bit longer. And he won't make it. Merit's able to clean him up there with that concussive blast, and someone will push the line of scrimmage up. That is the first map. A clowning, if you will. Citrus Nation there getting absolutely romped.
Yeah, some would say that was one-sided.
The question is, what do you mean? Who would say that wasn't one-sided?
Probably the family members of the Citrus Nation.
Okay, those with a vested interest in making them look as good as possible, even under these circumstances.
All those 100% viewers are looking pretty good right now there.
Bro, I feel like we just got a live look at the abattoir. That was absolutely dirty stuff from the Toronto Defiant, who, in fairness...
Okay, so...
Come on. No. I don't get paid enough to listen to this,
You don't even know what I'm about to say. You don't even know what I'm about to say. You don't even know what I'm about to say. How many teams do you think in NA can challenge Toronto?
Oh, look, right now,
realistically,
1.5. 1.5 teams. Yeah, I think M80 could if they've managed to gel really quickly, and maybe the NRG shock squad.
Do you ultimately? So we'll take a look at some of the highlights here. They're all Toronto Defiant. Do you ultimately, when you're practicing just against these teams, do you end up getting better if you're Toronto or falling closer into that pack? Because, like, you know, if you don't have like competition that's really going to push you, it can be very difficult getting better.
Why do you think they want to go to the Esports World Cup so badly? Not just kind of the prize pool. I mean, they want opportunities to take on teams like that. You make a good point, though. I think the net positive here is for Citrus Nation, because as long as they can pick themselves back up from this utter beating, then they've learned themselves something, haven't they? Losing is learning?
Right, like, You think about no, there's no learning here. So you think about though, like a team. If you remember, it's the double grab lift. He just missed the lip there. But you think about back in the day, and Owl, right, where like some of the lower level teams wouldn't get scrimmages against like the high end teams, right? But now obviously everything is kind of like regionalized, right? You kind of, you can't not scrim, right? So you have to scrim. Where you get this international competition, every once in a while, maybe you don't feel as prepared as you would if you're Toronto. No, something we've seen, in previous esports and all different in the past is like, boot camp type of things. Like maybe there's an opportunity for them to qualify and then go to Korea or Europe for a bit to get some scrimmages against some of those top teams, because just kind of like playing the hero, spinning the wheels, selecting a hero and then just beating everybody in NA doesn't seem to do them many favors when now you kind of go to these lands. And Crazy Raccoon has been playing against really strong opponents, even the teams in KR that didn't qualify right for Dallas are very strong opponents, so might be something to look at a little bit later.
Question as well, excuse me, where's Zeb? We have seen Citrus Nation in the past honestly demonstrate a lot of strength of their tank role. Renaissance in today only playing the Reinhardt thus far, which is, look, especially on Oasis and some of those maps, it wouldn't have been much better on the other phase of Oasis.
Run it back.
We're going for Reinhardt yet again. So Citrus Nation here they are completely bought into this play style, this game plan, which, all right, look, there are parts of this map where it can offer you something, right? You can get in through this choke. You can try and make it out and try and fight, on relatively level footing. You can even aggressively play through the train car with this Ryan, right, and buy yourself that space with that shield HP. But then you have to be able to make use of the Ryan outside of the fact. He's not just a bloody umbrella. He has to be more than that for you, so. Citrus Nation here, Neutral and Renaissance need to be switched on. We'll see the sim here out of the gate, so some TP play here. This is reminding me a little bit of SSG. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, look, it's just even if you were just kind of gonna try and one trick it, right, it just becomes very difficult, especially against a team like the Defiant. So they do find someone really early on. TP gets them into position, so Citrus Nation has an opportunity to take first point.
This is quite a reasonable strategy here. Matt Merrick getting clipped by a fire strike as well. Okay, nicely done. It's very simple. A sim TP across the way, start contesting point and catch out someone. Might have been off the back of a mag grenade to hinder the Doomfist. Whichever way you slice it, the Citrus Nation squad are on the road.
So it's not like we haven't seen teams succeed with this type of comp, right? Think of like, Hadi and SSG, right? Where it's just the issue with Reinhardt is like the amount of damage taking to get into position, right? But the sim just kind of alleviates a lot of that. You win one fight, you get first point. Let's see if you can do it again. I think then Toronto starts to, not necessarily worry a little bit, but have to think about
like a TP, maybe in an attempt there to bait someone to dive. He doesn't take it. Sleep Dart there on Lethal. Punch could be good to line up. Lethal very low. Bionade on Renaissance here, and he's actually stepped out of the Immortality field. Citrus Nation, though, can take a moment to breathe here. But they haven't really gained much progress, and they're going to have to give him a reason to leave this position.
Yeah, you're going to have to try and force him out of there, and that might do it big. That is massive. That connects with everybody. As an Amp Matrix here, though, potentially lined up for
Split the map. Someone in the power block instantly. That Amp Matrix could have been a problem, but Neutral's already taken down. But empowered rocket punch. Tap's going to struggle to get away from this one. Caught inside the small room, and someone will soak that damage for a time. Allow Vega, the Kiriko, to get back behind him. And eventually he's able to remove the offending Symmetra. That card is moving in the wrong direction. That's moving backwards.
Yeah, and that was a nano boost used onto someone there, so that's how he was able to just kind of like blow up the targets and also live a little bit longer in the back line. Now I think, look, if your only option for Citrus Nation is to kind of like push into that small corridor, like that's where the Doomfist can start to like chain together the abilities and really become devastating. As this will be a Deadeye here from Lethal. Just gonna give them a little bit more space. Zoner. Gonna force someone around the corner.
Any more zoning than that Deadeye right there. Neutral having to immo himself is a problem. Sugar Free, it's a free recall, and then a pick off as Neutral got clipped by a rail anyway as soon as he got into the air. That's rough stuff. Merit eventually is going to fall here, but with Lep out of the picture now, Citrus Nation don't have the beat to rely on in this brawl, which is really where they needed it. Lethal could be an issue. Sugar Free sidesteps the sim turrets and now chases the offender herself. Rupal helping to bring them down, who's a nasty shot in the back line. Toronto again, a solid hold. Still plenty of time though for the attackers to work with. They're not moving off this Ryan, not with a shatter in tow.
No, and I mean, that's what I was gonna say, is that for Citrus Nation, like, this is pretty good, right? I mean, you get a decent amount of push progress there with the payload, getting it around the corner.
How did he do this? How did he do that? Oh my God, it's a fire player bio! And the follow-up was brilliant. Lethal taken out instantly as Rupal is there with the shots. And in comes someone to finish the job. Holy! That's not pretty.
Oh, I mean, that is... No, you're gonna get a stagger here, just a little bit there on Adrenaline. I mean, that's just a fantastic position from Rupal. You can't even really kind of consider that if you're Citrus Nation kind of coming around the corner. So, yeah, really nice play there from Toronto Defiant. I did like where Citrus Nation was, though. And now I tell they're back in this one.
Nothing that could be done by Renaissance to protect Lep there. Merit hit 2 consecutive railgun shots on the Lucio. Filthy.
Yeah, is that, you know, now all the kind of like positives for Citrus Nation, right? They had gotten the payload a good amount forward, as that is actually, I think, a pulse bomb that was connected on a Renaissance, and then actually Tap ended up being the one who ends up falling from it, or maybe just kind of Tap got connected.
Renaissance makes the right move, not moving there. I think Tap has to get away, but obviously Sim doesn't have any mobility cooldowns to rely upon outside of the TP, so...
And you don't want to use beat out of here. I mean, trying to use beat out of spawn is just brutal.
Okay, they get the beat. Citrus Nation get all 5 players alive through the TP, and Oda where the cart is, but here comes someone. He's hit with that nano right now and putting a lot of pressure down on Renaissance, who hits the shatter. It's 3 players. Merit and Rupal in the back, and the Fire Strike doesn't quite hit the former. So the Sojourn still stands now for Toronto, and to be back with a vengeance in moments. Someone, of course, with a Meteor Strike available here. They're taking their time, Toronto, as they return to reassume the cart. Deadeye for Lethal, playing from behind the wall. Someone just throws up the Dukes and blocks the damage out. Suzu now thrown onto the Doom Fist. Lethal looking for the Kiriko, but Vega now going to stay scarce back behind that car. And Air Matrix even to try and set this Cassidy up for success. But all the King's horses and all the King's bloody men can't get Citrus Nation across the line.
No, as here comes Renaissance back into the fight, is someone just kind of trying to kite him a little bit, maybe see if he can get a stacker, is not going to make it out. It looks like, actually, no, it's going to be Sugar Free decides not to chase.
He opts not to take the elimination, yes.
Yeah. I mean, he got down to 80 HP. He could have definitely had it. So now your 4 minutes and something time bank is down to below a minute here. He's trying to put together a really nice spawn camp for an extended period of time, and now you don't have that simp, so it's going to be even harder to get in position with the
high ground control, Matt. Citrus Nation have no choice but to stand up and demand a fight. Someone's going to give it to him for the most part, and yep, that immortality field just doesn't hit the mark. Biotic Grenade thrown there on Renaissance, and Rupal has been picture perfect with those all rounds so far. Eventually someone brought to heal, but that's not nearly enough of a dent made by Citrus Nation. So give the Toronto Defiant pause. They're comfortable, they're settled in here. 20 seconds left in the round, and Citrus Nation are out of options.
Yeah, overclock Kitsune rush here for the Defiant is see Disruptor shot thrown in the doorway here. Just gonna burn a little bit. Are they even gonna make it back to the cart? It's gonna be very difficult. It's gonna really be on tap to get a touch.
I tell you what, Vega hits one of those kunais, and it's all over for the Tracer. Immortality killed. It's awful early. Yeah. Almost preemptively, Neutral has to throw that down to have any chance of Citrus Nation hanging in the fight. And Tap tried. Sugar Free brought him down though as he tried to contest and stall the round out. The cart stops midway through the second phase of Midtown as Toronto show their defensive chops.
Yeah, I mean, with just Tap in position to get a touch once he's gone. I mean, that is really it there for Citrus Nation. End up using some of the ultimates to try and, you know, extend that fight, but there was absolutely zero way with the, you know, mobility that they had on everybody else that they were going to make it back towards that payload. So don't exactly get that second checkpoint to get it very close there for Citrus Nation. You know, right away there, point A take though, pretty good, right? The TP in with that Rhine in position, they get a kill on someone early, and then there was no response from Toronto. So pretty good point A take there for Citrus Nation. Then it kind of all falls apart.
So we're mixing it up here, Matt, on defense. Citrus Nation opting for the Sigma instead. It's very powerful to play him up on that staircase, work that high ground, and be quite disruptive. The Hypersphere is also good at dissuading any advance through the train card itself. We have a Venture Sigma setup here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We've seen the Venture played a lot with Maga, in a dive type
They're
of
very
setup,
good at
so
linking up with Marga, of course. You know, after that stomp comes in, there's layers of CC. But here it's a bit of a different story. You think Citrus Nation want to play a poke composition?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit risky playing the Venture kind of alone. I wonder if Toronto, they see this Sigma and they decide to just make a change.
Yes, instantly.
Yeah, so we're going to go right back.
Nothing worse than getting hit with that accretion, I think, while you're trying to set up as Doom. And, okay, we are going to try and ignore the Sigma, go overhead and hit the soft underbelly of this Citrus Nation composition with Winston.
Yeah, as it looks like just trying to get right around this fire truck here. Just kind of put pressure, maybe split up the side of Citrus Nation, then kind of collapse on one of the targets. So Lethal has to be careful as the camp also takes
Renaissance drop down here. High ground voluntarily conceded by Citrus Nation now as Renaissance wants to try and threaten someone a little bit, but the damage is pretty extreme and Lethal's already been taken down, and Merritt, he's in pole position. He's in the best place to punish now, and Renaissance had to be looking 6 different ways. 25 other opponents, so work that out. Citrus Nation.
Well, you also see, you see where Merritt jumps down there and kills neutral. Right before that, we're looking from someone's POV. He puts like a bubble like by the point, but that bubble also just kind of like blocks everything that the Baptiste can do from the side. Just kind of throws the immortality field out, not really able to do much of anything. So now we're back to the Reinhardt here for Citrus Nation as someone will switch over to Ram. So nice kill there from Lethal. Gets up to the high ground. Maybe that gets a little bit of control there for Citrus Nation, but
oh dear.
Now I feel like
you can't track that.
Now I feel like you have the better. You have the better, you know, kind of like rushed, brawly tank here with Ramatra in the mix. Is someone's going to get hit with a bio here, just trying to keep him alive as Sugar Free just goes uncontested.
Renaissance demanding a gentleman's duel here. Someone actually picking, honestly counter-picking the tank a lot of the time from Citrus Nation here, not messing about at all. Toronto Defiant looking a little bit more serious than maybe last time we saw them in qualifier games.
Yeah, they're trying to just take care of business and get out of here today, right? As you're gonna double support ult here. The ability to kind of nano the Ramatra. You know, Nemesis form already makes the Ramatra very difficult to take down. Now with a nano in the mix, almost impossible.
Renaissance falls back. That nano boost here on someone is terrifying. And of course, getting closer and closer to that annihilation with every single punch thrown. Someone is in a very strong spot. He can cycle this next Nemesis form into that ultimate, basically be unkillable for the duration.
Where's he going? He's going
well,
some solo
maybe I jinxed
here is
Vortex on the point. Kart is a little ways away from someone. He needs to approach it. We're going to have Mirror overclocks here now, and Mirror's sound barriers to boot. Mirror playing for the high ground here with that extra durability, and the annihilation pushing into Citrus Nation. They've got to give ground. There's nothing they can do, and a great biotic grenade on tap with no defensive cooldowns available from Venture meant it was lights out. We have that checkpoint coming up in just a couple moments, and this will be it. Toronto Defiant make it easy. And someone asking instead for a Ramatra Mirror, a little bit too late for Renaissance to respond, to acquiesce. I do love the little barb though. It's like, hey, you're a world champion, Ryan. Come on, switch into me, bro. I like that. Get in their heads. I want that mind games. Unfortunately, it's going to take more than some mental warfare to get you out of this sticky situation. The Citrus Nation are in deep trouble.
Yeah, and someone coming from that like weird angle that we were looking at, kind of laughing at, he actually drops a shield like right in the middle of the ant matrix that neutral had dropped down, and then just, you know, pops his annihilation, gets right in the mix. I mean, nothing you can do there. Just domination so far here by the Defiant.
Yeah, so we're looking back, right? We see the Reinhardt composition coming out here from Citrus Nation, and it works. They use a Sim TP to cross the gap to contest point A from a position of strength. Then they start to run out of gas here because obviously that Doomfist comp is super mobile, and you've got to cross a wide expanse on the second phase of the map. You need to contest with high ground that's, you know, given to the defenders by default. You're dealing with Merritt, one of the nastiest sojourns in the world, and the constant harrying pressure of Sugar Free with these fat bios of Rupal. That is just too much to deal with.
And I also feel like for Toronto, like obviously this is you know what we're watching here in this that was so nasty. Is not necessarily the meta, right? You would say that, you know, Maga compositions, Maga Sigma, it's in theory the you know the meta, what most people are playing. This though is kind of like, I feel like where Toronto would thrive in a, you know, in a game where like everything is open to be played, right? Where there's nothing exactly that's like dominating the meta, right? Where someone can play the Winston, you can play Doom, you can play Sigma, Rhine, like all these different tanks. That's like one of their inherent advantages as a team, is that he can play all of these tanks at an extremely high level when it's kind of just, you know, forced into like just, you know, one tank in the meta. I feel like it limits their kind of creativity and maybe limits him a little bit.
I think the macro play from the Toronto Defiant, though, is absolutely rock solid here. They see a defending Sigma, you know, and they just come out with a Winston. They tease the low ground. They just put someone there to put some pressure down. It drags Renaissance off the high ground. All of a sudden,
these two teams are playing different games right now. I mean, they're not playing the same game.
They're not the same chat. I don't know what to tell you. You know, and with good reason. 100% of you had voted Toronto Defiant to be the eventual victors of this match, and so far that's looking like a pretty darn solid prediction. Kind of them 1.001 odds prediction, if you know what I'm saying here. But again, for Toronto, they don't look like they, I guess, did during the earlier qualifiers, so the OWCS. We saw a lot of, you know, horsing around, right? Like they goofed off a whole ton. We are looking at someone counter-picking a player that he probably is in the you know, play-to-play, in the pound for pound, a better tank player than. But he says, no, I want to try and, you know, eke out every advantage possible. I will switch Ram into Reinhardt. I will play, you know, the Doomfist here to really pressure and make use of some of these high ground spots on defense. So it's good to see him not taking any prisoners. I do think that Dallas was a rude awakening for this team, and they're not willing to leave that, you know, that appearance at the World Cup to chance.
No, you know, especially like season 11 next week, you know, we'll see how things kind of go in terms of like, you know, patching in the meta and whatnot, right? Why leave it to chance?
That is going to be a wild turnaround, by the way. That patch.
Yeah, you do something crazy. So like, give yourself the best opportunity, right? No, I think that this kind of match was like pretty much always a little bit of a foregone conclusion. Like even the desk was kind of, I know, speaking almost in the past tense of like, okay, well, we'll see what happens after this match. Like that, this one.
They were speaking of Citrus Nation as if they'd already deceased. I think that is a safe way of putting it.
That
we're talking about the lower bracket for Citrus Nation at the moment here. One that promises to be pretty competitive, especially over those first couple of rounds. We're heading into our next map in just a moment, folks. It will be a potential decider in this series unless Citrus Nation can make something happen here on Colosseo. To be asked, the flexibility of someone and just the raw ability of this Toronto Defiant team is something not to be denied. Something that didn't quite come to fruition on the world stage in Dallas. They've got a chance to do it once more in Riyadh if they can make their way through as we expect them to.
Yeah, I mean, look, Toronto needs to make it to EWC, and then I think now the story would be, like, where do we rank this team globally? Because, you know, like you mentioned, they fall to second, you know, the second seed from EU, EMEA in Dallas. Then obviously the Korean teams played tremendous throughout all of Dallas, right? Like, where does this team fit in globally? And can they become the best team in the world, right? That's kind of that's why this team was put together. You know, I think winning championships in NA is awesome. They probably love it, but really it's about that top-notch, like, global competition. That's where they want to be the best.
Sugar Free here, already on the wrap, Matt. Into the back line now, some pressure on neutral, but nobody really exposing themselves to the Soldier 76. Soldier, by the way, kind of wild. For long enough for him to really put, you know, the fear of God in him. So just, Lenny, the holy humanity. Well, Helix Rocket cuts both ways, apparently.
It's a lot of running there for not a lot of results.
That's right.
As Helix Rocket, yeah, that damage could be dangerous. So Toronto gets a little bit of lead, so the legs will go away there.
Just pack it back.
That's our only soldier sighting.
Oh, wait for Boston Dynamics to roll out the new model of those legs, mate. They're no good. All right, here's the Malga look alongside the Farah for Sugar Free. Says, you know what, I don't like touching the ground. I'm going to stay up here. I'm going to put that pressure down. Look very, very good on Oasis now. There will be constant pressure coming down. A tough target for Lethal to hit at length as well. And it'll be Sugar Free popping in and out around these little corners, these little windows up the top right here. And we're looking for Toronto to follow up on it. Merit in a great position to follow up on rocket damage with a rail.
And it's just about getting someone past this Sigma shield, right? And, you know, once Malga just kind of like breaks through that barrier, so to speak, then he can start to go to work. Right now, I think that they're actually just playing for the Kitsune rush. So letting Vega just charge this up, then probably use the rush in this corridor to get a big advantage.
Huge stomp onto Lethal. My goodness. Immortality field again for neutral, just not quick enough to save him. Someone running roughshod over Citrus Nation. And Matt, that is the kind of fire you play with when you want to play Sigma. A static composition into this Malga setup.
Yeah, if somebody was explaining to others, like, why is, you know, Malga good against Sigma? Obviously, I could see any rush in the mix there, but that would be a nice clip to grab as someone just goes in with a stomp. I mean, Lethal on the Cassidy, there's really nothing he can even do in that type of situation. They try and throw the Immortality field out, but the focus fire is so good from Toronto. So this is going to be Merit here with an overclock up on the high ground. It's going to be an Ant Matrix in the corner, just trying to deter the pressure, but that is a sick shot.
Just a lack of regard for what the Ant Matrix represents there, Matt, from Merit. He says, I don't care, I can find these shots. A neutral, the Baptiste gets taken down. I switch briefly to Moira here and then back maybe for mobility, but it's going to be the Baptiste legs come out of spawn because frankly there's not that far to go to get into the fight once more. Toronto to find a push right up into the spawn of Citrus Nation. They're about to take this checkpoint and they're going to do so comfortably.
Yeah, as Tap just trying to stay on the point to prevent that checkpoint from coming on in, but Tap will fall. So now what? You're going to have to use this sound barrier here in the same type of situation we said we kind of obviously disliked previously, where it's like just to get out of the spawn. You also have that combo, right? Look for like someone with a Maga charge and then a slam and then into that's a cage fight actually as well into the barrage, but that is a filthy combination. There's no way you can dodge that. I mean, the Sigma is not going to be able to move out of the way fast enough.
It takes some nerves as well to step up to a Sigma and throw a barrage like that, because if he puts a shield in your face, you'll die to the splashback damage of your own rockets. But there was no way Renaissance had the bandwidth to do anything approaching putting pressure on Sugar Free there.
I mean, you're so worried about the Maga, you know, use the cage fight right in your face. I mean, that's kind of like the biggest worry. You don't even really see the barrage coming over the top.
It answers this comp so well.
You're really dead either way.
Yeah, again, Renaissance in a bit of a compromising position when it comes to tank play. Another charge in here. Good pressure down. It's going to force a sound barrier out from left, and Renaissance is already so low, down to half. Neutral's able to find the fire, though, midway through this eclectic fight, and Tap can't get away from the Malga shots. Another Air Matrix mostly being ignored, but someone gets stuck there in between the bot and the truck.
Yeah, in between the bot and the truck is like the barrier that the push bot moves. You know, kind of made it very difficult for Malga to fit through that little alleyway. So tries to kind of like run away, use the
just
charge
turn sideways,
to
bro.
disengage and
turn sideways.
Yeah, not able to do so. Not a feature.
That's not,
so
not
that
a feature of Overwatch, yeah.
That's a unfortunate there for Toronto, but now Citrus Nation, they'll get in control of the bot yet again, so they'll have a dupe here. Do you go for like a dupe on the...
No, get the Malga, mate. Get another Malga.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Malga possibly, yeah.
Tappy wants to pressure that off angle from Vega. Doesn't want any stray kunais derailing planting for Citrus Nation. The Deadeye being part of it clearly. Good Air Matrix throw. The Immortality field, the timing was decent, but Lethal still gets brought down with that immobility that Deadeye imposes upon him. It's another wash. Sorta Defiant can step forward now. Citrus Nation, that was their gambit, that was their play. Get the Cassidy set up to find a kill or more. And they come up with nothing. They get a beating, a slacking, a drubbing, a dressing down.
Yeah, as this bot's gonna come fast the other way, is trying to get a shot here from Lethal onto Sugar Free. Is you're set up again potentially, you know, with a cage fight coming online shortly, with just some damage coming down from someone for that same type of combination to finish it off. So
okay, Lethal.
Sugar Free. Yeah, nice shot there from Lethal.
If you can't win, at least look good doing it, I say. Mero going to push back at him here. Sugar Free brought down, of course, by that one earlier. Sticky bombs from Tap find their mark, and now Defiant down to 3. Even with the overclock, Merit has nothing to do here. It looks like they might get staggered somewhat. Kind of ran in the wrong direction as someone had the right idea, heading back to his side of the map. It will be Merit dragged out a little bit longer here as we're down inside 4 minutes in the map.
Yeah, I mean, you get the kill on a Merit, but no, ultimately, when the next fight kicks off, he's going to be back in it, right? No, it's going to kick off right in this middle map. Is the Widow swap here. It's been solid for Lethal thus far. He's got a pick or two. Put down some damage, make it very difficult for Sugar Free. Is that Merit now going to go over Sombra here? So even some more changes.
Okay. Likely to put pressure on the Widow. I think that goes without saying here. I'll see that Virus gives you a decent bit more burst. Lethal about to find that other hard way. He pursues with a translocator. My goodness. It always goes wrong, and I think there's going to be a trade there at least as left charges on in. But elsewhere, Renaissance caught inside the cage fight once more. Well, we're back to business, folks. Shoulder the pickaxe and set up outside of Citrus Nation spawn.
I mean, the fact that he didn't even go for the hack on the, like, he tried to hack on the Lethal and then just ended up just using the virus and then translocating right into his face. So that was the inference I used there from Lethal too. So not going to have that Widow ultimate here towards the end, but you're going to have a great idea of knowing where the Defined are coming from. So this is a fluff over the top here.
No! Did he get hacked out of that? Unclear.
Suzu keeps everybody up. Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Sugar Free brought down by Lethal, though. The Widow damage finally getting its mark in this fight once more. Tap tries to gain some altitude here as Lethal's playing from an odd spot. This low ground.
Oh, they rush on the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they may as well stick together around this. I feel it. They can put pressure down on this Sigma, whose kinetic grasp will only be able to prolong his life for so long, and that's the dupe of the Mauga. Merit elsewhere, trying to make things happen as Sombra and Vega needed one more kunai to get the job done, but Neutral gets involved. That's both supports of Toronto down. That'll be another Citrus Nation fight win. How do they convert this into some meterage?
Well, I mean, it was a little bit surprising. Okay, they don't actually get the bot.
Do they? They do know. Okay, they now know.
Okay, yeah, they now know, but...
Renaissance again calling for the Ryan Mirror.
That would have been the wildest backcap of all time. Obviously, it would have taken ages to develop.
It would have taken 3 to 5 business years, Matt, but it would have been so worth it. All right, Immortality Field does absolutely nothing because EMP shuts it off just before the pile drive comes in and Sugar Free finds 3. It's all too easy for Toronto Defiant. And they're on the home stretch once more, which is, in fairness, a stretch they've been on for the entire map. Now, with 90 seconds left, though, Citrus Nation are gasping for breath.
Yes, now Toronto's just moved up right into the spawn door. No ultimates, though, for the Defiant. So a positive sign here for Citrus Nation is Neutral gets 1 and also will have an Ant Matrix. So Lethal doing nice things with the Widowmaker yet again here right off the rip. It's just, I mean, you have a lot to make up here of your Citrus Nation. Lethal has actually hit some really nice shots on the Widow. It's just not
Play
enough.
May against that Wrecking Ball. Someone does the exact opposite of giving Renaissance the Ryan Mirror. The Wrecking Ball set up here with the Farah, pretty potent, a lot of disruption. Renaissance still calling for at least a Ramatra. Give me something to swing at, he says. And someone has not typed in chat once. No interest whatsoever, I think. Good pressure, another Immortality Field habit. Oh, you can't be serious. Oh, that's devastating. And Matrix there goes for naught as all of Citrus Nation are scattered to the 4 wins. Bot, by the way, is pushing in the other direction at least, but eventually that'll be put to bed as someone comes back to roost.
Yeah,
he just wants a fight.
Just Renaissance here.
Renaissance just wants a fight, man. Does he? No?
He's gonna get it. It's right here.
Okay, gets his charge, Sugar Free down. And I'm so glad that we dragged that out just a little bit longer. I'm really glad we got to witness that. I feel like this is Darwinian. Someone's put a Petri dish in front of me and I'm just watching it in real time. I'm just watching the fungoid on there just spread. You know what I mean? Like a contagion. Well, the Toronto Defiant will spread their tendrils into the next round of this top 8, staying alive in the upper bracket in a 3-0 victory. It's great to be back, Matt. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, that was a beatdown there. I would say that also it's a little bit of an L for the losing is learning crowd because nobody learned anything from that one. I mean, that was just...
Learn how to take a punch?
There was no learning to be had. Yeah, I mean, that was a dominant performance from Toronto after, you know, a little bit of a disappointment in Dallas, but that's to be expected. I think now let's see how Toronto moves throughout this bracket, right? Against like the TSM of the world and the, you know, newly kind of the new look of M80.
I'm so hyped for this, Matt, because these bozos are about to earn their money. Let's head over the desk here to break down the game that was Toronto Defiant with a 3-0 victory, advancing in the upper bracket, sending our Citrus Nation squad to the lowers. Oh, take it away. I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Matt's wrong, actually.
I'm fascinated.
I learned something.
What did you learn?
I learned that someone is a coward for not playing Reinhardt.
Oh, come on.
Coward. Should have mastered Ryan. You're the better team, obviously.
Yeah, you know what?
Make it a show.
They did not come to play. I mean, they did come to play, but not like that. No prisoners taken on the way. Toronto Defiant wanted to make this look as clean as humanly possible. And even though a lot of players, such as someone, they're known to, you know, frolic about the server here and there and pull out some wonky stats. Not this time around. And I think a lot of that might have to do with them just rallying the troops after their performance in Dallas.
Yeah, I think this is a Toronto that means business. You know, yes, you could have taken this Citrus squad lightly and played some Ryan mirrors and troll around a little bit, but I mean, they're pretty much not responsive in the
Shatter. The Shatter.
Oh boy, this is you're not learning too much from this. I'll tell you what. Yeah, yikes. But I mean, for me, that's exactly what I want to see from Toronto. It's just a full focus game, lock in, play some different comps, show a bunch of different styles. Don't give your future opponents anything that they can really plan for in the future. And I think this is just they're focused, right? I think for them, it's easy to take this match lightly. I don't think they're taking anything lightly after Dallas. I think this is a team that really wants to lock in and be on that global elite level.
That was really efficient because now you finished the match so quickly that you could realistically have time to go scrim one more block before the day is over. So
they might.
I like that from Toronto.
You might.
Get the match done quick and then maybe go find a scrim partner. If you're taking it so seriously, you know.
Low key, this would be like a low quality scrim, so you might want a higher quality scrim.
Well, M80 are playing later. There's some heavy hitters in NA playing later.
Maybe you can play some warm up.
What we've seen from Citrus Nation, obviously, they didn't match this opponent that well. Look at the lower bracket, though.
Lethal did frag, and if they don't force Ryan into every team, then they've got a pretty decent chance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they didn't even play Mauga. So.
There's no this Ryan pin getting a kill.
They had an idea. They had a hunch.
You were disappointed with someone, but he is getting the honors of our player of the match.
Well, statistically, it's a good case.
No, this is actually bonkers stats.
Everyone would have looked good statistically.
To do this much damage at this, this is silly. This is silly. He's just farming them though in the end.
I like the expos. It's like no.
I actually don't like.
No,
I'm not vibing with it.
Oh, you're not?
No, the expos. That's just not someone. He's not that kind of guy.
He's more of a thumbs up.
He's locked in now. Yeah. This is like someone's final form. He had his happy-go-lucky phase. He won a world championship, but he's back for another, and he means business.
Yeah.
This is what I like actually. I like some high-level professional Overwatch. You want to see professional Overwatch? This is what it looks like, baby. 3-0, an absolute beatdown.
Yeah.
Keep your opponents.
RuPaul on Lucio, Vega on Kiriko.
Boots on the neck. Don't give them anything.
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't give them anything.
Okay.
Sure.
Great.
I like a brutal finisher here.
That's literally how Match set it up, right? He wants to see blood.
I want to be splattered with
He said
blood.
a lot of very graphic things heading.
Splattered by blood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I'm just questioning some of the words used here on broadcast.
No, I think they're pretty much.
It's a bloodbath.
Yeah, they recapped what we just saw. Let's take a look at the bracket because, lo and behold, 3 Overwatch continues.
Although I think maybe not. I think there's some potentially much more competitive series ahead.
Agreed.
That's right. Speak it into existence.
I think there's quite a few of these that could be competitive. NRG Shock versus Timeless. I think that'll be exciting. TSM versus Luminosity. With a new look from M80, I do think they'll be very strong going up against Shikigami. Probably another pretty dominant match, but still little unknowns on that team. Not everyone has seen.
Do you expect some of those teams which we've seen recently to have made quite the adaptations after the major in Dallas? Do you think they, added a few pages to their playbook, perhaps?
I think everyone has probably been testing out the Mauga meta for themselves, finding the DPS synergy that works best for them. But I think it's just an interesting meta in that there doesn't seem to be one final answer. Maybe it's a lot of swaps based on the maps, based on your player's preference, but different teams have run different looks, whether it's the hit scan, Sojourn, Pharah, Echo, Genji, Venture. We've seen so many different swaps come in, and it's interesting to see the meta still develop.
Smile?
No, I honestly think it comes down to player capability too. Yeah. Like if you have a team that can actually play 2 flex damage players and you can lean more into Genji, Mauga kind of brawl, that's a good path for you. I think it's a really strong composition, but a lot of these teams, they just can't play that composition at a really high level, and so they end up flexing around their damage players a lot. So some teams better situated to play these comps than others. And, in the next matchup, I know we're going to a break, but we
have to tease it before the break. So
we did see some Sigma from these teams playing each other last week, so... Sigma coming up.
All right, he almost got the full tease out there. TSM going up against Luminosity Gaming. Sigma on the horizon? Question mark. We'll find out after this break. and welcome back to the EWC OW2 qualifiers here live from the exciting city of Burbank.
What? What?
Why are you guys laughing? I love the Valley. Valley's cool.
What are you? Zoe, are you all right? You need a coffee? When did you wake up this morning?
Actually, I would love a coffee. That would really be helpful. I'm crying because
we're in Los Angeles.
We are, in fact, but we are in Burbank. And it's popping up here. We've had some great 3 Overwatch thus far today. Let's see if this next matchup is going to be any closer, though. As you guys did predict, this very well might be a little tighter on the scoreline. TSM is going to go face off against Luminosity Gaming. The two teams actually recently faced off against one another, and TSM came out on top. A very young and exciting team, Reinforce.
Yeah, they played last week. It was a 2-1 win for TSM in that one. But, you know, because now TSM, they play with IC a bit more on that roster, it does mean that actually we get to see him flex over to the Sigma on some maps, where it's hybrid, or in that matchup, it was on Escort, it was on Junkertown, actually. So TSM, who, you know, we usually saw a lot more Riker on this roster, being able to play those main tank heroes. In this Mauga meta, we might actually see a bit of different shade of TSM.
Yeah, I think the option for IC to switch back and forth between Mauga, Sigma gives them like good comfortability this meta. But these both tank players, I think they can really handle the whole roster. I think really is the DPS line. It's going to be exciting because Rocket, we've so far seen a ton of him on Tracer. But in Mauga meta, I don't really feel like Tracer's a very strong choice. We'll see if Rocket stays with his comfort or shows us a little bit more of a flex. I think his Pharah Genji could be pretty strong as well. So excited to see what exactly we see at a TSM here.
Yeah, they're young, they're hungry, and they're here to take it to Luminosity Gaming. Lots of name value, obviously, on this team, currently a collegiate team. Are they as eager, let's say, to take the crown?
As eager?
Well, I would put, I think TSM's probably a little bit more hungry to prove themselves. But, you know, Luminosity with Vision and King on the DPS line, pretty scary there. Great flexibility for this meta. Although Vision, pretty hard committed hit scan player, so it might be a little bit more awkward for them to get that double flex DPS if they do bring it. Dante, though, bringing the veterancy on the tank role, flexibility there should be solid. And expect this team to play a lot of Mauga, a lot of rush, be very fast, very aggressive, and see if TSM can endure that. But I just do think TSM looks really strong right now. This is the first time we've seen them play, at least on broadcast, since they became TSM, and I think they do have a chip on their shoulder after having a much weaker than expected performance in the last qualifier. They wanted to be at Dallas, and they were snubbed, and so I think this is time for them, much like Toronto, all business. Like, get this win and make it easy.
Well, I don't know exactly what the definition of snubbed is because I'm Swedish, but they didn't live up to the hype when it came to the Orisa composition. So in some ways, this is a different meta, and I think this will be a TSM that is a bit more charged up, playing non-Orisa composition. So this is a meta that suits them pretty well. I will say as well, Luminosity, you know, we talk a lot about Dante, but False is filling in the wings as well if they need a Sigma player, for example, in there. And I'm really excited to see Vision play as well, because if the game slows down, if we see more Sigma, we know that Vision can flex over to something like an Ashe, for example, and it is a comfort hero of his. So, you know, I'm really excited to see what Vision, what heroes he pulls out in this one, because it is a bit of a different series than the regular Mauga only head-to-head that we've seen a lot of in the past.
I am worried in the matchup because I feel like maybe, you know, this Vision's commitment to playing hit scan combined with Icy, how good he is on the Sigma. For me, those things don't add up well for Luminosity. I think he really might be in trouble trying to play hit scan into Sigma, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see indeed. But first, we actually have an interview ready with TSM's coach, Cap. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Hey, doing pretty good.
Pretty good. We'd love to hear that. Talk to us about this matchup and the preparation going into it. Obviously, you have faced off against them just very recently, came out on top of that. Obviously, there must be boosting confidence. Did you change up anything in preparation?
Well, obviously, we did play them. I mean, this is a team that we've probably played more than any other team. And the last match we won, I saw this stream where Commander X said it was close. I maybe don't agree as much, but we changed a little bit. But overall, most of our game plan is still the same. The meta hasn't changed that much with the patch being next week. So most of everything is still the same.
What were some of the things maybe you learned after not actually qualifying for Dallas? You know, it was obviously something you were gunning for. You wanted to attend and qualify for Dallas, but you didn't make it in the end. What was kind of like the team atmosphere afterwards? What were some of the discussions you had internally, and what did you learn from that experience, maybe going into FACEIT and qualifying for Esports World Cup here?
Yeah, well, it was obviously a difficult moment for us. The main thing that I and the team learned was that in stage 1, we showed, our highs, we showed the best of what this team is capable of, or near it. And in stage 2, we kind of showed the lower end. So stage 3 and, the FACEIT is all about trying to be as consistent as possible, because we know we have what it takes. It's just about limiting the bad days, limiting the external factors. If we can do that, we know we're more than capable of it.
So I'm excited to see this matchup and going up against a team you're so experienced in. You played Luminosity time and time again. Is there anyone on this team you're looking to punish, any weaknesses or inflexibilities that you guys can attack in this series, or nothing to drop yet?
Well, I will say there definitely are. I won't say them out loud yet. Maybe I'll talk about them afterwards, but 100% there are, yeah.
All right, so you're prepared for all the action. We can't wait to see what you and the team got for us. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
That was TSM's coach. Let's take a look at our predictions. I love a little spice in there. Commander X said it was close. He disagrees. Oh, let's actually take a look at our predictions. I'm stalling because I literally don't remember what I predicted.
There we go.
But it was definitely this. Yeah, never doubted, based on their recent matchup. And also, I just really believe in the damage line of this squad. I think their front is looking extremely strong and also flexible. I can't wait to see what they have for us, in store for us today. Sentences.
I also forgot, but I'm pretty sure I preded TSM. If I had any sense this morning, I would have pred TSM, but it was also like 6:30 in the morning, so there's a chance I didn't have any sense. Yeah, TSM, I think they're a much stronger team here. I think they have better flexibility, and honestly, I think Vision being so committed to playing hit scan is going to be a major weakness. They're going to get exploited hardcore for that.
Well, I know for sure that I predicted TSM to win this one, so no questions
At least
about
someone.
it. Yeah. Well, honestly, like we've been hyping up Luminosity all year for good reason. Like we said,
they have good players.
Good players. But like the results haven't been there for this team, so I think it's about time for this Luminosity roster to actually prove to us here these next couple of weekends that this is a roster is moving in the right direction, and they have what it takes to compete with some of the best teams in NA. So I think some pressure on Luminosity in this one.
Absolutely. TSM, hungry young players. They're trying to get to the top. Let's see if they can get it done in their first match here today in our qualifiers. And for all the action, I'm going to send it over to Matt and Mitch. How are we feeling about this match?
I mean, pretty good. We talked at the start of the show. We said like that midfield of this top 8's looking pretty good, at least for some compelling matches. This is probably going to be one of those. Capitology straight away was like, we have played this team more than any other. That's the kind of game you want to jump into. That's the kind of game that gets you sitting up in your seat a little bit. These two teams have had plenty of time to take each other's measure. Matthew.
Yeah, you would expect this to be one of the closer first-round matchups, really kind of across the board, right? Throughout EU and NA thus far. So we'll see how it kind of shakes out. I would lean with the desk where I would favor TSM in this matchup, although, their first match was allegedly close.
I think the subtext there is I'm pretty sure Cap and Unta love a good little beefing. I think those two go at it a little bit here. So maybe no love lost between the coaches of these particular teams.
Johnny promised us Sigma. Now we're just going to get Malga War.
War for the planet of the Malgas. Yeah, we're headed back here onto Oasis, folks. City Center means it's time for Malga. We're going to be having Farah and Cassidy mix in as well. Mirrored compositions on both sides. Good to see Dante return back to the field. They're not in a show match that gets absolutely thrown. You see Rocket here, looming up to his name, putting a lot of pressure down here from this causeway.
Yeah, that's a use of the cardiac overdrive really early there from Dante. I wonder if, Icy had used his a little bit earlier, but it'll actually be Luminosity getting on the control of the point first here. Getting very close to a cap, and now we'll have a contest from TSM.
Dante got about as much value out of the cardiac overdrive as you could ask for, and it still wasn't enough. Eventually, TSM just lean into them, and King buckles under that pressure. Tough to do much from here as well without your Farah. You are going to be in full regroup.
Yeah, and it seems like here at the start, Rocket just putting down lots of damage, making it very difficult to kind of stick around for Luminosity. You can just see in terms of like the ultimate, value generated, right? Yeah, already pretty much with an ultimate to King 60 on the board. You also have a Kitsune Rush here for TSM, so a few ultimates to use here. Is they're going to use the Rush early on. And I mean, they're just going to run right.
I mean, that's just the pure speed boost there, catching Vision out. I think Vision was expecting a barrage there from Rocket, and he's tracked it correctly. It doesn't come though, it's more of a feint. Now Luminosity in a bit of trouble here. They've had a good run sort of through this qualifier in general, through the groups. You see that record, pretty stellar, but fortunately TSM have their number early here and have had it to date. There was a time, I mean, this TSM squad got grouped in our Stage 2 qualifiers for Dallas, Matt, if you remember. It was actually Luminosity in that same group, handing them the L. Things have changed, though. The guard maybe being changed as well. Chopper's going to cop the rough end of that stop there from Dante as he tries to slow TSM down. But TSM just used the beat to back away behind.
It's a lot used by Luminosity here as well, though, right? That's going to be the Deadeye and the Kitsune Rush to just kind of get out of the spawn here. We'll see now if TSM, and maybe you get this cage fight rocket barrage that we saw in the last series, from Toronto. Maybe you can kind of combo
Good stop, catching 3 players there. Dante out of position. The rest of his team had already folded back to the opening. And it's an easy one for Rocket. Dante brought down, and that's got to be it for now.
It's especially brutal there for Luminosity because you end up using your sound barrier. Like, if King would have died there, and you get the beat off and Dante's alive, you can still probably make something out of it potentially. But losing the Maga, I mean, then you have no chance, right? So you have to use Rush and Deadeye to get out of the spawn, and then you get a beat that goes for nothing. A pretty bad start here for Luminosity.
Cage fight for IC. He cancelled the charge. He knew he was where he wanted to be immediately. Low, now forced back here, but Dante's going to get brought down. Chopper is having a field day. 2 kills in the midst of that fight here. And Luminosity Gaming have had very little to bring to the table at all. Maybe a napkin or 2, but it's not enough. Not a sufficient contribution to this feast as TSM go ham.
Yeah, an absolute blowout there in our first round, right? So TSM, I think just in terms of ultimate usage, right? Way better than Luminosity there in that first round. Luminosity, they really only kind of had 1 cycle of ultimates, and really they kind of all went for nothing pretty much. So have to see a better showing from LG in round number 2.
In these mirror comps, Matt, it is the little things. And so much of it there was TSM coming in with a very straightforward stomp. But often Icy wasn't trying to punish the backline immediately. It sectioned Dante off from the rest of his team and allowed TSM to pick apart at that Malga. And then with only 4 players left, it was Curtains or Vision getting caught out just with that lack of mobility as TSM come in with the Kitsune Rush. Very simple, straightforward plan.
Yes, Mirror yet again here for this next round. So just keep an eye on these Fars and the different routes they decide to take as Rocket just a little bit more aggressive, taking these really nice off angles, able to put down some pretty huge damage early on in our
King,
first
though,
round.
almost actually kills Magic Maple there, playing for the low ground. So good fire of pressure here from Luminosity after a slow start on Oasis. Again, want to play this angle, stay out of line of sight of Chopper as much as humanly possible. King's done a decent job of it so far. You can see Rocket now looking for an off angle to at least splash some rockets onto the high ground. TSM forced to play from this tight position. Here comes the stop though. Out into the open comes Icy, and the pressure is on Vision immediately. Looking straight at the Cassidy now. It's going to be a 3-player Suzu, and Icy has to fold away from this, but he's bought enough time. Vision gets taken down as Maple piles on in with the rest of TSM, and again, Luminosity get dashed.
And I was going to say, I actually really liked Luminosity's positioning there off the start. They get high ground control. I thought that King had a better position in terms of where you're going to play with the Pharah than, Rocket. But they get control of the point first. Magic Maple's on it, touches it. They end up getting the point. And then it's that slam from Icy to the high grab, knocks Vision low. And then that kind of throws everything off there for LG.
35% and counting, Matt. Already that Kitsune Rush up again for TSM. Something they used really effectively to start their second big engagement on City Center. They're going to try it again. This time to the high ground. Straight up we go. Immediately, Juby's going to be knocked onto the low ground. Very, very low. But Icy takes too much damage up front. But he gives way for Rocket to come in with the follow-up. And now the flank. So busy has Rocket been over the course of this round. Now hitting, almost said back, well, almost said it again. Hitting Dante from behind with those rockets. King, though, able to clean up Chopper, though. The barrages are everywhere, and Rocket's found 2. Up to the high ground now with the sound barrier, you can play that much more aggressively. Vision's been hitting those shots. Excellent work here for Luminosity, but they still don't control a point. The cleanup, though, is in order.
Yeah, it looks like just one more player here. It's just CJ. alive as CJ falls. So TSM does get 73% out of it, almost kind of battles through at the end, but King with a nice barrage. Vision with some nice shots ends up giving LG the point. So now we'll see TSM really has nothing to use here. Mitch just kind of make a run at this point back, and Juby's gonna have this sound barrier. So I was using the previous fight for TSM, so slight advantage here for LG going into the next
very
fight.
cognizant of the fact, doesn't want to expose himself to any more of this damage from Chopper. Long range poke here, name of the game for now, and you'll notice that Icy's got himself embedded there in the top left corner, but I think he's been spotted. Luminosity trying to collapse on the Malka here. Unclear if that's really the safest play to make. Somehow Icy gets out, and now onto the field are Luminosity drawn into the way of this Deadeye. But Chopper can't play out in the open the way you'd like. Gets some damage, but here's the cage fight. Cassidy able to play from the outside of it, but Rocket was shackled within it. Here comes Dante, ignoring that mag grenade, charging forward, giving Luminosity now their 50%.
Yeah, and a huge for Luminosity is you end up winning this fight relatively for free, right? You don't have to end up using that sound barrier right now. You have double support ultimate for the next fight. Puts them in a perfect position to take a lead and potentially steal this second round, where if you're TSM, you're gonna have to figure out how to get really large value out of this cage fight. Maybe you kind of use the Kitsune rush, draw out either, whether it be the rush or the beat on the other side, and then get value out of the cage fight barrage combo.
I feel like you're gonna try and catch the Cassidy if you can. Vision, though, will aim to be slippery. Here's the stop to the high ground once more. Cage fight deployed. All of TSM looking to pile into it from the backside, but nobody in Luminosity was caught. They're able to just give up the ground on the stairway, drop away. Now it's going to be double Kitsune rush thrown out, and Icy wants to simply reposition them with this. Deadeye dangerous with the stomp as well. It's an easy kill for Vision. Magic 8 Ball there, stunned for a time, and fan the hammer will be enough to account for Rocket. Luminosity are here to brawl, and now they're even on percentage after TSM flipped it back.
Oh, and even bigger there is that is actually Magic 8 Ball using the sound barrier during that, and gets taken out by the Deadeye, so no beat here. So Juby has held on to this for what seems like an eternity here for LG, so that sound barrier could have been huge for TSM, but a huge Deadeye there from
Touch chance here for TSM, but like you said, no sound barrier to play with now. Luminosity have all the cards. Rocket will peer in from the side. Here's that beat now as Luminosity know it's time to pile on in. It's going to be King getting brought down mid-barrage there by a mag grenade, but still the numbers favor Luminosity in that 4 versus 3. Hard to catch the Tracer as Rocket deftly sidesteps a mag grenade that would have been the end of it. Looking for the mini, can't quite get to it now. Recall has to be used as CJ gets bundled back into the corner as well. How do you survive the stomp? You don't. Druby comes in for the top as Rocket again refreshes that mini. That won't be enough. TSM get brought down at 90%.
Incredible that they even lived that long, CJ and Rocket, but LG able to tie it up here is that Deadeye, the Deadeye in the rush, getting the sound barrier, as Magic 8 Ball strapping the beat, takes him out. I mean, that is the biggest play of the round there. I mean, that beat would have extended that fight much longer. Potentially Juby has to use his sound barrier, then doesn't have it for the fight next, so definitely turned the tide in that second round.
I feel like that cage fight that Luminosity threw down, pretty hard in these comps to get something significant outside of the enemy Malga. Catching Rocket, and he was caught on the other side of the pillar, just could not escape. I think the intended target might have been Chopper, but I think Luminosity were happy with what they could get. Then there was that spawn cam fight where they snowballed their lead. Now we're even, heading into University.
Same compositions right now, going to try and challenge for this high ground yet again. Players getting dangerously close to the edge there is Magic 8 Ball looking for a boop there, but it's Luminosity that's able to get control of the high ground.
Both Cassidy's falling to what should be their prey under most circumstances. The Farah's striking lethal blows early. Rocket here dueling, but takes a direct hit and burns down Dante. Able to get that extra minigun damage over time. As Luminosity now transitions back to the point with King at the 4. Shot up, showing to Icy, who can't hang, has to try and back away, and once more TSM are in full retreat.
Yes, Dante's had a pretty good map number 1 on the Mog, putting down tons of damage there. Able to kind of like battle up to the high ground, get control for his team, and that's going to be Squid who takes out Rocket. So it's another kill for LG. It's going to force TSM back. Far, huge source of the damage. Gonna have to just kind of wait, sit and wait for Rocket to get back in the action, and now we go again.
CJ close to that ultimate. Can we get a good charge stop here from FACEIT? That's just to close the gap a little bit here. Decent poke damage on Dante as all of Luminosity looking worse for wear now. They're getting hammered on the way back to the point. Kitsune Rush now thrown down. I think TSM small blood in the water, but they're not ready for the barrage crackback. There's Vision and King combined to find a Cassidy and the Malga respectively. It's so crucial. Luminosity now, they've got a feel for this tempo, Matt. They're looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the rush, like you mentioned, that comes out there for TSM to sound barrier in response from LG, and then a nice rocket barrage is now TSM. They do have their sound barrier to use in this next fight. Is you know, we talked about that last round. Magic 8 Ball is caught out by Vision trying to drop that beat. Let's see if we can get good value.
Counter charge by IC just to reposition, so no cap in the end there from TSM. They are really hoping to set up to get full value out of their sound barrier. They're going to use it now. Cage fight surely got to be thrown in. Suzu, Dante under pressure here as the barrage comes in from above, but it's going to be Vision with 2. Massive Deadeye here for Luminosity, and this is only going to lengthen their lead. CJ brought down after the fact that at 75 and against the sound barrier. Luminosity are on the home stretch.
Yeah, the sound barrier comes down when the cage fight comes in. It was actually Vision end up using the Deadeye there, ends up with a few kills. As Chopper's going to go over to the Genji here. Trying to, you know, obviously get a touch, get there fast, but also now put a little bit more pressure on Vision.
Last resort for Luminosity, or rather TSM, to come back in. LG sitting pretty now at 96 and counting. Cage fight for IC. This one has got to hit a little different. Looking over for the Farah, catches nothing with the Malga. Looks like Juby was inside there as well. The rest of LG dive on in, make use of the Suzu now. It's going to be Dante and Vision falling. TSM, with just the one ultimate in fairness, able to come out on top, stay alive.
Yes, LG decides, I mean, they really didn't have anything to use, right, outside of maybe the barrage, but they decided to hold on to it here, maybe try and set something else up. So this allows TSM to kind of get back into the game just a little bit, as you'll have this Kitsune Rush. You can kind of just layer this over the point. Maybe you kind of play for sound barrier here. Do you just kind of wait a little bit, let Juby farm this up? Probably what they're going to look at doing is let Juby get this sound barrier, then try and make
Here's the Rush. King set up, thought about the barrage surely, but actually repositions with a concussive blast. Kitsune Rush here from TSM. It's a problem. Yeah, LG concede this fight once more. This is about as weak as TSM are going to get in terms of their ultimate charge, as the next fight after this one, Magic 8 Ball will have that beat.
This next fight's going to be huge. Like, you're going to have Blade Barrage here for TSM. Luminosity is going to have this sound barrier. Like, if you don't win this one, like, you're getting into a scenario where now we're going to go like 99-99. Maybe just kind of like one last junk fight. So this is a huge fight here.
It's all about a free pick, Matt. This beat might not be enough for Juby. There's just too much front loader damage available to TSM with these ultimates, and that's Rocket going down first. King decides to pull the barrage. Rocket with the press Q to respawn play. Gotta respect it. It doesn't pay off for TSM though. They bully their way through and they just throw the beat in and say, come and fight us. TSM cannot hang. And that'll be a very closely fought first map, won by Luminosity.
Yes, they come up huge there in the end. Could have got a little bit scary if they ended up losing that fight, like I was talking about, but they get right into the mix. They end up getting that first pick. It seemed like time and time again there towards that, you know, the later half of the first map, it was always Luminosity finding that first blood in these fights.
I mean, again, Luminosity being able to win a fight against that sound barrier, not having one of their own, it gets them to 99% in that third round, Matt, and they say, hey, we can take a couple of fights off. We can go to Cancun, put our feet up and wait to have a beat and just force a very scrappy, very one-dimensional engagement where we have a overwhelming health advantage, and they convert it beautifully. But this did not start looking like a good map at all for TSM, for LG rather.
Yeah, I mean, huge bounce back from LG, right? This first round was just absolutely dominant from TSM. You kind of were like sighing a little bit looking at this first round, like, oh man, are we gonna have another 3-0 on our hands, right? But then LG, they start to battle back throughout this map. I really thought that, you know, Vision started to play much better, and then they started to really, you know, make plays from the support line.
That second round very closely contested, I think, in general. Both these teams with the Malga comps look pretty comfortable here. I'd say, like, sound barrier usage in general quite good. There's a couple of situations where you can just get above rate value for a Deadeye that can basically turn the entire round on its head, right? That was Vision finding a Deadeye. I think it was like a double cage fight Deadeye into that beat that CJ threw in. Able to find 2 kills right here. And I think from that point on, all of a sudden you've had an outsized impact on the game. As Cassidy, you know, getting so much value for that ultimate in a fight you probably shouldn't win. Kind of seals the deal, gives you a real runway to close out the map.
Yeah, and this series looks like it's going to be a close one, right? I know how they mentioned 2-1 the last time, said potentially not a close 2-1. This looks like it could be a very competitive series all throughout. I think everybody's closeness of the series is all
subjective.
Perspective, right? Yeah.
It's all open to interpretation.
Like I loved when Johnny was like, "Hey, so when you guys failed to qualify for Dallas, what were the emotions like on the team?" I would have loved if you'd been like, "Yeah, we were all super thrilled to have the first half of our season go for nothing. That was the plan from the start."
It's especially punishing, right? Because there was a lead up to Dallas. We had a bit of time off. Then we had Dallas, and we had some more time off. So I think for a team, either of these teams, but especially TSM, LG, both expected to have decent runs through those stage finals. TSM weren't even in the finals of stage 2. That is a tough pill to swallow. It's a lot of time off where you're looking for quality scrim opposition and watching as the top teams from your region get absolutely flattened by the rest of the world and go, we could have been there. We could have made an impact.
TSM, we were talking about are they gonna give Toronto a run for their money, right? Like that's what we were talking about. We're like,
we had them up there with M80, man.
TSM or M80, yeah, exactly. And then they just kind of poop the bed a little bit. So now they got to get back on track.
I'm so glad we dumbed that down a little bit for everybody at home. I mean, it was a capitulation, Matt. I think that's the safest way of putting it. That means that Group B was nasty, right? You were in the same group as Citrus Nation, who at the time we were thinking, okay, this team goes very close up against the students of the game. They are looking outside of that top 3, looking for a way to break in. They're a legitimate threat. Today, we maybe don't see them show as much of that potential, but it was against the Toronto Defiant. That Citrus Nation team, of course, has fallen to the lower bracket, and of course, at some point, they'll be taking on the loser of this game there, maybe even the winner, based on how things go in the next couple of rounds. So these teams, with a lot of experience playing up against one another, will be running it back again, and LG, of course, with an untouched roster coming out of stage 1 of the OWCS. That is a long-term team. I will say this TSM squad also stayed together for the most part, for quite some time too. It means a lot. It makes a difference.
Yeah, and with the way things were shaking out in stage 2, the OWCS, LG kind of is in the same boat really as TSM, where they thought that they should have qualified, right, or had a chance, right? Students of the game. I think it was a little bit of a dark horse, hey, if this doesn't work out, with TSM at the time, Timeless, maybe it's students of the game, but they need to have a few things go their way, right? And those things end up going their way. But both of these teams, feel like they probably missed out on Dallas. Definitely, and like we talked about in the last series, I feel like NA is so open right now. I would say outside of potentially Toronto, I think we'll see what the new M80 looks like here shortly. I'm excited to see Tree and Kaluge get back in the mix,
Spectra,
right? So
kind of nasty with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's you don't lose Hawk, Pelican, and Happy and become better, right? But I think it'll be a really interesting squad, right? That still kind of has the potential to be number 2 in NA, but that'll be a series a little bit later in the day. As we're still on board here with TSM LG, as looks like LG on defense. Yeah, this will just be that far at Cassidy yet again.
Yeah, same comps as the first map here, Matthew. Both these teams really throwing all of their weight behind the Malga composition. Farah here, quite powerful, even defensively, right? This clock tower, very important for her play. Again, a state of line aside of those Cassidys as much as possible, and King has done well here defensively to pick up Icy, who gets run over by the entirety of Luminosity.
Yeah, and you see, when LG, they have that cardiac overdrive up, they just push on forward, right? It allows Dante and Vision to put down some serious damage, and TSM kind of using it a little bit early on, and then the kiting from Luminosity, getting away. Not allowing them to kind of get a huge advantage with that Maga ability, which sometimes feels like it could be an ultimate ability, but it's so strong that if they kite it and then come back around the corner and end up using their own, you have a massive advantage, especially at this level of play.
That's beautiful.
Oh, that is filthy. I mean, no ability is going to counter that, right? You just come around the corner, 2 headshots, make it another kill there. For Chopper is that's one way to break it open.
And it's worth pointing out with these compositions, Matt, especially there being no shields and no ridiculous burst healing or immortality field, there's so much room for that kind of skill expression. You cannot, as Chopper, or rather as Vision, just sit around and play behind someone's shield and get free damage. You have to take a risk swinging out there to get your shots in before TSM clamber all over you, and that opens you up to just that kind of stuff from Chopper. Vision here taking some more risks now, playing in from that right-hand side. It's Rocket with the barrage, though, bringing King down just as he builds his ultimate up himself.
Yes, LG looked like they were going to push up, play a little bit closer, and I think TSM, obviously, to prevent, you know, any kind of, you know, shenanigans like that, you know, they end up using some of the ultimate abilities. Icy ends up popping the Cardiac Overdrive. Rocket ends up using the barrage inside that close quarter area, and that's going to allow that payload to kind of, like, get around that first corner, so to speak, right? Especially with, like, these, like, you know, MAGA comps, so, like, you don't want to just be, like, kind of stuck at that door, just kind of, like, battling it out all the time, as Rocket's going to find another one. So TSM really starting to
proactivity now for TSM as they have a good position to start fights from, and Chopper probably doesn't know what hit him there. He's fortunate to be alive.
He got knocked in every direction, yeah.
That's how deadly this comp can be, even when you're on the back foot like LG are right now. They're going to burst out here with the Kitsune Rush and try and get a favorable fight. Try and get Vision in an off angle maybe, because Chopper could be an issue. Brilliant barrage. It was King, in fact, choosing to come from that off angle now as a sound barrier used by TSM. Rocket able to find King there. Direct hit, I think, in midair, but the damage is already done. With Icy out of the fight, Luminosity are well set up to push TSM back.
Yeah, sound barrier maybe a smidge late there from TSM, right? You obviously didn't, you know, connect with it on the Chopper to keep him alive through the barrage, as the barrage just comes really fast from the opposite side that everybody from LG is flowing out of from King. So, and Luminosity gets some control yet again. Now they'll get control of the castle here up on the high ground. We'll see how TSM decides to try and break this. It's going to take lots of damage on the way in.
Cage fight for both. Malk is really hard to get good use of this ability. You've got to pop your cooldowns to cross. Okay, TSM linger outside of the castle for a moment, hoping maybe they would draw King into their line of sight in crossing. Now they need to take a pitched battle, and Luminosity are ready for it. Sound barrier available here for the defenders. A good chance to stifle this momentum that TSM have been rapidly building over the last couple of moments. We're inside 3 minutes, and that card is obviously not moving right now, so TSM must make a move.
Yeah, they ended up getting a few shots. I believe it was Chopper on the King there, getting quite low. Would have been huge to get a pick, but this is going to be cage fights from both sides. Vision with a Deadeye here.
No chance to use it.
Doesn't connect with anything. It's Rocket's barrage.
The angle is too tight, but what's mental about that fight is that Juby has a beat, Matt. He's able to use that beat proactively. Luminosity, you know, have a chance to sort of get involved there and still can't get value out of it. The cage fight really breaks that up. Hey, it's brutal stuff now. It's TSM. It's probably their second or third consecutive fight win. We're still 2 minutes or so to spare. Now the defenders have exhausted that chest of ultimates, had to come out and make their stand here with very little.
I was going to say, can you realistically kind of challenge this here? Is it beautiful? The Deadeye from Chopper falls to the ground, gets two.
It's huge. Deadeye, so big in these matchups. There's no shield to play from. Not easy to break that line of sight either. And now you're on cleanup duty as TSM. Some middling stall from the defenders here, but in general, TSM have been very confident moving up into the castle, taking that fight on the high ground, throwing the cage fight down, and then getting an easy ult advantage fight win.
Yeah, that's a rather, like, tough area to kind of navigate with the Malka, right? Because, like you mentioned, you have to kind of use your cooldowns and abilities to kind of cross that gap, get underneath the castle, right? Then you kind of, you know, you're trying to just chase the other team. It can take a really long time. Like, you lose a fight or two there, I mean, you can just get completely stalled out. And TSM, right as soon as you know, the payload got stopped and they've used those abilities, made it across the castle, they make that next fight work. They're going to have both support ults here. That's what they're backing out the build-up.
Yeah, they get poked down a bit. TSM realize they'll turn that sort of health deficit into ult charge. And turn around and aim that straight at Luminosity. The sound barrier, the big point of difference here with no cage fights to break it up here. King a little bit dangerous, close to the ground there. Some splashback damage with the sound barrier in play here for TSM. That's dangerous. Dante falls. Luminosity have lost their tank here, but Juby has a late beat that he's going to use straight away. Fair enough. Chopper and the Genji now back into the fray. Cage fight, drawing all of Luminosity together, but Chopper can't turn it into elimination until just now. King had to drop to the ground, eventually giving that altitude up. Vision wants to play safely here with a Deadeye, but can't with that harassment as Chopper gets straight in his face. Genji a big problem for Cassidy at that kind of range, and Dante's having to reposition here. Try and get everyone rallied around this cage fight. See, Chopper hiding around the corner. Blade was pulled out. He eventually decides to swing it, and that's going to be enough. Cage fight for Dante in an awkward spot. And TSM cleaning out some stall. Should be able to get home.
Yes, the Genji switch really nice here for TSM. Towards the end, you want to play aggressive, push some pressure onto Vision around the corner. He really closes the gap, that area of the map, right, between both teams, so you can get really even more pressure onto the Cassidy, even better, right, especially if you want to keep the Pharah in the mix. So TSM, they'll get a map completion with 1:45. Pretty good time bank as well.
Well, if you think back over the run for TSM there, it was relatively uninterrupted, an unsuccessful first fight, but I mean, pretty hard to forget Chopper just stepping up and smashing Vision with a couple of classy shots. And then I think it was King who tried to get away up onto that high ground on point A. Also couldn't get away from the questioning shots of Cassidy. And then for TSM, it was pretty smooth sailing from there, I feel. Once they get access to the castle, there's an awkward fight on that high ground bridge we're just seeing here on the left, Matt, where I think it's a cage fight that breaks up Juby's sound barrier. Something goes wrong there as Luminosity, in theory, had the ultimate advantage and couldn't leverage it in their favor. Now we get that Sigma from TSM. So they will play the Sigma BAP setup, but no changes to DPS.
Yeah, this is what Johnny promised, right? Promised some Sigma in the mix. We'll see how they make it work though against the Mauga. Like we've seen that once you get past its Sigma shield, you can kind of just barrel over the hero. So we'll see how they decide to make it work. On defense here though, like large sight lines, it can be pretty telegraphed, kind of like how Luminosity is going to take these fights. So maybe you're able to kind of play at a safer range here if you're Icy and TSM.
Care Widow. Thanks, guys. Nice to be in on that joke. Obviously, Luminosity do not attempt to grapple shot up to knock a Pharah out of the fight, which would be funny. Dante on the Doomfist. Seen this from him before. In fact, on Houston, he made great use of this comp on this very map, on this very side. Just diving in onto the defenders. It's still a strategy that's relevant now, especially against the Sigma, which can be tricky at times for Doom, Matt, right? Accretion's a problem for you, just like this. And that's kind of why we saw it switched off of by someone in the previous map.
So let me ask you your perspective here, right? So the comp that we're seeing from LG, like, you know, we saw like teams have great success with it, right? Falcons specifically in Dallas with just a Mog in the mix. Do you need the Doom?
Well,
like, can you just play this with a Mog?
Yes,
instead?
Honestly, you could play with a bunch of stuff. You could even play with Winston if you really wanted to take that space away from the Cassidy.
Would you say it's better with the Mauga than with the Doom? Like, I think Doom provides, like, towards the second part of the map, like, obviously a little bit easier access to the high ground, right, than the Mauga, but it feels like at least here it could potentially be a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's been difficult for Dante. Both occasions he's gone in and died. Rocket might be good for 3 here. Either way, TSM's defense has been pretty successful as Vision most of the time can't even interact with Pharah outside of getting hit by her rockets. I guess that counts. Still trying to be a bit of a threat here as Luminosity have embedded, entrenched this venture behind enemy lines. But Rocket is really unbothered by it in general. Another burrow here for Vision, as maybe they had a sixth sense of a rocket coming their way. But they're going to have to back up and regroup here. Dante's still on the Doom, which again, power block does not do anything about Accretion. You are very vulnerable to it there. Rocket, though, being alive so late in the fight is a huge boon for the defenders.
Yes, you just get a full reset here, I believe, for Luminosity, as TSM, they end up using Amp Matrix there throughout that. So it's really just about it, right? So now you're gonna, I mean, you have this sound barrier, you probably end up holding on to it, you know, for the blade that comes through from King. You're in a spot where, you know, TSM put together a really strong, potentially a full
He's
hold.
that Katsuna rush to start the fight. Meteor Strike is well used, so Dante can close the gap without exposing himself to that poke damage, but Rocket again is such a menace. Icy drops down now, mostly being ignored by Dante, who's healthy thanks to the sound barrier. Hanna's a short stint for King with the blade, brought down by Chopper midway through. Dante's still alive though, and there is healing available. Squid playing from the back of the point, but nothing's been really done to move Icy off this position.
And I don't know if you caught that actually when the Venture came out of the burrow. There was the gravitic flux just waiting. So you know exactly where that Venture is going to pop up, able to just, you know, get rid of Vision, as this has been all TSM on defense. So they have not been able to kind of dislodge that Sigma, get out of the way, as now it's going to be TSM pushing up, just building towards this damage.
It's really hard to see, Matt, where the Doom is working or what kind of niche it's supposed to operate in here against the Sigma.
Well, like we've seen this with Mauga do well, right? Against Sigma comes. Like we've seen, we've actually seen that, right?
You can, for the most part, like really ignore the Sigma, charge past him, force him to try and reposition and turn his back on the rest of your team.
You combo like the burrow with the slam, right? And you know, you make plays for the Baptiste, right? That's kind of like the idea.
Here it comes, Burrow. Vision's not quite sure though where the slam was supposed to be for Dante. I think they had a different idea there. So
I think because the M matrix comes down, you're not going to go exactly right on it.
Dante a little low. A lot of poke damage coming the Mauga's way, and there's going to be another Gravitic Flux available here in a moment for IC. He pops it straight away. He does not want to hold on to it. Dante going to be happy enough to catch the Mauga inside this, and this is Space Sport for Chopper's Deadeye. And catches King just as he flies overhead. That is a very slim margin you have to hit to get the Genji going overhead. Sound Barrier, though, as Ice is going to get brought down by Vision's melee now, and Dante looking proud on the point. Sound Barrier for TSM. 4 players benefiting from it now, and Rocket has enough altitude for a safe barrage that brings Dante down. Now the chase is on. Look for the Kiriko here, and Squid takes a direct hit. Vision able to find their second kill of the fight, but it's not enough. And it'll be Luminosity Gaming getting brought to a screeching halt here. Spent a lot of time trying to make the Doom work, maybe switching to Mauga a little too late.
Yeah, I think the Doom into that can be difficult. Like, obviously you can make it work, but you know the accretion is just so good against the Doom, especially when he goes to power block. You're able to just kind of finish him off. But I think the Doom would have paid off like towards the second part of the map, right, where you have access to more like verticality. But you know, potentially would have liked to see you know, a little bit more Mauga there. I know with that Venture Genji combination from LG, but TSM takes advantage. They had a lot of time in the bank, a minute 45, and they get
some great shots here from Chopper. This is what opens up the map initially for TSM. They lose the first fight pretty convincingly because LG are very good at being proactive with that cardiac overdrive charge in from the Mauga. And again, as the map sort of continues on, we see Rocket be a constant menace. That Pharah really potent. This is that weird fight, like I said, that Juby has a beat there, and it just goes for nothing. Cage fight really messes up the calculus with trying to make sure your team can benefit from those area of effect abilities. And then this is a 2K from extremely wide angle. Not really much that could have been done about that. So much space being bought, and that is what that Mauga comp can really offer you. It's not something that we see Luminosity go for, though, on the attacking side. And the Doomfist is, you know, Sigma's very good, Matt, at making it hard to ignore him. Whether it's accretion or Gravitic Flux, he will demand your attention there. And it's very, very hard for Dante to drag him away out of position and leave the rest of his team vulnerable.
Yeah, and I think if you're LG, like if you want to play that type of style, I think you know, maybe trying to do it with a Mauga in the mix, you know, in the future is something you should look at, right? We saw
he can't even see him, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen though that work against Sigma-based compositions. Maybe it would have been really hard in the second part of the map, right, with the Sigma holding the high ground, a little bit more verticality, but at least at the start there, you probably could have gotten checkpoint A.
You know what you could do? Crazy thought. You could play something good on first point and then switch to the Doomfist for the second point. You know, you might not have that Meteor Strike available. You might have to build that up a bit.
They got to add a fourth. They got to add a fourth chair at that desk.
Listen,
I mean,
I'm telling you,
stuff like that. I mean, they got to get a fourth.
Hunter, brother, come on, man. I know I'm establishment, but we can work something out, bro. I want to be. You guys have way more fun over there. Bring me over. Let's make it happen.
Few more points like that.
Get me on that Patreon exclusive, bro. I'll juice the numbers for you. At least I didn't tell them they'd double their viewership if I went on the show, Matt. I believe you said that.
Who said that?
I believe you said that.
Oh, no,
straight to Christopher's face. Yeah.
Not me and Christopher. We were talking about the Hippodrome. We were talking about the casino.
Oh, I heard the story.
The
apparently, you guys said the same thing to each other over and over and over again. I'm sure there was some social lubricant involved in that exchange, no doubt about it. But
we had a good time. I'm happy to see Funny Astro on the show earlier. He made it back from 7-Eleven.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that is going far too deep. It's one apiece here in this series. Luminosity and TSM duking it out. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we kind of foreshadowed a little bit on the desk. Just the eye test of both these teams gave us the feeling that we'd have a decent match on our hands, which after the fairly close, the one-sided affair, from Toronto in that first game, we are happy to see. Remember, this is double elimination. We're in the upper bracket right now. It's early days in this Esports World Cup qualifier. But I tell you what, the further you can get through this upper bracket, the more of your opposition gets knocked out of the way in that lower. Neither of these teams wants to drop down there because there are going to be some scary faces waiting for them that they'll have to overcome. Try and keep as many of those chances as you can. Because like we've been talking about, half the reward for these teams is competition. You know, a team like TSM have had to sit and wait after failing to make it even into the Stage 2 playoffs, Matt. They've been waiting for a chance to prove themselves, to show what they're made of, and this is what they're fighting for. Chance to go up against the heavy hitters, not only in North America, but in the rest of the world. We're going to start here. Luke Mino coming into the roster for Juby.
And something you mentioned, right? Obviously, don't want to. You never want to end up in losers bracket, right? But also with potentially a huge patch looming on Tuesday. Don't really know kind of what's in there, right? But to have a patch happen, right? And then who knows, right? And then now you're in the loser bracket. And it's just a one and done scenario, right? That's not exactly where you want to be, right? So obviously you always want to be in the winner bracket, but even more important, right, to give yourself that buffer. Some of these teams have been practicing a certain way for a while, right? Maybe it just gets flipped on its head, right? Now you got to come up with something in a few days, and then now you don't have a lot of time. You don't know what other people are playing. It can get a little bit messy there, right? So you obviously want to have that, extra game, that extra time in your bank.
Interesting to see Eichenwalder, sort of be picked up and played in that fashion there. We're going to circle back to it, but Luminosity have looked very, very good with their Mauga compositions. They've been excellent over the course of Oasis. They were proactive, taking good fights. In fact, on defense on Eichenwald, they showed us the exact same thing. The Doomfist idea, let's table it for now. Didn't work out. We can come back to it at a later stage here. New Queen Street likely will offer us up more of the same gameplay, Matt. Maybe Farah is a little bit harder to make use of here with these more wide open expanses, but we may still see these teams want to try and rush each other down and get these brawly fights on.
It seems like both teams, for the most part, outside of seeing the Doom Venture, Genji, they're kind of committed to that Mauga Farah Cassidy setup. So I fully expect to see that on New Queen Street. I think Farah, albeit maybe a little bit harder to use here, I still think ends up with really good results, right? The Farah damage with the cardiac overdrive is huge, right? In terms of just sustain. And then Farah now kind of more of an aerial, not necessarily a flanker, right? But can be way more aggressive, right? It's not kind of the Farah of the past of just kind of be up in the air, be at a distance, do splash damage, and then a Tracer, let's say, go in and get all the kills, right? Way more in the mix than in the past, right? Just kind of getting above the team, getting into the back line and trying to make plays.
Now we might start to see exactly why Luke Mino was subbed in here. We know Luke Mino, of course, is a pretty flexible player. We know he loves a bit of Lifeweaver. Also, Brig. So we've seen him on before. Ana wouldn't be completely out of the question, especially combining with Doom, giving a decent delivery system for that nano boost. And yeah, slightly longer map, so we go off of the far left for Luminosity. We will have the Sojourn picked up now. Slightly longer range, hit scan, pressure to bring to bear.
TSM ends up keeping the Farah in the mix, so it'll be a Sigma-based composition here for TSM. I know obviously you're going to build that Sigma around a Baptiste, and want the Baptiste to even keep Sigma even sturdier alive. And then for LG, they actually don't run the Farah. They'll actually play with a Tracer in the mix. So we'll see if King can put some pressure onto sieging the backline of TSM. Maybe get that immortality field out rather early.
Oh dear.
And then you can make a play.
Rocket is calling for heals.
Rocket's in a tough spot.
That's right.
Yeah.
They managed to keep him back in the fight. Dante low, very low. Gets caught out. Again, playing the Doom up against the Sigma, so does need to be wary, of course, of the crowd control potential that Sigma boasts. In that case, it appeared Dante was caught out, dove too deep without backup, far too low to cause any disruption in the back line.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of burst damage that Dante has to deal with, right? You take a railgun shot and then a Farah rocket, and you're in a bad spot as Doomfist. So has to play this really perfectly. Is a nice railgun shot there from Chopper on the Vision, going to back him up just a little bit.
Keeping Vision on us at the very least. Chopper trying to make enough room to push in behind as the rest of TSM into that bot closer to that first checkpoint here.
That's Suzu already, yeah.
Squid ripped to pieces. Dante in power block is not going anywhere. Sleep came in though, make it hard for Icy to follow up, maybe even harder for him to rock the Doom. But either way, TSM comfortable now, starting to get a little bit of wind in their sails.
Yes, really nice plays early on there from TSM to kind of like force out the Suzu, get recall out, and then when Chopper comes around the corner, it's actually Icy who hits an accretion, I believe, on the Squid. That's an Ant Matrix here up from the side, and they're going to get Squid yet again. So 2 fights in a row, end up losing that Kriko, and now this is going to be checkpoint here for TSM.
Barrage here for Rockets. And of course, Magic Maple sound barrier, something that Luminosity just don't boast. So if TSM do get pushed into, they need something a bit more of a defensive texture. They can throw that ultimate in comfortably enough, but it looks like D is the last thing on TSM's mind. I can relate. CJ here, of course, able to get that immortality field in play, but Luke Mino dousing them with a Bionade, bit of an issue.
A nice move from Magic Maple there, kind of dislodging Dante a little bit. Doesn't allow him to get onto the Baptiste. Is nice Suzu there, ends up keeping Lucamino alive.
So that's sound barrier available, but I see no position to benefit from it whatsoever. TSM happy enough, Matt, taking their lickings here, pushing 75 meters into the map. Keep that sound barrier for a rainy day.
I mean, it's a massive amount of progress in just about 3 minutes, right? So. Now you hold on to some of these ultimates. You end up using that flux there. Tried to catch Lucamino up on the high ground. Maybe you end up getting that kill. You end up using your sound barrier, keeping that going. But a nice Suzu there from Squid to keep his on alive. So now TSM comes back, and look at this, kind of like wrapping around this backside here. See if they try and maybe use that sound barrier to engage, or if they're going to rely on just a pick maybe from Chopper and Co. That's going to be this sound barrier here used as a Meteor Strike comes in from Dante.
Look, they've used it really effectively here because it's allowed Rocket just to push up, get in their face. A barrage there that by any other metric would be completely harebrained. But he's able to isolate those 2 players and find the back line in pieces. And once more, TSM on the push here. Luminosity have barely been involved in this game. And now TSM are knocking on the front door.
And this is the brutal part of push. I mean, how many fights in a row are you going to have to win here if you're LG to, make this one close? It's going to be, that's actually the immortality field that was used there by CJ, because it didn't have it for Chopper, so that's going to result in that kill.
Overclock here is good. Rocket's going to get brought down now. And Luminosity have a chance here to start to get into the map properly. And Nano Boost here maybe to disrupt. It's more likely, though, that's headed over to Dante. It'll help him at least deal with the burst damage that has been an issue for the Doom over so much of this map.
This would be a window, talking about like, how many fights you need to win. Like, this could be a window here, right? You're gonna have this Nano onto Dante, nothing on the other side, right? TSM, no way to build up towards support ultimates at the time. You're so far away, and that's the Nano onto Dante, and they get that first pick off. So this should result in some good progress. And as I say that, IC has taken the bot and sent it back towards midfield.
Yeah, look, gives them the player advantage at least to work with. We'll address the issue of the bot in just a moment here, but IC not in a position to get involved. Dante's done his job there, absolutely operating as the blunt object for Luminosity. But they get what they came for here, and that is really one of the best uses of Nano that you have available. It's kind of tough, Matt, as well for Luke Mino to get these good Bionades in at times, right? Doesn't always have access to high ground that looks down upon TSM, so really has to find other ways to make this Ana sing.
I mean, it's really your only use, of the Nano, right? There's really not another target here, so they get close to checkpoint, but looks like they're going to have to back up there. There's accretion, so Dante can feel a little bit better about going in. 2-player bio connects here, so just going to go in, get a slam, put some damage down on IC.
Very non-committal from Dante, though, Matt. He does not want to throw caution to the wind yet. Still gets caught out by IC, though, so eventually, whether it's an accretion off cooldown, looks like IC used it, about 5 seconds ago. Or some other mechanism has allowed him again to bring this Doomfist down. Dante feels like he has to play exceptionally well to avoid getting disrupted in these fights, which is really what his role is supposed to be.
And I like the swap to Cassidy here for TSM. So Chopper, before the previous fight, ended up switching over to Cassidy. Obviously great against Doom. You see they're actually able to deal with Dante rather quickly. This will be sound barrier as well for TSM as they're pushing right in towards the end. And then also the Cassidy just so sturdy, right? I know with that immortality field, able to just survive, live the large HP pool. So makes it a little bit safer here. Is this going to be an Ant Matrix used for TSM as they're trying to complete the map?
A Meteor Strike rather there from Dante as the Ant Matrix was threatening basically insta-death for him there. He misses the punch crucially. IC in the meantime is able to make short work of Luke Mino, and another accretion makes it impossible for Doomfist to have that impact. 118 meters and counting here as TSM. Yeah, they're looking to get a full cap here. That would be unreal.
So it's just trying to find Magic 8-Ball here. It's the nano boosted Sojourn here. So he finds Rocket. So now Dante just trying to keep this contested, as that's going to be the Deadeye there from Chopper. Connects with one. Hinder onto Dante as, man, this is going to be a full completion there for TSM. So they take control of the series.
Buddy, that is so brutal. I mean, we spent so much time talking about how accretion's so hard for Doom to deal with. Also, mag grenade, like getting hindered, not being able to jump out of there properly. There's just, it's so oppressive to play against, I think. You just cannot make use of that mobility and disruptive power at all. Dante was first dead in most of those fights.
Yeah, the Cassidy switch is really good there from Chopper towards the end, right? Tremendous against the Doom. Obviously, even playing around the Sigma, the Baptiste, the Cassidy. It's just a very difficult setup to just kind of jump into, right? You get hit with an accretion, you get hit with a mag grenade, other damage coming down, right? There's a Pharah you can't really engage with. Makes it really difficult on the Doom to just live or get any value.
Close game so far, but Luminosity look like they've stumbled a little bit. They're on New Queen Street. They're going to have to make it up in a moment, but before that, we're going to head over to our desk and break down what we've seen so far. And again, as predicted, one of our most competitive maps of the day.
Yeah, our predictions are on track thus far. You guys did give Luminosity Gaming a map there, and that's what they took. They came out swinging on map number 1. However, New Queen Street looking good for the opposition. Let's talk about the individual matchups we had, because there was no shortage of those. I can speak, I get paid for this. Jake, you had your eyes on the hit scans. How did they stack up? Did any one of them have the upper hand?
I think Vision and Chopper, for me, are both exciting players to watch, both strong individual performers on hitscan, and so we see them delivering highlight reels. I mean, he's moving at double time speed. It's incredible. But seriously, they're both really, really strong players, and so they both have their pop-off potential. But I think one thing I saw is after Control, which, a little bit more of a deathmatch-focused game mode, where I think Luminosity's individual strength can shine when it gets down to attack defense on Eichenwald, and a little bit more of a tactical game on New Queen Street, both times extremely favored for this TSM squad. So TSM, for me, look like the better team, and when they have the opportunity to let their teamwork shine. Individual mechanics, though, still a bright spot for Luminosity, and I think something they're going to have to lean on if they want to make a comeback in this series.
Yeah, I feel like Luminosity came out on Oasis and they looked pretty decent, the way they were utilizing King's Pharah, for example, and setting up for success, combining the Cardiac Overdrive with the Barrage sometimes, for example, setting up Vision to get good value from Deadeyes, but then it kind of just fell apart, especially on that Eichenwalde attack. They just couldn't deal with Rocket's Pharah on the defense. They were just too strong. So even though you had some successful pushes with the dive coming through, you got some picks, Rocket on the Pharah just lingered, and the longer fights went on, Rocket was just able to find value on the Pharah. So that push map, though, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. That was a pretty dominant push. Chopper popped off, and now I feel like if you're Luminosity, I'm like, I kinda just wanna see if I can return to the Pharah somehow, but it's gonna be tough as we head into Flashpoint. You can't be playing the Doom anymore. Like, I'm over this. I'm over this. I'm good.
Doom is a bait, but I mean, come on, that Chopper highlight on New Queen Street, that was vicious. That was disgusting.
Yeah.
He just deleted 3 players on the server. He's playing like that, man. I see why NQS was not a close map. I mean, sometimes a player is just, that's like a different level of heat. Something
he was
no
on the
one can
shooting
be
range,
consistent
essentially.
on. Yeah,
like that was rough. So
it was.
It
was
really
tough. Doom is a tough matchup.
We obviously, in the current meta, we talk a lot about which tanks are being played. Also, of course, the front lines are the ones which make or break a game. What about the back lines? Did any of those two stand out to either of you?
I definitely think TSM right now, like especially we saw on New Queen Street, the BAP Lucio backline behind Sigma, they were just so stable, so consistent. They did drop low a number of times, but able to live and clutch the fights out, and it's making the difference, honestly. The consistency, stability in the backline. Going to be called into question here, though.
Yeah, well, let's see if TSM can close this one out. It is match point for them, or can Luminosity Gaming bring it back? Let's find out. Send it back over to Matt and Mitch.
Well, Matt, there's only so many ways you can bounce back from getting full cleared on a push map, and that would be nothing short of a dominant showing here on this Flashpoint map of New Junk City.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see them return to playing this Malka, like in that Malka mirror, right? They end up winning map number 1. Now here, Luminosity hovering over kind of what we wanted them to do on Eichenwald, right? Play that Maga with the Genji and the Venture. You'll see TSM match it. So we rarely saw like a match of this composition in Dallas. Like we would see, one team have like a Cassidy, right, and whatnot. But this will be an interesting mirror between these two teams now. As I say, that Rocket just drills King right off the rip. So no healing, I guess, there for the Genji. As look at this, Rocket on
absolutely bored at the start of that fight. Rocket now in the thick of things, and that's exactly where Venture wants to find themselves. This is TSM picking up where they left off on the previous map. A dominant start to that fight. Rocket definitely punctuating the point there.
Yeah, I mean, well, you get just, Venture, as soon as they get into the mix, start connecting those abilities, just especially in combination with the Maga, like they just become so difficult to deal with. So see now, Vision just kind of lurking here, potentially trying to use this as they try and dive in, as that'll be a eruption from the burrow.
I see trying to back away, he runs into that tank. Unsure if that was really intended there, as many of TSM's players had already folded back. No chance for an escape there for Icy, and now his flashpoint is there for the taking. Luminosity have moved on in with Vision at the fore. Sound barrier being built very quickly here by Magic 8ball, but TSM had to give that up there. Losing the Mauga first, it's a disaster. And that, well, talk about going from bad to worse. Chop it like a land shark out there, getting flattened by Vision.
I mean, that's why you see this combo so strong, right? When you have that Maga in place with the Venture, like whether it be the Burrow or the Drill Dash, right? You combo that with the Stomp on any of the squishy targets, right? Whether it be like a support, whether it be, any of the other DPS, it is a very close to like insta-kill territory. I mean, super strong. That allows Luminosity to end up building up towards their support ultimates here as well. So Luminosity battling back. We're gonna have pretty much everything except for Dante, far bit ahead in terms of cage.
Cage fight important here when we're starting to think about how Sound Barrier affects this next fight. Let's see how it plays out though. Katina Rush going to be coming out from both teams first. A good stop for Dante as he's in the mix, and there it is. Cage fight thrown down. Beautiful stuff. It's so easy for Vision. Everybody clumped together. King can hardly get any of the action. That Venture ult is brutal, and yep, Magic 8ball never touched down with that Lucio ultimate.
Yeah, second time this series, happened in our first map of the day. He acknowledges it as well, so that's a sick combo, right? We saw that a lot, the cage fight plus the Dragon Blade. I know that time Vision throwing the Venture ultimate in as well as LG, you held on to this sound barrier here. You're kind of looking to counter pretty much TSM doing the same thing.
He tries to charge up and gets caught in the cage fight instead. Rocket with the ultimate now to the low ground. Good pressure, and there it is. The Drill Rush gets him in there and finds an easy melee on Squid. And I think Rocket's going to be more than happy to give himself up for that one. Here's a burrow back for Luminosity now. Sound barrier for just 3 plays. They're really investing now in trying to get King within striking distance of this backline. But it's CJ falling first. Luminosity look to stabilize at a time, but then really struggling after Rocket made those 2 big kills happen, dropping down with that ult.
Yeah, now what? Another 3 players here back for LG. Not a full fight by any stretch of the imagination. As TSM, you're gonna have everybody here in the mix, so this should be a relatively. I mean, you're not gonna have everybody else go out and try and fight that. So Vision just goes in, ends up giving up his life. As now after the full reset for LG, I wonder if you would have held on to that sound barrier, right? It connects with 3 players. It's like a 3-on-3. Maybe you feel like you have an opportunity to win it if you do it, but the Mago is still in the mix for the opposing team, right? So Icy was still alive. Very difficult to get him out.
Both these teams very closely are watching those Venture Burrow cooldowns, Matt. You see on occasion Chopper and King diving opposing Ventures when they see that they've sort of popped up or don't have that cooldown available for instant escape. We'll see Luminosity setting up here. It's going to be around a Kitsune Rush if possible. They need to, again, that was okay. Rocket able to dive on in there from the off angle, finds Juby, trades themselves out though. No Lucio, but still a support ultimate to work with here for Luminosity. Chopper, talk about living up to one's name. Doing his very best here to work Icy down, but the healing is very good because CJ was inside that rush. The TSM at 99% here have let Luminosity slip through. They'll double back to a 10, but they'll be at a 1-player disadvantage. Magic 8ball surely no chance to use beat here.
Oh!
Blade?
Yeah, I mean, potentially I thought going to decide to use it because there was going to be a Blade on the other side, but King, yeah, now that there's no sound barrier in the mix, right, you get that dash through on Magic 8 Ball, then you're free to use that Blade, and that flips the point.
TSM coming back, they had a play disadvantage anyway, but the Blade thrown in there by King, able to secure it for Luminosity. What was still a close fight because they were up against Amalga, didn't have one of their own. TSM, all they need to do is swing back in, snatch the point up, and have their flashpoint to their name. But it's far from guaranteed now against a cage fight. And of course, their Venture Ultimate's a problem. Magic Maple here needs to land this beat.
Getting very close to a beat here for LG as well, as looks like they just kind of like back up. Yeah, you're going to end up just backing up a little bit for LG and trying to build this sound barrier. Big stomp there from
the
Dante.
cage fight inside. Magic Maple goes this time. The beat is good, but it's too late to keep Icy alive, and there's no way you're coming back from that. No way. Not up against Vision's ultimate. Brutal stuff there for TSM, and that's another flashpoint they've given up.
Yeah, that's a flashpoint they probably should have won. They had multiple different advantages kind of throughout that flashpoint. So now
was that a cage Jacks though? It looked decent. I guess maybe Icy didn't get that sound barrier. That might have been the problem, but everyone else seemed to.
Yeah, I guess that's where we're going with the cage Jacks.
So good. I'm so easy pleased.
Pretty good. Yeah,
I'm a fan.
LG gets to the point here, early on. I mean, look how fast they're able to just kind of like burn down Icy's HP is
good damage on Icy. Yeah, I mean that Malcolm's getting burnt through. Nothing but cinders left now. TSM is Luminosity again. Go from strength to strength. Such a rough map for them here. This has really been a ping-pong series. But they're going to start in a good position on bomb flats.
And I mean, I mentioned it during the Eigenwald game, and the desk kind of brought it up. Like, I mean, they could have just done this on Eigenwald, right? I mean, they've looked awesome, playing this way with that Mog in the mix. So TSM now tries to build their way back into this, and Rocket now on the Pharah, just kind of like there's really no answer for the Pharah on the side of LG. The answer is pretty much to just kind of kite the damage, eat the damage, and end up just taking out the Pharah last. As some nice shots there end up dealing with King. So LG knew that was a fight they probably were not going to win. Just tried to back out completely.
They understood where their bread was buttered there for sure. King was already trying to escape, but that tick damage over time from Malga is impossible to avoid at times. Regardless, TSM here with a decent number of support ultimates, rather DPS ultimates to throw into the fight. Blade here for Chopper, but it's still a sound barrier to contend with. Juby, of course, looking to have this one down on lock because now that Cage Jacks has been spoken into existence, nobody wants to misstep on their Lucio play. Only Vision getting poked down here on the periphery. It's a charge in for Dante. Looking for a scrap now as Rocket's going to be forced back, going a little bit low, and King's able to bring him down with a swift strike. That's a far out of the picture. That's a barrage not available here for TSM. And Luminosity quickly pick up where they left off. And three-player beat here for Mateball. Some of these are just so hard to follow, so hard to understand, and it's not enough here to keep TSM in control.
Yeah, and now you end up using this sound barrier, right? You're going to give up points here to LG. LG's got both support ult and Blade. So, like, what is your
Science has gone too far
here? Like, do you try and capture the Blade with like a cage fight type of thing? I mean, that would be quite difficult to do, right? But maybe that's kind of the angle you're looking at here is Luminosity yet again puts themselves in position to take another flashpoint.
Maple might have tracked the Dante as cage up for next fight, so just wanted to use it there, but it was a disadvantaged situation anyway. And now Luminosity get to play with a beat of their own.
That's a good beat.
Kitsune in as well. King slashing at a greater speed than normal, thanks to the haste buff being given by the Kitsune rush, and Rocket couldn't do anything. Rocket's block charging from King, and he's done like a dog's dinner, folks. Luminosity Gaming awfully quickly back in this map, back in this series. They are going to take this one all the way to a decider.
Yeah, no Cage Jacks there from Juby as that sound barrier connects with everybody there. And LG, they did it. I mean, look, they take us down to the wire. The control maps, right? I know the first point goes to TSM in Oasis, but after that, it was all LG. They're on, Flashpoint. Just some of these kind of like Maga head-to-head, just kind of fights over these points. LG's looked awesome.
TSM are 80% up on bomb flats, right? It's like 80 to 35. 3v5, they pop sound barrier. They say we're gonna fight here now.
Yeah,
like it's oh man, I mean they're the ones you're gonna wish you had back. I know there's an idea there, of course, but
Hard to see how you were able to sort of convert that into a fight win from that position. But you see here, look, Matt, off the bat, a really chaotic map, a lot of brawl. Venture adds a real different flavor, I think, to how these first fights go here. It's hard now for Lucios to guarantee good sound barriers. It's difficult. Both teams are highly mobile.
This one was huge.
This Blade here,
I mean,
it looked like it could have gone either way because they were still dealing with this Malga of Icy who was forced out of the fight by that Blade being pulled by King. Those moments there, those little windows just to make a play can really set you up for success.
That sound barrier doesn't connect with Icy, right? Icy falls, right? They're using it. And in the previous one that I was talking about where I thought it was, pretty massive, right? It's like a 3-on-3 near the point. In Magic 8 Ball, they had to have an idea that he had sound barrier, or well, quite frankly, is he the only support there at the time. As soon as they get him, then King feels like he can use the Blade and push on in. And that ends up flipping back that point, right? I know, which obviously LG ends up taking. So these two teams, I know some believed it was a close game there, 2-1. Some believed it wasn't that close. Turns out it was pretty close as we're going to
these
game
teams
5.
are about as evenly matched as you could ask for, but we see some series like this sometimes where we have consecutive maps with exceedingly one-sided results for one team or the other. It's quite clear to see here that as soon as this LG team can get this Malga comp under their belt, they can run out with it. They look very, very good. This is, and you mentioned it, this is shades of what we saw in Oasis, right? They look so comfortable on that. It makes us wonder why they've tried to get cute to switch off of it so much there.
Who would this be a worse loss for? Like, who needs this win more? Right? Obviously, you win here, you go up against Toronto, right? You'd end up, falling to play, I believe, Citrus Nation, right? So maybe you're not exactly worried in that next round, but
certainly feels like TSM need to get some serious results under their belt here because they were picked up, relatively early, generally speaking, by a fairly large org, and also we're really hyped up. We hyped them up a ton in stage 2 of the OWCS. We really thought they'd be able to make a big run. These are players that this core has been together for so long, right? They were this Wisp squad. They really showed us what they were capable of in contenders. They played in pro-ams. We saw them take on, at the time, Overwatch League teams that really, give them a run for their money. So they've been around for quite some time. They've got veterancy on the squad. They really have cool heads on their side. But again, TSM, last time around, were able to take the series like we discussed here. I feel like they've got to advance in this upper bracket. I feel like they want another crack here at, of course, that Toronto Defiant squad.
Yeah, I think I would say probably TSM as well. I think for Luminosity, like, if you lose, you can probably pin it down to, like, hey, the 2 maps that we tried to, like, play some Doomfist, like, we ended up, losing. Let's just not do that again. And you feel pretty good, right? That you can kind of, like, battle back through the loser bracket. I think TSM losing, though, this is a team you just beat 2-1, albeit close. Now you lose. Now you're in the loser bracket. I believe you got 1 loser bracket game this weekend. Yeah, and then you'd be on like the new patch, like kind of going through the rest of the losers. Like it's a little bit of a coin flip. Like I think it would be a much worse loss for TSM at the moment.
You can play this out, right? I think the first round of the lower bracket, very doable for either of these teams, right? We are going to see, some weaker squads find their way down there. Yeah, False coming into... Oh, this is interesting. We know False. We've seen a ton of Sigma, back in the day, False, big Xayah player. Winston from False as well. But none of those heroes are ones that, Dante isn't associated with pretty closely. I feel like his Winston definitely came a long way during his time playing at the top level. But False has also, been a competitor at the very highest levels of Overwatch, also with some synergy here with some of these players on the rest of this roster here. So making a swap here of tank, because Route 66, if you're trying to play Brawl, you're going to struggle, map. This is a quintessential anti-Brawl map.
The series has had a little bit of everything, right? The win map one on, playing like a mirror, then move away from it. Now we get a hey, you've been on the bench the entire series, go in there game 5.
Love that classic, the pinch hitter.
Had a little bit of everything. So yeah, I mean, on Root, do you want to have False play like a Sigma here at range, right? Play a little bit further back. Like, do you want to play on top of the big girls? Although Dallas, if you watch that event, you can definitely play Maga here as well, right? So we'll be curious to see what LG decides to do here towards the end. They'll be on defense first, so we'll get a better look from them. So Looks like the Sigma.
Observers, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, observers. I know what you're doing. I'm not going to mention it. Those that know, know. Those that don't, are better off.
Like, don't like Jack fakes the whole pigeon thing to try and get interactions. You don't have to do that. You're not scared of that.
You know what I'm also not scared of? Hearing what TSM have to say. We're going to head to their comms here and see how they're formulating an approach for this decider map.
Yeah. And then what? I'm on Surge, I guess.
Or cast. Doesn't matter.
Or cast.
If we're on Sage, you're on Surge cast, I think.
I don't see what they're on yet.
Yeah.
I see Sig.
I see Sig.
Check out Lucio break.
Surge.
Genji.
Genji.
I'm saying. I'm stopping. Okay.
I'm going Tracer.
Yeah, we're keeping Monkey.
Yeah, I'm going Trey.
Okay.
Let's push card together.
Yep. Run Lucio swing, man.
Search close.
Yeah, that's side area. Yeah, we have really good cover.
Also up and high in a sec, okay?
Yeah, they have charge. Charge. I'm pushing card with you. Is he on left?
Soft jump.
Yeah, Kieran right.
Okay.
Yeah. With it.
Surge one.
Don't go in.
Can we just lift?
Yeah.
I think we can clear that Curious 5 too. She's really close when I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back in one. I'm back.
When you jump, I slide top with your top left.
3, 2, 1, touching code.
He's fairly fresh. Just get far.
I'm soft jumping top in a sec, ready?
I'm checking there.
Yeah.
She's out.
Stick
I got.
Surgeon, man.
They're really trying to shoot me right now.
Oh, we're getting cover.
We're
getting cover. We still cover.
Yeah. You're no TP. You jump me. I'm okay.
Getting free code.
We're all under.
With you, Archie.
Surge right, carry DPS strikers.
Surge top, up.
Peeking right. Carry one.
Okay.
I have 15.
Rush.
315. I think we can just play card with it.
No bubble. Chill. Everyone chill. Under.
We're rushing
You're gonna rotate right side with rush.
They have window.
Wait. We don't have
I have 5.
Yeah. When we get Kyriel, come right.
I'm gonna jump up and we'll use, okay?
I don't have it.
Two per second.
3,
2, 1. Jumping
You guys go. I'm making split.
I'm in it.
Okay, go pass. They're really looking at me.
I'm with you.
Kieran SP.
Can you get point?
Yeah, I'm on card.
I'm point.
You have primal. You can primal backline.
Give me a sec.
I'm living.
On the back.
Icy's on the path.
Yeah.
Kieran SP. I'm chasing back with you.
I'll chase.
Care blade.
Nice.
Cap.
Hey, they have blood ults now.
They have blockers.
You only use 4 ults. That is filthy. That is absolutely disgusting. In a composition like this, so mobile, usually so disparately spread across the map, finding a 3-player pulse bomb from Rocket is, it's amazing, honestly. And look, you heard TSM, frenetic comms, Matt, to try and solve the Rubik's Cube that was this Sigma high ground setup.
Yeah, that pulse bomb definitely kind of eases the comms.
Yeah, that's called taking a hammer to the Rubik's Cube and putting it back together again after.
Yes, here's going to be the blade here. From King, nothing on the other side, gets Magic 8 Ball, then backs up. So just good for the one there. Takes out that Lucio. It'll be a little bit harder here now for TSM to kind of break up towards this high ground, right? I know the Sigma can actually just kind of play on the cart here, potentially. Just a little bit more open area for them to traverse. So a bit harder without something like a Genji to be able to take that high ground.
You can see why False gets subbed in here. Sigma and potentially, Winston on the attacking side, very much in his wheelhouse here. And really made, a very tough position to break there for TSM on the attacking side. Here's the overclock as Chopper wants to push forward. Bubble thrown up here to make it harder for that poke damage to gain purchase. It looks like a Flux had caught the Sojourn, but King was easily able to pick them off. Very proactive on the Genji so far this round and done a good job of playing his life as well. False has to back away. The bubble from Winston is so frustrating for Sigma, but he has to break through it slowly.
Yeah, but I like the way that TSM is kind of playing this, right? They're just taking space little by little. It doesn't seem like a lot. Now you see multiple players low. They're going to start to get this payload around this corner.
Oh my god.
That is a lot of damage that Icy ends up taking there, I think, through that amp matrix. But I know building closely around and around that corner, right? Jumping up, putting pressure on the Sigma, forcing them back. Just kind of in and out from TSM. Kind of making it very difficult for LG to hold that spot where, and now you'll actually see Chopper switch to the Genji. So I like this move. I was talking about how it could have been a little bit harder to access that high ground, you know, without a Genji in the mix. So they decided to make the change.
Got to point out, we were fortunate to watch Luke Mino there, first person in that previous fight. Some unreal Baptiste play. So you are healing a Genji across the map in midair with some of these ridiculous sort of right-click grenades there. And you're also the main dive target for TSM. So Lumin has done an excellent job here, playing his life. He stayed alive for so long on that first point too. Really coming into his own this year especially. Okay, Katsuna Rush here. False Start in a great spot to get healed, and yeah, maybe just playing at a line of sight of Luke there. The Immortality Field getting its full use, but it wasn't enough. TSM, reckless aggression propels them forward. The couple support ultimates layer doesn't hurt either.
I mean, just the way to play aggressive here, you know, with the Genji in the mix, it just becomes even harder for, you know, LG, right? And so now you'll see some changes, right? Can't exactly play that Baptiste. You're just going to get blown up. They're going to move away from Sigma, at least for now. It'll be D.Va, who's fantastic at dealing, you know, with the wins.
Also, like, very good at playing a slow game, Matt. You play your life pretty effectively. Clear high ground positions, disrupt constantly. No one gets the free fire from those balcony positions. King might be a little too far away. He's done what to close that gap. I'm going to be honest with you, finding two there with the blade. But of course, Icy was just sneaking it home as a bona fide USDA grade A Charlie Niner.
Well, they end up chasing Magic 8 Ball and Chopper, and then they just leave Icy on the payload to just walk it on down. So, you know, they end up getting some kills with the blade. Ultimately, it doesn't really mean much of anything. So now it'll be false back to the Sigma here. So back to the Sigma. Now a Tracer instead of a Genji in the mix here for LG. Advantage here, though, for TSM, though. Mitch, they'll end up actually having their blade here. Is, that's actually CJ who gets picked off. As, they'll actually go with a Sigma Mirror for now. So don't want to play the dive here towards the end. They want to play at least the dive tank. They want to play a Sigma with some of these dive DPS.
Well, the contents of CJ's head exposed to a nice breeze there. Vision just finds a very nice railgun shot across the map.
I can imagine a change off of the Genji after this play. I mean, it doesn't really make all too much sense.
Hey, this is Sigma in the rush style. Don't see this all that often. Very aggressively, Icy pushed up there, took space behind that Immortality Field, but now that it's gone, thanks to Vision, they have to back up again. Rocket is low, but operating on that flank here. We'll see King trying to keep track of him there, who walks straight into Magic 8 Ball, and now it's time for Chopper to get into the back line. Again, the pressure from these flanking DPS to TSM has been the point of difference over this map. It was in the first point, it was through the second phase, and now, again, it's going to get them within striking distance of the end of the map.
Yeah, when TSM has had success, it's really been just forcing a really fast pace of play, as it'll be King who gets on the point. This will be a Kitsune rush here from Squid, as False will come out on
and Matrix here. Luke Mino go for the beat, only catching on to 3 plays, though Vision and King
doesn't connect on
not benefiting from it, that's right. CJ, though, and Matrix is down, and Vision and King just playing safe for now. Back in spawn, that Pulse Bomb, though, gonna do a lot of work. Rocket brought down by Vision, though, now as Icy's front and center. Going to take half his health for that Pulse Bomb, but still be more than happy to fight after the fact. Squid brought down as he whips around and sends a Hypersphere at the Kiriko, and that's TSM with 19 seconds to play with. A successful map finish.
So completing the map here is huge for TSM, as made the dive work pretty effectively on throughout the map. I wonder if on defense, if you're TSM, do you play something like a little bit more Winston-based, or if they play the Sigma, play a little bit more ranged. I think also it would be quite fascinating to see what we see from Luminosity. Do they want to like match the Sigma v Sigma here at the start? Do they want to play a Winston of their own? If False can play Winston, I wouldn't gonna categorize False as like a Winston player per se, though.
I mean, we saw a fair bit of that, you know, during his time on the Titans, in fairness. Yep. So False definitely has the hero pool to account for this. Let's listen in here, because I think Luminosity, obviously, now recoup after that beating they copped from TSM, now need to try and match that attacking time bank.
Don't worry about it.
They're Malga holding close. Where do we want to go?
We can mirror Malga Genji.
We can mirror.
If you want.
I think we can win with Sig.
Or we can try winning with Sig.
Attack?
You don't think so?
Attack.
I think we feel like we can like far.
It's just gonna be AIDS if they just play fast. And
They're holding close. They have Mauga in the train.
I want to try one play with like Pharah Caustic. I think it could be fun.
They have Fire Genji.
We just need to live their rush. We just need to live their rush. Just shoot their Mauga up top.
Mauga booped that, I think.
I think this comp's good.
Yeah, he dropped.
Left.
I'm shooting Mauga.
I have an angle on Mauga.
Yeah, shoot Mauga, shoot Mauga, shoot Mauga.
They have no hit scan for me.
Oh, they have Ana, by the way. They have Ana. Shoot Mauga, shoot Mauga, shoot Mauga. I'm tapping car, I'm tapping car. They have to do something.
Get you one.
Genji one.
Get you one. No dash, no dash. I'm walking. Far enough.
Heal in with you.
Throw one, literally one in this guy.
Nice.
Genji one.
One.
Mauga one, two.
I'm literally one.
Mauga die with defaults.
Yeah. Oh,
Genji low.
Genji's
We got some trades. We got some trades. Mauga low.
They're backing. We can just walk. Speed them, taxi them.
Okay. Just carry that.
There it is, Luminosity struggling a little bit to try and catch Chopper after he got out with a justice level of health. Even losing False there, so TSM don't lose any ground despite, you know, having to back up that spawn camp, really.
Yeah, it was silence for a little bit at the start, and then trying to figure out what you run against the Mauga. They decide to actually kind of make it a go with the Sigma. So I know that's going to be Vision taking out Rocket. That's huge. The Nano actually on a chopper here is he's trying to go in, but they actually deal with ice.
The Immortality field was perfect from Squid there. Luminosity able to deal with the stomp, and everybody played in and around the drone. And then Luminosity can come back in. The Sigma can turn and face the rest of TSM, knowing that the Mauga's eventually going to get brought down. So great response here. And this is what you will have to do routinely in these Sigma comps, man. You are going to get charged down by that Mauga. You have to have a plan ready.
Yeah, they'll move away from the Ana after the Nano and play with the Kariko here. Looks like just some damage here at range. Looks like potentially a boss call for there, but then not.
Hunter getting overridden. Love that. He's like, let me play the game. Luminosity here.
Good.
No need to pause now, as they definitely have the advantage. They've got the momentum too, and now Ant Matrix exposing the players on the higher ground. Some real damage is going to be a problem. In the flux is Icy, and he'll be low enough to fall as soon as he hit the ground. Actually able to hang around, stay alive a little bit longer. It's going to be a blade from Chopper. They got rid of Squid. The barrage from King could have saved the day here, but Icy stays alive for so damn long. Now they're in 1 versus 2. Luke Mino doing what he can to get in the Mauga's face. Kinetic Grasp also going to help. Icy will be tough to bring down. Getting knocked onto the Mega Health Pack.
That's the health pack.
We don't cage fight these. We reset. It's going to be a checkpoint given up to Luminosity.
Yeah. Yes, that would have been crazy. It's incredible that Mog even lives for that.
How does he survive the flux is my question.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he lands. Could have been like a cardiac overdrive. Yeah, like a rocket barrage. Yeah, it could have been a Suzu going on there. I mean, just absolute chaos. But Maga still kind of comes out on top. What do you think about TSM not making a change here and bringing the Cassidy? Yeah, Chopper gonna run the Genji yet again. Right there, it takes out the Cassidy, but definitely gives some opportunities for King here.
Well, in False knows he can't rock the Mauga. He's just not going to do anything here. So he'll be looking for Chopper to step up and actually get caught by that. It's probably even his primary target, if I'm honest, which is a big job for False to try and catch the Genji in that way, especially with how Chopper is going to play around it. But so far, TSM here can make use of this terrain, allowing Chopper to play right here by the choke.
Yeah, I would say this is also a little bit of harder choke for Luminosity to get through, right? So many close quarters where the Pharah can just spam in. You get the Genji dash, right? Like, look at this. TSM, they have no problem with just playing from the car, right? Just play from that area. Looks like maybe they thought one player went all the way in the back. I actually think that's Rocket that's all the way back there, that they're kind of isolating out.
Oh, this Dead-Eye's going to make it tough going for TSM. We split the map, and Vision's able to find Chopper. Possibly the perfect target.
Pharah's still back.
Yeah, but he ignores him. It seems as if, no one's really looking towards Rocket at the moment, as King says he's more than happy to make use of this choke now. A lot of splash damage there, and there's really no way Icy gets out of this one alive. Rocket eventually returns to the fray, but doesn't have much to do. Already, most of his team brought down, and it's a decent time for Luminosity here. They're at least keeping pace.
Yeah, they absolutely needed a fight win there. Get this payload moving. Not a lot of time in the bank, right, for TSM. 19 seconds, but still. So now we'll see TSM go like full kind of dive, right? Not gonna have a Winston in the mix. They're gonna play a Diva instead. eat up some of those rockets from the far with the defense matrix. Now it'll be much easier for them to kind of control high ground, put pressure, whether it be onto the Pharah or the back.
Well, just being able to deny the top of the saloon, I think, from the attackers is going to be important. False, of course, opts to play from the causeway instead. A powerful position if you can have someone move that card up for you. Nice direct, though. It's going to keep Rocket honest here. Icy interrupted there for a time, probably by an accretion, and King.
Chopper doesn't get
don't know how he found that. That is brutal. Another Magic 8 Ball beat that doesn't catch on to everybody. Not his fault, no. So hard to make sure Chopper's going to be within radius, but they needed that Genji for the pressure. Now without a flanker to really cause problems. TSM, man, struggling here as False has no pressure on him now. Up they get. Next checkpoint, Matt.
2 minutes and 22 seconds when they take the checkpoint, so you're gonna have about 2 minutes here for TSM. You're looking at probably needing like 3 fights to get into OT. So King now will play the Genji here. This flux could be quite massive, right? No sound barrier on the other side here. False trying to set up in position.
False here a little bit out of the action, trying to get into the fight as soon as possible. It's Magic 8 Ball getting caught by that mag grenade, holding onto this gravitic flux. Okay, pulse bomb there, stuck onto the shield. Rocket couldn't quite get to False. That would have been a key target to get that pressure on. King falling again, though. You see Luminosity have lost the sharper end of their blade. False still playing around a flux of his own now, but not really a great opportunity to make use of it here. Immortality field for Squid was good, but it doesn't keep them alive as Rocket comes in with a second wave of pressure and a classy 2K. A Vision falling to the melee.
I mean, that is just filthy stuff. Is Rocket still here, still alive, as King now trying to go back, deal with the Tracer as Vision up the spawn on the Cassidy. Finally deals with him, but that takes more than a minute off the clock. That is quite good there. For TSM. Takes a decent amount of time off the clock. Do you come back? Like, you can maybe Blade, get aggressive with the Blade. Maybe they use Beat, right? Gives yourself an opportunity within, maybe like 30 seconds left to get another fight here towards the end. That's a possibility here for TSM, but looks like, at least for now, potentially posturing to build their own
Chopper just saw the accretion there from False. It's time for the Blade. Air Matrix in play here. Chopper opting to be a bit safer. Play on the other side of that Air Matrix instead. It's going to be False brought down by the Flux. TSM have bought themselves some breathing room, and Magic 8 Ball doesn't have to beat. That is big. Luminosity now down to 1 fight. One more opportunity here to try and get the map done. Otherwise, they will have let this series slip through their hands.
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You're essentially, once they get this checkpoint, playing for like 3 fights here if you're TSM, as now this would be the final one, as like you mentioned, they didn't have to invest that sound barrier in that previous fight. But throughout the series, Magic 8 Ball has had some interesting ones, right? They needs to make sure this one is good. Looks like potentially they're going to think about speed boosting down here.
It's already down. They've already lost the Baptiste. No opportunity to make use of that Immortality field. But King going to try and salvage the situation with a Blade. It's good. It's damn good. 3 kills for King. But it's only False. Luke Mina now to join him on the cart. 2 versus 2 now as Luke Mina already gets strips torn off him. Good pulse on False. Not enough burst healing from the Lucio to get the Sigma back in the fight. Eventually he's going to be dragged down. There's no other options here for Luminosity. They're trickling in. Accretion dots there by Luke Mina, but now an Air Matrix on the higher ground is going to make this awfully tough to penetrate. Into the back goes the Tracer. Vision trying to get around, trying to stall things out as King heads up to the high ground now. A sound barrier in play. They're without CJ, and it's not going to be enough for Luminosity. TSM get to settle into those final moments. Sound barrier for 4 is enough to secure the win.
Yeah, and for me, it was really just kind of Rocket on Tracer towards the end. Time and time again, he would just be in the back line there on Route 66. Nobody really kind of dealing with him as he was able to do some serious work as LG made it really interesting towards the end. We will not have a map 6. We just saw that is over. We are done with this.
We'll run it back a little bit more. I'm sure that Luminosity would have loved the opportunity, Matt.
Hey, I would watch that. I would watch that again, considering we had a lot of blowouts there. I would just let these 2 teams play like 4 or 5 more maps. So this is back and forth.
On that note, to be fair, a lot of these maps in this series were blowouts one way or another. I'm glad we got to go to Route 66, but it's a map that often gets picked up to try and stress an opponent's hero pool. And that's kind of why we see False get subbed in. Now, coming in for map 5, I think is a controversial idea, whether it's, to your benefit or otherwise.
He played great.
He did. Played great. Obviously, it was his wheelhouse. The Sigma, looks really good there for False. It's not enough, though, for Luminosity. A tough loss to suffer. Another win for TSM. That's 2 in a row against this opponent. Let's head out to the desk to break down what ended up being a bit of a banger, fam.
Indeed, we hoped for a close match, and the teams delivered. We did have a little bit of a halftime there before we headed into New Chunk City. And heading into New Chunk City, Jake, Luminosity Gaming, just like at the very beginning of the series, they turned it up.
Yeah, I think New Junk City really favors their style. When they can just set the tempo, be super fast, super aggressive, especially running the double flex DPS, they look great. And I think when they're forcing this game into more of a deathmatching, brawly space, they're really, really effective. But on some map types, Jack? This is my first time.
Hi, I'm Jack.
Johnny, you can't do that. You can't force this pace. It's about setups. It's about clean executions. It's about positioning before the team fight. And that's where TSM, I think, had the really big advantage. I think Rocket on Tracer also showing why it's a signature hero for him. I mean, some of those dives felt like Rocket alone was just destroying your backline.
Yeah, this is why North America is so much fun, right? Because all these teams are so incredibly competitive, and it really was back and forth. I mean, King, for example, had some standout moments, both on Pharah and the Genji, and this feels like a pretty good meta overall for King. But like you said, like the star power on TSM as well. We talked about in the past where like Rocket was like the breakout star of stage 1, especially on Tracer, had phenomenal impact, and now Chopper turned out in this series as well. That was a triple pulse. It was so fun listening into the team as well.
Yeah.
And it was like they were setting up for like a minute and a half trying to execute this dive because you had to do it really meticulously. And then they finally dove in, and towards the end of the fight, you got a triple pulse bomb. Really enjoyable to hear. But yeah, I feel like TSM just had better execution on these maps, like you said, Jake. But also like the stand-up performances from players like Chopper, for example, really impressive. That ultimately turned this series. Which was really close. Those individual stand-up moments, they really mattered.
Yeah, the Sojourn on New Queen Street, that was pretty monstrous. But Rocket is going to be our player of the match. I mean, well-deserved, showing incredible flexibility. The Pharah was really on point. A lot of big air shots coming out from Rocket. And honestly, in that Mauga mirror, I feel like your Pharah really is a critical piece. So easy to get burned down and just deleted by Mauga or Hitscan. And yet you still have to get in there. You still have to play fearlessly with these barrages and just make the call. So this is like a pretty exciting hero to see him on. I think it's a super fun hero in the meta, seeing Pharah in after her.
So much better after the changes.
Yeah. For me, this hero is genuinely a ton of fun to play, a lot of fun to watch as well. Just such a more dynamic hero, much less high ground spamming, much more, dive on top of the enemy, and it's you or them.
Yeah.
It's also very much within Rocket's wheelhouse. So it's been really, really fun to see how his hero pool translates into that. General great pop of performance there by Rocket. So he is, in fact, our player of the match. TSM taking the dub. It was a close match, though. A very exciting one to watch. And I do believe we have an interview ready now with the man himself. It's Rocket joining us. So first things first, congratulations on the W.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Of course. Let's talk about how you got it done. This was a rematch. Just very recently, you faced off against Luminosity Gaming already, also coming out on top. How is it that you guys have the upper hand against this team?
Well, I mean, I think we had a lot of prep going in, considering we played them so recently. And, they're a team we scrim a lot. And honestly, like you saw it in, New Queen Street and Eichenwald, right? Like, when we were really dialed in, it really wasn't that close, but it's first match. We haven't played a true official with stakes in a while, so we're kind of just easing back into it. But I mean, once we dialed in, it seemed like close in like the big picture, but the small picture, not really.
Yeah, so I'm curious about that. We know you guys had a tough loss in the last qualifier. You were really hoping to make it to Dallas. What does that mean, putting the stakes on this tournament now, Esports World Cup? Where do you see that in terms of your team's trajectory and what your hopes, your aspirations are for this tournament?
I think our aspirations are, I think we're going into this tourney actually with the mindset of not necessarily, we're not really concerned about qualifying, right? Because when you put that pressure on yourself, you fold. We're really focused on actually beating Toronto tomorrow. We're in this tourney not to make it, but to beat Toronto, right? I think we think the sky's the limit with our team, and if we're truly focused, we can beat anyone, right? So.
That's a great goal. I mean, that is also the most fun matches I remember as well. Like, you got a top team and you're like, I really want to beat that top team. And so that is going to be a lot of fun. I want to talk more about your play and your hero pool specifically. This has been a pretty awkward meta for a lot of hitscan players because hitscan players, are forced to swap a lot more. We saw a lot of your Tracer, especially in stage 1. We talked a lot about your Tracer. But you're also now forced to flex over to a lot of these different heroes. How do you view your own hero pool? What heroes you feel really comfortable at? Or do you think you can just do it all?
Well, I think obviously I'm really comfortable on the Tracer. I consider myself one of the best in the region. But I think with our coaching staff and our capability, our triple DPS lineup, right? We're capable of learning everything and anything, right? Pharah wasn't a hero I had a lot of time on, but picking it up recently, I feel like I'm pretty good. Similar with Venture and stuff. I think our bases are fully loaded and covered with everything that's necessary, and the rest of it is just execution.
Absolutely. Yeah, flexibility has been key as of late in Overwatch 2, and it's great to see that from you guys as well. Let's see how far you can take it. Thank you so much for joining, and best of luck in your next match.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
And that was Rocket from TSM. They get the dub over Luminosity Gaming, just like we thought. What are you smiling?
No, I just feel like I really enjoyed stage 1 because we talked about Rocket so much as a standout player in stage 1. Just like, oh my god, like Rocket on the tracers, just like taking it to these teams. And obviously TSM, that was before they were TSM in stage 1. They actually made it to the stage 1 finals against Toronto Defiant, right? And we're like, oh my god, this new team, or not new team, this team on North America, like a top 2 team potentially taking out M80.
Yeah.
Sure, but I just like missed that a little bit. I was just like, I miss hyping up Rocket as an individual star player in the region, and we were reminded of it.
They fell far. Like that.
Yeah.
That stage 5.
That
was
Citrus Nation loss. Icarus, they flew too close.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Too close. They got new feathers donned though, and currently they are flying high. Let's see how high, indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket. The sky's the limit, or the grand finals, if you will, which will be played in a best of 7. Currently, we're playing best of 5 through the upper bracket in the NA region. Now, we do have, of course, more games to come. M80 will be facing off against Shikigami. We're expecting a close one here as well, or a blowout?
I think Shikigami's a pretty big underdog here, I'd say. There's question marks about M80.
Quite large.
But, the only question marks from me about M80 is sort of like how high can they go? They have lost Happy and Pelican, and those would be 2 players incredibly, incredibly hard to replace, not to mention Hawk. But they've done an admirable job, Johnny, of finding some pretty impressive replacements.
Well,
and we'll talk about that.
There you go. He's on it. Go for it. I'm not taking this away from you.
Oh, I thought we were going to a break, so I was like.
But I wanted you.
I wanted to hype it up for what's to come.
You're hyping up my transition.
Yeah, that's how you do it in like radio, in TV.
On
the other side of this break, we'll be talking about how cool M80 is. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he said, see you on this side, the other side. You know what I mean?
Hello? Hello?
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch FACEIT League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on FACEIT. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. FACEIT League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the EWC OW2 qualifiers here in beautiful sunny Burbank. I am Zoe, joined by Jake, by Johnny. We're here getting ready for the last match of the day. You can't throw me off. I'm a professional.
I just loved how casual you were. You were like hands in your pockets. You were like,
that time of the day. I've been away for
welcome to Burbank.
Just cooling.
I'm just so cool.
Yeah.
I'm one of the kids now.
Yeah,
that's right.
We're here to watch some good Overwatch.
Oh, some Overwatch.
We had some Overwatch and some good Overwatch. Yeah, it's been a day. And it is not over yet because M80 will be facing off against Shikigami next, and we are here to talk about it all. M80 should be considered the favorite heading into this, for obvious reasons. A bit more name value, I would say, on that roster. Also, they did have to make some changes, as you alluded to, heading into it. But the one player you want to freaking hype up here, Tree. I didn't say it.
That's his nickname?
I said F, and I stopped right there because I'm so excited about Tree.
Yep. I mean, they changed the majority of their roster.
Yeah.
You know, they replaced their tank, bringing on Cluj, of course, and like Jake mentioned, Happy and Pelican no longer with the team. But Tree is the one individual to look out for. And I'm not going to, I'm kind of already hyping up Tree too much, but Tree's been waiting for a long time to become eligible to compete in these Overwatch tournaments, of course, the Tier 1 tournaments, of course, here. So the Esports World Cup. So I'm really looking forward to see how Tree's going to perform. He is the young star of the North American region, so flexible, famously a projectile player, can flex a lot onto those zeros, but now fitting more into a hit scan player. Yeah. So kind of like proper in that regard, where, you know, a hit scan player that is really flexible and can, you know, play the Genji and all these different projectile heroes if required. So I'm looking out for Tree. This big moment here, Jake.
Yeah, I think Shikigami, definitely a big underdog, but I think Doomed and Amazing could put up a fight here on the DPS lineup, especially playing double flex. So that, I mean, based on these players in, I would suspect they'll play a little bit of double flex, but Amazing could also bring out the hit scan. No slouch on the Sojourn. But yeah, definitely one of the bigger underdog teams here, you know, still battling, trying to vie for one of those qualifying spots to the Esports World Cup. This would be a huge stamp to put on the tournament if Shikigami could win against an M80 that certainly hasn't had much time together, right? They've got incredible individual players, but can Shikigami overwhelm them with just a bit of more of execution, finesse, team practice? I'm not sure. I think it'll be tough for them, but that's their hope. That's their
at least it's, you know, they're facing an M80 roster that has made a lot of shuffles, and Shikigami actually on pretty good form, having taken down a team like Energy Shock last week, for example, and also playing really close with Luminosity, right? So those are two really formidable teams they're competitive with and even got a win, right? So now going up against M80, who changed 3 players, this is, I'm not going to say winnable because they're still the underdogs, but it's winnable.
Everything is possible in the world of Overwatch. I mean, yeah, you can say a lot about obviously having player shuffles and there maybe a lack of synergy, but the individual skill level on M80 is still very, very high. So they will be punching upwards, but that doesn't mean they can't get it done. I'm excited for this one. I went with M80. I think it's going to be a clean one too. 3-0 is my prediction for this one.
I also went M80. You said you didn't want to overhype Tree. I'm going to do it right now. We have not seen Tree play in like a super high stakes match, in like that professional level because he's been too young. But for me, from what I've seen on the ladder and scrims, I think Tree is already the best in NA. I think right now on DPS, I think he's like within top 3 for me. So I'm giving him the full caster curse. Everything is stacked against him. We'll see if he can still perform. I got faith. He's different. He's different. Just watch.
I got M80 3-1-2, and I did say I didn't want to hype up Tree too much either, and then I tweeted out like literally yesterday
he's the best in the world.
That I think I did tweet out that Tree would become the best player in North America. So I guess that kind of tells the story.
No, it's real, man. It's real. Yeah. If you play against him unranked, you'll.
Tree has tons of potential, and this could be an amazing journey.
Could be the start of something.
Start of something special.
Yeah, the start of something very special, and it all will be starting here as they're heading into their first match in our qualifiers. And for all the action, we once more are going to send it over to the ever so lovely Mitch, and Matt is also there.
He's here. He's here.
He's present.
Well, I am
in attendance.
You're lovely. You are lovely, Matt, and you are loved.
Yeah, you're glowing
we're
today,
all on
Matt.
that tree.
Beautiful.
We're all on the tree. Yeah. I'm glowing.
You actually are. You actually look extremely.
pretty.
You look extremely moist, especially around here. This is moist AF, honestly. You moisturizing, brother?
Moist.
No, it's moist AF.
Yeah. I'm always. Why? Is it cool not to moisturize?
No one wants to be ashy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it's just particularly evident that I reckon you set up your cameras just to really broadcast your moistness to the world. So just want to let you know that you're looking arable field right now. You know what I mean? Ready for planting season.
I like that.
well irrigated.
When Zoe was like on this side of the break, and then it was like, wait, we're going to break.
Listen, it's about that time, right? It's the witching hour for Overwatch right now, folks. And what better match to put on your plate for that than M80 versus Shikigami? And again, a team that, appeared in some degree through many of our group stages, in the, OWCS. Now, of course, though, looking quite strong, having made their way through here and actually having beaten a few of the other teams that are represented in our top 8 here. M80, though, in fairness, are a team that we expect to come out of the gates very strong. I think Jake said it earlier on. You don't, or maybe you did. I don't want to quote you with anything that sounds remotely intelligent, though, but you did say no team loses Pelican and Happy and comes out looking better for it.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Jury's out. Citation required.
Somebody
honestly.
on Reddit will credit the Jake now. But yeah, that was me earlier.
Glad to hear that from Jake. He made a good point. But M80 still.
It was Homelander on the desk.
Spectre and Tree here for M80 though, and again a lot of hype on Tree, good reason for it. Kaluj got ruined by me so hard in lane in the deadlock play test that he went back to playing Overwatch. Respect it for sure. Obviously always been a force to be reckoned with on that Sigma. It'll be M80 playing a more static composition up against the Malga.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see Tree play. I mean, he's been a player that we've all had our eye on for a very long time. To play at the highest level, kind of, has been waiting so long for this opportunity. You gotta feel good that, has it now as Shikigami takes lots of damage there. But they end up backing out and they get a pick. So let's see if they can now move on.
They've got to convert on a low, but they're all so low, Matt. That's the problem. Graveyard desperately trying to get Solo and Co back in the fight. Picking up Spectre, though, pretty good way to do it. They are now ready to rumble. Somehow, M80 gave them the room to breathe there. Perhaps the loss of the player gave them enough pause. Shikigami fighting fit and take the point first.
Well, I mean, Shikigami, they take so much damage, but they're actually able to back out a little bit, and then it's just finding that first pick, so they find it onto Tree. Now we'll see an Ashe in play, so a little bit of an interesting kind of composition here. So Ashe with the Pharah, Sigma as well for M80, something we have not seen throughout the day this far.
Can he get enough space to work with? Not right now as the stop comes in. Solo creates a little bit of room here, takes a ton of damage in order to do so. That's a transaction you make as a tank player, but Solo's out of the fight for the time being. Gravitic Flux, Doom's trying to wrap around here, getting rid of the immortality field of Ultraviolet at the very least, but isn't in the fight for now. Sound Barrier here to work with. Solo going to be knocked down by the accretion there, and here's a barrage. The last vestiges of the Sound Barrier though keep Tree alive, and he picks Doomed off in mid-air. Some flashy plays from the young gun. And M80 should be able to get back in here, seeding probably 45, 48%.
Yeah, and coming out with the Ashe, it's obviously better at a little bit longer distance. You get some of the ticking damage. With the Dynamite, it looked like it was actually cleansed off straight away. When Shikigami kind of pushed on in. Now it might be a little bit easier to just put some more pressure on the Pharah. Without that Pharah damage, being returned on the other side, you feel a little bit better about your combo.
Well, they get to play the high ground as Ashe, Matt. So Tree gets the transition into a part of the map that really favors his hero. Amazing, on the other hand, it's an awkward angle to play from. You're on the low ground, dealing with someone who outranges you with hit scan damage. The Deadeye, though, might be able to even the ledger. Oh, just a little bit more, and Kaluj would have been good. But Amazing holds the shot for now. Solo wants to pressure, but takes a ton of damage in doing so. And there's the barrage of Spectre, leaves him vulnerable, but it's a trade of DPS. And Noctis will fall. Tree looking pretty darn indomitable here. Graveyard able to at least bring them down with a kunai, but it's not enough. M80 now get into the lead.
And I gotta say, the Deadeye from, Riot did a really nice job of pushing Kaluj all the way to the opposite side of the point. It's a really nice, immortality field that helps keep Kaluj stay alive. And just great healing by Ultraviolet. So the backline playing quite well here early for M80, where very difficult to keep Kaluj alive, especially with that much pressure on him.
Solo on the scene once more. Some damage on Ultraviolet, who had to go upstairs as a result. Wants to get the stop on Kaluj, who's done briefly now, caught inside the cage fight. Kinetic Grasp isn't multi-directional, but still, Kaluj able to keep himself alive for long enough, and the Immortality Field goes a long way, and that buys time for Spectra and Tree to go to work. They win their matchups at DPS, and Shikigami didn't have a chance.
Yes, now you'll start to push up a little bit here if you're M80. It's, just put a shot down from the spawn as Kaluj and Kodel now back up. Maybe just try and pick off one as they're kind of running out. Is Doomfist swap here for Shikigami.
Amazing has to recall earlier those hyperspheres. A problem. Tree drops off the high ground, exposes himself to Solo's rocket punch, but they're able to redirect the Doomfist and get a lot of damage down. Solo now out of the fight, well and truly. Flux was more than enough to deal with the Doomfist, and once more we go to Spectra fighting in the skies against Doomed. It was Ultraviolet getting taken down here, but Spectra able to combine with Tree's damage, and then a beautiful follow-up rocket on Noctis will remove the Lucio. There's nothing to be done here in this first round as M80 bounced back from a slow start.
So, it might be a little bit harder to, make work against some of the really aggressive, Mauga kind of compositions and teams, maybe at the top of NA. That time, though, they played the Sigma quite well. Adding the Ashe into the mix just kind of be even more, just the ticking damage going down, right, on the players, pushing on in, right? The ticking damage, the Pharah damage, maybe just kind of extract all the healing resources from the opposing team and just, you're going to live a little bit longer, with that immortality field in the mix. So a little bit of a variation from M80, something a little bit different we haven't seen so far.
I liked it a lot, that switch up. Tree, look, from the high ground, yeah, very, very strong, but even before that point, right, when they had switched and they were, on the outside looking in, was still able to get a ton of value, even when up right in the face of Solo. It's not easy to do. You can feel very vulnerable, even with Coach Gun in situations like that. Malka getting run back once more by Shikigami. Now the switch to the Genji instead of the Cassidy.
Yeah, so this is going to put a little bit more pressure onto Tree, right? Where Cassidy does really well against, the flankers, Ashe, not really as much, right? You got the Coach Gun, and that's about it. Just getting out of harm's way. You see the Dynamite going down, though, ticking, the tank, ticking Rai as well. And that'll be the damage from Spectre, just finishing these players off as they get pushed into that corridor. And that has looked quite nice so far here for
the heal
M80.
pressure from the Dynamite, Matt, especially when you're opposing Lucio's probably on speed a lot of the time, is non-insignificant. Also, it can be a little bit annoying for Kiriko to top up a team that takes a large amount of burst for the Dynamite getting blown up. So, yeah, Ashe, a real problem. And let's not even talk about Bob when he gets involved. That's a whole different story. So we see the Ramatra actually picked into the Sigma here, which is honestly less common. Very interruptible during that Nemesis form. So we'll have to find a way to close the gap on Kaluj to be relevant.
Yeah, as Dynamite sent towards the high ground there, just going to deterring players from running into Spectre. This would be the Kitsune rush that comes on in. They get the Ramatra in the mix, but this is very telegraphed, right? You can just back out here if you're M80. Nothing wrong with giving up the point. You already have almost 40%. So now you come back. You're going to have an Amp Matrix here to fight this
they recently started the cap again. M80 more than happy to just put the pressure on again. They do need to be quick about a fight. They're in a good position to take one. With the Amp Matrix behind Kaluj and the Kinetic Grasp letting him onto the point. Everyone exposed to the Dynamite, playing that close room here. It's a little dicey for Shikigami, and eventually they will start to topple. First it's Noctis. Spectre's able to find that shot, and now dueling with Doomed. One rocket would have done the job, and UV is going to be there with the finish. A very unnecessary flux there for Kaluj, but we saw in chat, Kaluj is feeling very enthusiastic about this game so far, so let him have it.
Yes, they're solo left on the point alone, so pushing in, Kaluj able to get one in the flux and then take out another one. Kind of floating through the air there is, you're gonna have a sound barrier here, right? But with the way that M80 is played, Liar doing a nice job just kind of escorting them around. They can just disengage this yet again. But this is gonna be the Bob early. See what kind of follow-up there is looks like it's gonna be the Barrage. Connects the Solo, tried to make it around the corner. Was in Nemesis form trying to block and just ends up getting clipped there towards the end. Almost made it out with his life.
Ultraviolet had the immortality field there for Spectra, who obviously is going to be vulnerable during that ultimate. 90% and counting here. It's been a quiet one for Shikigami on this second round. Switching into the Ramatra against the Sigma, they've found very little success so far. They'll opt for a sound barrier now. Shikigami want to try and close the gap. Liars comes a little bit late. They do lose Tree to the barrage though. Doomed finally finding some purchase, but Noctis getting picked off after. Liars beat doesn't have to keep 4 players of M80 in the fight. Now without an immortality field, Shikigami are on their last legs. Spectra peering in from that off angle. All those rockets going in Solo's direction, and there's nobody really to use that annihilation on. Solo just needs to stay alive, and with Doom getting picked off now, you're running out of options. Your firepower severely depleted for Shikigami, and now you get dragged down one after another. It's amazing falling. Liar, such a problem over this round so far. Another kill, and yes, annihilation gets used here, but how long can you stay alive for? Not nearly long enough. Solo living up to his name there on the point. And now the overtime ticking down. No chance for a touch there for Doomed, and Oasis goes the way of M80.
Yeah, the Liar ends up picking 3 up there towards the end as a little bit of a different comp there from M80 that they make work. With built around like they started off with a Cassidy, I believe, Trio, and then immediately switched to the Ashe. So Ashe with a Pharah plus the Sigma. And then Baptiste and Lucia for most of the time, a comp that we haven't seen too much of, from Dallas, up until now. So pretty interesting stuff.
I want to point out that there was a Genji switched into that comp, right? It's one that maybe seeks to put that extra pressure on the Ashe if possible because there's no threat. Mag grenade, making it hard to get out after you dive on in. But Tree, look at these highlights. They are so hard. This is basically a fan cam for Tree right now, and why not? We don't see a lot of Ashe on this map because she's hard to make work, but if you have sufficient mechanical skill, yeah, you can get away with it. I'm glad we got that in there for Kaluj, of course. Gravitic Flux there. Fight definitely already over by that point, but Kaluj's Sigma doesn't seem to have missed a beat. Here, utter aggression, of course, the Spectra steps up with a barrage, and it's going to be, immortality fielded perfectly. And then there's no chance for Solo there to get a good annihilation. It's hard to see that Ramatra sort of struggles so much into that Sigma, but it's a difficult matchup at the best of times.
Well, I mean, I'd almost say the more worrying thing is, playing the Maga compositions for Shikigami into the Sigma and not being able to win. Like, that's kind of like the... I mean, you win those matchups, the barometer. Right? You should win those matchups. Yeah, where if you're not winning those, then it's like, okay, well, trying to play, you can play like Reinhardt. We've seen, like a team play successfully, not really many teams, just SG play successfully into like a Sigma to try and get past it, but you got to do a lot of different things to make it work. Like, I feel like if you can't, the Maga should be able to beat it, and maybe it's not consistently when you have these teams that are maybe a little bit different variants in terms of skill, but the Maga should be able to come out on top there. It's probably a little bit worrying for Shikigami that it doesn't work out.
Yeah, it also makes the question of, if M80 ever felt like they had to mirror that Malga composition, they probably feel favored there. I mean, there's also a question of what, Kaluj's hero pool's looking like right now. Sigma, right up his alley. Great Sigma player, kind of always has been. It was always a high point for him on the shock in the past, and he's used it really effectively so far. And for teams that feel confident playing against those Malga setups, even, again, with that Sigma, which can be a little bit challenging, yeah, the fact that they're getting so much value out of it here sort of speaks volumes about them. Again, M80, as per usual, only dropping a game to the Toronto Defiant here up against our top 8 teams from NA. For a team that's had a huge change, I mean, like, the majority of this team has been switched up. That is a very good sign. They've really hit the ground running and, again, cemented themselves once more as that top 2 team in NA, with now the potential and the runway to challenge that top spot. I mean, this squad did better than Toronto at LAN, right? Yeah, it's different now, but those core pieces are still in place, and you've got some real young talent in Tree, and Spectra's always been incredible.
Yeah, for me, like obviously it's a huge loss, right? With Hawk, Pelican, and Happy, leaving departing the roster, but you're really excited about Tree. I mean, if you had Tree, you're going to figure out a way to work Tree into the lineup, regardless of whether those players would have stayed. You would have figured out a way to use Tree. And then Kaluj, it's never really been like a talent issue with Kaluj. Like, we know he has like loads of talent in terms of the tank role. It feels like sometimes maybe it's just been like, whether it's like a team around or the hero pool just hasn't really kind of worked out. And Spectra's very talented as well. So you could have had a much worse outcome in terms of who you're replacing these players with. you know, I still think we're going to have to see them go up against, you know, whether it be a TSM, Toronto, you know, NRG Shock, or even the new Timeless roster, right? Get a better gauge of where this team's at.
So M80 select Eichenwalde here for our second map of the series. It's one in which we've seen those Sigma comps do quite well defensively. I mean, very well in a previous game. That was that TSM Citrus Nation matchup. But also, yeah, we've often discussed, like, is it worth just running this Malga comp to a lot of these situations? It seems that Shikigami tend to agree. But M80, if they came out on this Sigma comp, it wouldn't shock me too much. I don't know if we get this look, but the Grapple Widow, obviously gentleman's agreement's not being observed in this game. Tree might try and do something a little rude here. I'd be shocked if Doom popped up.
CDL, you don't follow the gentleman's agreements? I mean, you're
persona non grata.
You're a ranked player.
Yeah, but
I mean,
those guys GA guns like a day after the game comes out. Very sensitive lot, those guys. Sorry.
You would have never seen Brig. You'd never seen Maga. I mean, everything would have been
just
gone.
be Soldier Cassidy comps with Ryan.
It would have been. Like,
why do players have so much ability?
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, that's another story actually. Anyway, we didn't see that. Tree heads upstairs looking for a shot. Won't find it. It will be the Sigma comp with the Baptiste out of the gates for M80.
Ash? No, Cassidy.
Okay.
So start things off with a Cassidy in the mix. So this is how they kind of started on the first map, then move their way over towards an Ash. So we'll see. Nice concuss there from Doomed into the choke. Just spread everybody out, put some damage. But they've kind of allowed Kalush to just kind of walk through the choke for free.
I tell you what, a couple headshots and Cassidy hits just like it always used to. My goodness. Solo down to just a sliver of health, and that's already an immortality field forced out, so you know the pressure is being felt. Kaluj extends pretty deep here, but the kinetic grasp allows him to get back to safety. It does require an attacking immortality field as well, so M80 will be slowed up here.
Yeah, they do end up getting like through that initial choke though, and then they lose the forest. So that's a lot of damage, and then Tree now on the flank. That's all your damage deal.
Pretty sure Tree just found the hammer there on the run to bring down Amazing. Doesn't matter how you get it done as long as the job is completed. In M80 have captured this first checkpoint here. It's only taken them one fight, a brief pause, maybe a syncopation in their attacking rhythm, but they're on the road now for real.
Now I think it'll be I said it would be a little bit tougher, but they've just been able to just kind of move the Sigma around wherever they want, make it work. As if you're the team like Shikigami here with the Malga, like you want to play close, right? You don't want to give up like tons of space to the Sigma, allow the Sigma to just kind of poke you down, just kind of like walk the card on in. You want to be the aggressive team, so happy to see Shikigami taking this position.
I wonder what Doomed has planned here. Spectra though meets him in the middle. He was looking to go over the top there, but that's not to be. Nice shots here from Tree. Graveyard, a great pick to find. But without the Sigma, M80 are looking a little more exposed. Still Tree opts to go into the castle. Okay, we have a bit of do-si-do here, folks, as Doomed has flipped the map somewhat. Going to descend upon, yeah, no way Ultraviolet's getting out of that, but the fact that Spectra finds a trade there is astonishing. Still M80 in a position of pressure, and Spectra just goes for the ultimate. I respect it. Amazing steps up, and it's an all-you-can-eat rocket buffet.
I mean, why not? It can be very difficult to get use out of the barrage, or good use out of the barrage. So now they're going to play Venture here. So this is quite interesting. This is going to allow you a little. You would like to see like Venture Genji here, right? Potentially. Maybe they feel like they still need the Cassidy to deal with that Pharah, but you just would want even more burst, you know, through the shield, right? There's the Stomp, there's the Venture Burrow. That's also Sound Barrier use as well. So trying to really make a play for the backline. They're able to get rid of Tree at least.
Kinetic Grasp, Kaluj backs up here. Amazing, threatening with the Dead Eye, but M80 able to clear out of the way. Nicely done. Blair goes overhead. Amazing able to connect there, and Ultraviolet will eventually be brought down to ugly spot to be in as an attacker. So Shikigami have a chance to stabilize here, and the Venture seems pretty decent, right? I mean, this Sigma comp wants to play pretty close together, and eventually Shikigami would love to brawl if they can. It's worked out so far.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a halfway house, right? Kind of keeping the you know, Cassidy in the mix, and then also having the Venture from like playing like full-on dive, right? Like you would really you know, it's kind of weird to say like dive, or just playing more of aggressive style, you know, with Maga. This gave you some protection from the Pharah, but now it's going to be Spectra playing the Tracer, so not necessarily needed to even play that Cassidy, but
Cage fight.
Vitri using Deadeye here. Cage fight here locks everybody in, also kind of blocks that.
Yeah, it was defensive against that Deadeye, Matt. Solo protecting all of Shikigami from a pretty nasty off-angle position that Tree was holding. A couple good defensive fights here in a row for Shikigami. Locking it down. There's M80 here running now down below 2.5 minutes after a hot start.
Yeah, and since Shikigami's made these adjustments, they've really kind of taken it to M80, as M80 had used that sound barrier, not in the last one, but the previous fight. So don't have that for a very long time, but still, I mean, they took Queen A so fast. I mean, 2 minutes plus still on the clock here to not even get the payload that much further.
Upstairs they'll go here. It's a good opportunity for Shikigami to run into them. Not a great spot for Amanda to play from. This space gets taken away and they're in an awkward spot. Graveyard being careful here. Doomed, of course, able to duck under that accretion. Pops up here and okay, found Tree with that damage. He's just standing within the radius of it. So despite the fact that M80 are playing from behind an air matrix there, they get nothing done. Burrow.
A little bit of a flank here. He's Doom got in the back line, right? Able to pick up one as Tree.
I mean,
very difficult on
they went in
his
the back line. They
life
actually popped up in the front line and just like the AoE damage clipped Tree. Like,
yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's like the center does like a a large amount of damage, but then like obviously the entire radius of it, right? I know on the
yeah,
burrow,
and the longer you charge it, the harder
so
it is hitting. So it didn't have to do that much damage. Tree was so low. Shikigami. Here's that Deadeye. This is right, amazing. Moving up with a speed boost here. Sigma Shield thrown in the way, but now abandoned. Kalush knocked to the ground, but not removed. The Immortality Field kept him up until Solo got his hands on him. Now we have the Cardiac Overdrive here. M80 struggling to find space for the Sigma comp. I think that's pretty succinct way of putting it. Amazing, unbothered by Spectra. Swatting at flies as Graveyard finishes the job here, and it might be time for a bit of a mix-up from your attackers.
Yeah, when Rai ends up using the Deadeye, Solo actually kind of moves right in front of him and actually ends up eating the accretion that Collusion ends up throwing his way. So that allows him to kind of move up further. It's a stomp, nice immortality field from Ultraviolet at the time to keep Collusion alive, but still not enough. So, above 2 minutes, even more time was on the clock originally. Now down into, last fight territory, 20 seconds on the clock, no support ultimates here. Are you looking at like a Flux of the Deadeye kind of thing here? Sound barrier available for Shikigami. You feel like they're going to be fine.
I thought you might be waiting on the Venture cooldown. Okay, sound barrier, very reasonable time to make use of that, but now Tree's going to come in from behind with the Deadeye. Spectra, don't know how he fell foul there of Doomed, but it'll be a trade in the end as Noctis has been removed. Amazing finds purchase though with that Mag Grenade, and it's a Lucio death on both sides. Backstepping now as Tree desperately trying to get away from Solo, but eventually he can close the gap, and a cage fight should seal this defensive side up. Shikigami looking fantastic as M80 running out of ideas.
Yeah, you see the way they combo those abilities going on to the Cassidy there. So, like, we saw a little bit from Solo's POV. So Solo's going in with the Stomp, and, where the Cassidy would back up into to not get hit by the Stomp, that's where the Burrow's coming in, right? So just kind of taking a little bit of damage on both sides. Not really a great option there for Tree. Obviously stay where you are, get stumped by the Maga, take a little bit of damage, move further back, still, get a little bit of damage from the Stomp, but then a lot of damage from the Burrow. So really nice coordination there from Shikigami as they get a Stomp of the payload before they get the second checkpoint. So looking better in that Maga comp against that Sigma.
Yeah, really looking to brawl. I mean, this is something we talked about in the first map, Matt. We said, if Shikigami can't make this Maga comp work against Sigma, I mean, that is kind of the barometer for your success as a team that wants to, stick to these Maga comps if you can. Now we've seen Shikigami turn it around. They look really good on defense there. The switch into the Venture seemed like a real issue for M80 to deal with in general. Now I guess we have a change of pace here because the Sigma comp is on the defending side. They've also brought the Ashe in. So M80 will do everything they can to keep Shikigami at arm's length. That's going to be the point of tension, I think, between these two teams here on this first point.
Yes, well, I think for M80, right, you can play because you have a little bit more space, right? You're not really the team that has to go in. You can play, maybe a little bit more at a distance, right? And use this Dynamite, which was so good in map number 1, right? Kind of playing exactly this comp and make it work. So Shikigami will play the Venture with the Cassidy yet again. So Same type of setup here as they just used on Eichenwald D.
Look how far back M80 are playing. They really don't even want to play up on this corner, Matt. It's just too close for the Mauga to get onto the Sigma. A bit of a wrap here. You see the flank. Dynamite also being used, some heal pressure being applied early in Doom. This is what Venture does best. They are in and amongst it. Ultraviolet pressured away. You can see Noctis even getting involved. The drill rush for escape. Pretty standard sequencing, but Amazing has been lost here. Spectra, at a cost of much of their health pool, granted, has been able to bring the Cassidy down, and now there's much less to threaten them. It won't be the Venture that causes any problems for this fire. I'll tell you that for free. Nicely done.
See, that's where having the like the Genji, for instance, for Shikigami instead of the Cassidy, like those two supports were quite weak, right? For M80, both Ultraviolet and Liar. Like Doom doesn't want to just kind of like push into that alone, like they're kind of with Noctis. But if you have a Genji there, right, there's a dash that comes in. You get one, if not both, supports there in that situation.
We're seeing spawn advantage attempted to be abused here. Oh, that's nice. Oh, he must have heard the pitter-patter little footsteps, right? Amazing. Rounds the corner and Spectre didn't have a chance to respond. No recall opportunity when you hit with that mag grenade. Finding Tree after the fact means, yeah, it's an instant cap here on point A. Not too shabby for Shikigami. 4:54 on the clock.
No, and I mean, look, this is a series that the desk thought, 3-1 in favor of M80. So M80, I think, still obviously the favorite, but especially here on Eichenwald, Shikigami, especially with this kind of composition, has definitely made it quite interesting. As I feel like they've had in control most of the game. Feels like as now let's see how they kind of break through maybe this high ground, right? Like the Dynamite here as you're trying to play towards low. Looks like everybody for the most part outside of the supports has made it across. It looks like they were actually trying to bait M80 down, right? And then use that amp matrix and split them off. They didn't exactly fall for it,
okay, didn't have Immortality field available. The Flux definitely hurt, but there wasn't a lot of follow-up damage on the players, Matt, that were held aloft. Could have been worth for Shikigami, but as it stands, it'll be a fight win for the defenders again. Time being bled here and there, but M80 need to do more than this as they fail to even get to that second checkpoint.
Yes, I mean, for M80, it's just kind of like bleeding the clock here. No, the Venture ult's not really awesome unless you cross this gap, right? So, like, you have distance. Like, it's not like you're going to Deadeye from the spot that you're here from Shikigami, like, gain much. They have to close this gap, and you see that, I mean, it's so difficult with this damage coming down from the high ground.
M80 choosing their spots, Matt, to commit off that high ground very well. The last fight looked dicey. They dropped down just to throw an accretion at a Mauga, which is not normally your intended target, and they exposed themselves to an amp matrix, but they were able to find success anyway. This time, though, it looked like Graveyard's Immortality field was used so they could cross to the castle. That got destroyed, and then Graveyard looked like they were knocked back onto the street. An easy target for Tree.
Yeah, not everybody made it. So the last like 2 times they've tried to cross, the one before that I was saying they were maybe trying to like bait M80 and kind of switch. Both supports got kind of stuck at the initial choke. They were both kind of locked in from making it, and I don't think they felt comfortable enough to cross that gap. So, now the payload's gotten moving a little bit here.
Oh, that is
just
dirty.
Trying to gain some space. Oh, that is some sick stuff there from Doom.
Doom just played a fantastic Venture over the course of this map, Matt.
It's a 1v1. Yeah.
That has been spectacular. Obviously, considering you can't headshot as Venture, putting down a disgusting amount of damage. He's to stop. Ryo to back away from him, but caught inside the cage. Fight! Oh, the sound barrier makes it all too easy for Shikigami to convert, and here it is again. It's doomed on the Venture, causing more than their fair share of problems. M80 are in tatters, absolute shambles. Now need to try and regroup here as we're getting awful close to the box of victory for Shikigami.
Yeah, there was a Bob use somewhere there for M80. So, and that's what I was talking about, where Shikigami needed to get into that close proximity to actually make some good use of these ultimates. That time they do. They cross the gap and they're able to, really make a play. So, kills traded here, and that's actually the amp matrix used there right before death by Graveyard, which is quite huge.
Near that Mortality field up for Tree. Oh, this is ugly. Layer force back, beat still committed, and Noctis was brought down by Ultraviolet. Soloed low, over pushes. Ultraviolet there with the damage, and Layer was able to focus down, but there's no touch. There's no touch. Okay, Tracer gets there just in time. Tree drops in on the Symmetra. And a sigh of relief as M80 stay alive in the map. Only just.
I mean, they barely get a touch there towards the end. That is some sick plays from the supports there. of M80, and then also the kind of that kill trade, right? Graveyard on the Baptiste ends up getting taken out by a tree from long distance, and that's a lot of the healing for Shikigami. I mean, lose your BAP, especially when kind of playing with a Lucio in the mix, you're just going to kind of bleed out over time.
Once more to the castle, go Shikigami. They want to push up close here, down that ramp. With Solo, of course, at the 4. Not running into much ultimate wires from M80, so maybe a safe fight for Shikigami to end the map. Look at M80, look how they back up. They do not want to get involved here. Tree either unaware or unperturbed by the proximity of this venture. Tries to save them off, and they dive down. Immortality Field gone, but a beautiful double pulse for Spectre, who's struggled so far this round. Okay, Doom, don't know if you intended to get that kill, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. That's 3 for the venture. Busted stuff, absolutely broken. Shikigami, take Eichenwald.
I mean, Doomed was the player of that map. I mean, they dominated on the venture. I mean, that was some sick stuff. I mean, there towards the end, right? I know you pop up and you make that play for Tree. Like, all the healing resources are going into Tree at the moment. There's nothing there for Kalush, right? No, like, Immortality Field or anything to try and keep him alive. They end up losing him on the point. They end up losing Tree as well. Just some sick stuff there from Dude.
Unbelievable. Yeah, great to get a lot of first-person action of that venture. Shout out observers there in that map in general. And Shikigami picked that map. They feel strong on it here in the Sigma composition, which is something that M80 clearly really want to stick to. Kind of falls apart. This team's identity's changed a lot, I think, with the switch up of tank play and Matt, and we're sort of seeing it here a little weak against some of these Malga comps.
Yeah, this is the flank that I was talking about from Doom there before. Ends up picking up 2 is, I mean, it's not the typical Malga comp that we see, you know, with Venture in the mix, right? They still have the Cassidy there, but I mean, it is working. I mean, there's no answer for the Venture. They get right in and start doing loads of damage. Pretty survivable as well, pretty tanky in combination with the Malga. Just difficult. Like, I feel like the Sigma comp, you have to play so, like, beyond perfect. It feels like you need to play perfect, and then there also needs to be lots of, you know, unforced errors on the other side, and it just does not seem like you are getting many of those there at the moment, where Shikigami going in making plays is right here. This is at the end, right? So yeah, there's no, they're saving the Immortality Field there for Tree. They get pushed around the corner. There's no healing there for Kalush.
It's this last kill. That is
yeah, I mean, that is like
beautiful stuff there, of course, from the entirety of Shikigami. They're impressing us. I think they've come a long way since we first started to see them in the group stages of those OWCS, and now, of course, with the big prize on the line, the Esports World Cup attendance is what they're playing for. It's a great time to peak. Early days yet. It's one apiece in this series, and M80 have a map pick, but good looks from Shikigami. And this, you know, this M80 squad that's still coalescing in their identity, Matt. We definitely see some weaknesses, some flaws in the game plan.
If there's a time to beat M80, it's probably now, right? I mean, you know, it's not the same M80 that we just saw at Dallas, right? You know, a very different looking team.
I love that we characterize their strength, by the way, by having won 5 maps. That is what makes you the strongest NA team at DreamHack. That's not exactly the strongest statement you can make about a team, but it's true.
They were awesome against the other NA teams.
Well, they took SSG to 5 maps, right? Whereas Toronto got rolled by Ents. So, you know, you've got to hand it to them. They definitely look like they're settled into that environment a little bit better. But, you know, this region's got a little bit of work to do.
That team also had Happy, Pelican, and Hawk. So you can't even, like, we can't compare the two, right? I mean, it's not the same.
No, it's not. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think their identity looks very different now, right? Where you have, like, Kalush that comes in. Hawk's obviously been a Sigma player for the longest time, right? But I do wonder how the hero pools shape the identity and just overall play style of this team going forward. You've also changed the DPS, so we're seeing much more of this Ashe play than we would have expected to in the past. It's a completely different beast. Yes, you've maintained the backline, which was really one of the strengths of this M80 squad, right? UV, Liar both look excellent, but there's work to do here for M80.
Honestly, if there was a, this is going to sound kind of bizarre, if there was a team that would benefit from a patch happening on Tuesday, would be M80. For a team that is like just kind of, okay, maybe we haven't had this kind of team play with like Malga comps and Sigma comps, whatnot. A team that would benefit from like a massive patch coming through and then playing a few days later. A team with a bunch of players who have pretty good individual skill, right? who have like high level experience, like that would be a team that would probably be like totally fine with, you know, kind of having everything kind of in flux, right?
I think like M80 might also benefit from Mercury being in retrograde because, you know, Kaluj is an Aries sun and was born like on the South Pole during a partial solar eclipse. So I think that energy is really going to, you know, lend itself to M80 finding success. Honestly, basically whenever,
whatever you just said.
As long as a cloud is passing over the sun in a certain part of, you know, Albuquerque, New Mexico, this team will really sort of find their alignment, Matt. Yeah.
That's a good point.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. This is what
I don't think anybody understood what the hell you just
This is the analysis
about,
I'm bringing here to your Esports World Cup qualifiers. And Shikigami have evened up the series now.
Remember how I said they could roll that force chair out at the desk? They don't need it anymore. After that, I think they're good. I think leave it with three.
Again, I'm available for all coaching offers, fam. I will absolutely turn your turn your team into astrology nuts. It's going to be great.
That coaching inbox for you has to be dry.
New Queen Street coming up next year in this series. And again,
are you just like logging onto other emails and sending your coaching emails to make it seem like you're?
It's actually just a stick. It's a stick figure of me with a flowery shirt and gigantic guns. That's what I'm sending out to these teams. Honestly, pretty compelling case to make.
I can get yelled at by Jake for hours, or I can, you know, have Mitch just say a bunch of stuff.
I will leave you. You will leave that conversation feeling refreshed, feeling motivated, and very confused. And honestly, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. That's all I'm trying to say.
I mean, every time I speak to you, I'm definitely confused. I'm rarely ever refreshed.
Well, I mean, with the way your face is looking, man, looking so solidly moisturized, I think it's hard to top that right now.
I am looking
yeah, Y-U-N-G young. Here we go, New Queen Street, folks. It'll be, again, the Sigma comp run back by M80. So once more, we put them to the test against Shikigami's Malga Venture composition.
Shikigami doing the trusted strategy of the Korean teams ran this at the last event. Let's do it as well. It has proven to be extremely successful over time. And quite frankly, like I was a little bit wondering like why we didn't see kind of this variation, you know, on Iconbolt, right? So they decided to do it here. You would think this works out even better for them. The issue is they have to go, if they're going to commit and go in, they have to get these kills quick. This FAR is going to put down a lot of damage on the overall team, right? So they have to kind of win these fights rather fast.
Great point, Matt. I mean, this FAR over a drawn-out fight is going to stack up damage that eventually just can't be healed through, and I think we're seeing that here. Spectre eventually able to drag down Solo. Like, when your tank is the first casualty here, that sort of says a lot about the amount of damage that is being spread in general. Just watch those health bars of Shikigami over a long fight. They had to stick to a target, and they couldn't find one to focus down.
Solo was extremely weak when he decided to charge as well. I would say that.
Self-preservation instincts, overrated.
You can't be stunned with the Maga charge. You're not invincible though. As it'll be, you know, Amy starting to get.
So what do you make of the Cassidy switch here?
This is what they were running on Iconbolt, and they were making it work. So just go back to it, right? Obviously, don't have the same range. I know that, like, let's say the Ashe has, or you know, not as long of a range, right? But you know, in New Queen Street, there's a lot of like mid fights, right? So there's Doom doing his usual thing, picking up 2. This is the Kitsune Rush still available here for Shikigami. So just trying to deter any more payload.
They played around that really well, and that was pretty threatening from M80. Spectre sets up for a barrage, and somehow Ultraviolet again connects with an Immortality Field to protect the Pharah. That is not easy to set up, and it was good for 2 kills. But then all those resources being committed to your Pharah meant that the rest of M80 were a little vulnerable.
And I think if you are Shikigami, if you can force Spectre off of the Pharah, like you kind of count that as a little bit of a win for having the Cassidy in the mix. Like the Pharah is like, you know, some of the main source of damage here is it's going to be the burrow that comes through there for Doom. Barely lives. It's going to be a sound barrier.
That's nice, but the sound barrier is used defensively, Matt. It's in order to facilitate a disengagement. So that's not available now for Shikigami when the rubber really will be hitting the road. To be fair, the bot has been pushing this whole time.
They're so split, yeah. They're so split, so like Solo's just kind of moving the bot, and then I think M80 just kind of like playing a little bit for that high ground, and now Solo gets kind of pushed out of the way there as Collusion Tree double back towards that bot.
Messy. Very messy fight. 3 different engagements that we saw simultaneously going down. Doom gets taken down though, and if you're M80, you're fine.
Solo's so weak. They know he's around this corner. They see the healing coming across. Oh.
Tree is a little bit different, Matt. Now we're expecting great things from young Tree, and so far, so good. Now we have M80 back in the lead, now threatening that checkpoint here with a Gravitic Flux and a sound barrier to work with. Bob also available, which is not negligible here. He can really make an impact against this kind of composition.
Another rush here as well for Shikigami. So this is going to be Deadeye. Oh, nice accretion.
Solo here trying to hold the line. Going to be that Kitsune rush aforementioned. Doomed is in the backline somehow, but can't really stand out in the open. Fearing Tree's impact, I think, is, well, Bob did his job. Solo goes down. Spectre's able to be there with the extra damage, and another beautiful accretion there. Knocked us prone. And it's an easy shot for Spectre. Now waiting for Doomed to emerge. It'll be into a hellscape in which M80 are the Monarchs. And they'll be moving up to take this checkpoint.
Yeah, and I believe it was in the last map, right, where Solo ends up blocking a accretion there, allowing Rai to get a really nice Deadeye. That time, not the case. Kaluge lands a long-range accretion there onto the Cassie of Shikigami, and at that time, the Bob is doing lots of damage. There's a sound barrier in the mix, and M80 has a great advantage.
Two great rocks from Kaluge in that fight, Matt. Both are setting up so much. Doom gets brought down there, and no one is challenging the Ashe through this air matrix. Forget about it. So, TS1 continues his inexorable march up the hill here. Kaluge holding the front line now, will fold away from this, and okay, caught inside the cage fight. Spectre going to go for the barrage. Again, backed up by the Immortality field here. It does get rid of the cage at the very least, but Raimazing is going to be there. Always going to be favored up against the Pharah, especially at ranges like that. So M80 they spend pretty heavily outside of the Gravitic Flux, but they really got what they came for. 76 meters, the checkpoint, they've got it all. Shikigami had to dig deep to push him back.
Yeah, I mean, they put themselves in a really good spot here, M80, right? Checkpoint, half of the game is gone. No, you're going to have to gain, 40 or something so meters, a little bit more than 40 meters here for Shikigami to take the lead. And I mean, we see this in push all the time. It's so difficult, like once you get behind a good amount to kind of bounce on back. Is you also now have Shikigami playing a Sigma of their own here. So Sigma head-to-head, another accretion there from Kaluge. Very nice.
Sedimentary, my dear Watson.
Oh, but then I think Kaluge actually got the accretion out of the Gravitic Flux.
That may have happened there. Kaluge's Flux there doesn't appear to have gone off, and Raimazing gets picked off. Bob got thrown in there by Tree, who's now going to be switching over to the Genji. Doesn't fancy the Ashe anymore. Too much space getting taken away. The Sigma comp giving M80 a reason to make some changes now. Instead, it'll be Sojourn. That long-range damage, that shield pressure. Disrupt the shield, also very good at chewing through that barrier. Shikigami have to back off, and they weren't able to take a checkpoint here.
Not able to take a checkpoint, but getting very close, right? You win another fight here, towards the middle of the map, you're probably going to get checkpoint, and then you have another fight there. So they give themselves an opportunity here with 330. They have to win this fight, though. Nice Am Matrix use.
Most of Shikigami can avoid it, though, playing through the tube and under it, but they're not in a position to help Solo or to really further their aim here objectively. Graveyard in trouble. Lovely stuff from Tree. I love when we hype a player and they deliver instantly. Solo will be taken down here, and 3 minutes 30 on the clock as M80 are back on the front foot.
Yeah, and it's really difficult losing that fight because now this bot is going to go deeper back into Shikigami territory. And you're going to be at, 230 with having to win like 2-3 fights, right? So it's going to give you a very difficult, and that's providing you win the next fight. So it gives you a very difficult path to victory here for Shikigami.
All right. They have been forced to respect the Sigma, to mirror it. Gravitic Flux up here for Solo. Something M80 are going to be keenly aware of, but look at the damage they take before the fact. Here's Doomed once more, pops up. Well, most of the damage already done before they hit the ground. The Mortality field for Ultraviolet there just really only prolongs this fight.
Doomed is getting some kills here on the Venture, where it's just like 360, whether it be with the ults or just kind of shots coming out as Raimazing will switch over to the Sojourn. So this also, like we saw in Eichenwald, the Venture also provides like a really odd, situation for M80 in the backline. Like, do you end up, using the Immortality field or whatnot to save Tree? Do you gonna give up Kaluge? Like, how do you decide to do that? That time, it's actually a stun that happens there, onto Solo. It's an accretion, then they just burn him down.
Immortality field to Pharah while they're ulting, Matt. That's been the game plan for M80. get Spectre in, find a flank angle, and throw the drone straight at them. Ultraviolet has been on point with those so far. Real accurate with those deployables. It also works. Anyway, we'll get to it. Spectre here. Okay, did get an immortality field, so good for one. Now this gets awkward. Gravitic Flux thrown out. Going to be a sound barrier here for M8 to try and respond to it, but Solo's going to be able to find Tree anyway. Kaluja, a later Flux. No one caught in that or interrupted. It's unclear. Either way, it's unsuccessful. Ultraviolet, nowhere to go from here, really. Just going to try and drag the fight out if they can. M80, spend a bit here. Spectre's off the Pharah. He's done.
Yeah, Doomed actually goes on a flank with the Venture ultimate. I think just kind of throws them completely, catch them completely off guard, right? They end up getting one with that barrage. It's a little bit of a trade there, and then they have to use the sound barrier. It's that, Venture ult coming from behind is Doomed. Look at this, just playing so sneaky. Just catches one, doesn't catch the next one. There is a
nice deflect, Spectre. Doom backs away though. Okay, so all of Shikigami, maybe an audible call here to try and regroup, and Spectre got brought down there. Maybe an accretion from Solo. Either way, it's Shikigami on the front foot now, threatening a cap of this objective. Doom low, very, very low, and Tree's able to turn around and find them. The overclock also getting rid of the opposite number. Sojourn off the field, and Tree is dominant. That is filth. Graveyard, yes, finds them, shuts them down, but the damage well and truly already done. Under a minute left, M80 with a big lead, checkpoint in hand. Once again, off to the races.
And the bot going the opposite direction that Shikigami would like to see it going in, right? This is all great here for M80. The bot going deeper into Shikigami territory. They have no ultimates to work with. Your Sojourn has been clicking on all cylinders. I mean, things looking really good here for M80 on New Queen Street.
Last fight territory for Shikigami. And no ultimates to lean on. Nothing to build their strategy around, but raw ability. Okay, Immortality Field thrown deep there, likely to keep the stalling of Doomed safe, and it works out. We have overtime now. Kaluj very reluctant to give up this position, can fold away from a lot of the poke damage behind the tram itself. Liar's got to beat, they're going to use it, they're going to go forward now. Finally, we see this Sigma comp get aggressive. They've got wheels, folks, but the ultimate from Doom there. Some serious damage being done on the periphery. Solo is down, but Tree also been removed now. You've traded a Sigma for a Sojourn, and Liar always seems to be getting involved at these crucial moments, getting a Baptiste no less, and that Immortality Field would have been online in a couple of seconds. Flux is good. It's going to catch the Lucio. Noctis has to beat to keep themselves alive, and eventually they'll still be brought down as Spectre's Genji doesn't miss the mark. Now it's up to Dooms, burrowing, stalling, popping up now, right in front of Spectre. It's an easy pickoff. As M80 secure the map, it's hard fought. But again, their Sigma comp prevails, forcing the switch off the Malga into the Sigma mirror. Spectre going to the Genji, coming up clutch on those final moments.
Yeah, and they get a really big lead early on. There does M80, and it's very difficult, especially on push, to battle back from that. So they end up, switching their comp a few times. Same with Shikigami, like you mentioned, kind of forced to respect the Sigma and mirror it there on New Queen Street. And I think once we saw the mirror, I actually think that's where M80 actually kind of pulled away. I think. If they're gonna mirror that Sigma, I think that's where you kind of figure M80 pulls away. Like, that's clearly what they're more comfortable on. That's clearly what they want to run. I think when Shikigami even playing with like the Venture and Cassidy looks good at times, I think it's still an advantage for M80 because, as you can see, there's so many different things they can play off of it.
It's Malga or Venture. It's a war of ideas, and to weigh in on that very conflict, we're gonna head over to our desk to break down what we've seen in this series so far.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Matt, I'm Zoe, and I'm joined by Jake and Johnny. Let's talk about it. Let's dive deep, because this turned out to be a competitive series here between M80 and Shikigami. I want to dive into the compositional differences we've seen. It looks like M80 were heavily relying on those slower Sigma compositions, and some people in the green room initially not a big fan of the Sigma. I'm not going to name drop anyone. Johnny?
What?
Especially Johnny?
Not a fan of the Sigma?
You were initially
right,
what? You did say that.
Johnny loves Malga.
What? Sorry.
He doesn't want anyone to play
I think I heard the sentence.
Ultimate comfort for Kalush. Are you putting words in my mouth? This is crazy.
I mean, it may also have been Jake. I'm actually not entirely sure.
I do think the Sig is a little bit forced on some of these maps, like on Ike in the attack. I mean, M80 is really forcing a very, very slow, patient style, but on hybrid attack, I'm just not, especially on a map like Eichenwald where it's so easy to be initiated on by defenders on high ground. I think this is a little bit forced, but they're just so good at what they do. I think they're maybe adopting a strategy of just relying on that comfort rather than playing to the meta. I think in the end, Shikigami is playing them very close with this aggressive Mauga and Venture. Venture has been putting up huge highlights because this is a hero that really has no natural predator in the Sigma comp.
I reinforce, I do want to give you a stage to actually something that you have in fact said, and that's of course that Tree is popping off. Love to see someone being hyped up and then actually deliver on the promise.
Yeah, Tree has been popping up, of course, and you know this composition kind of like lends itself towards that. I mean, Cluj is obviously really comfortable with the Sigma, so I'm actually not opposed to the Sigma, but it does, you know, playing these slow compositions that allows Tree to sit back on these hit scan heroes and get a lot of value. And we saw especially on New Queen Street how the Sojourn was really effective with some of these overclocks, right? But even Spectre to some degree, you know, like if you're playing pretty far back and you're trying to disengage, you're trying to play the momentum game and get a lot of poke damage in. I think that this M80 roster, I mean, they're designed to do that. You still have Liar playing the Lucio, which is his comfort hero, Ultraviolet, really good Baptiste player as well. So M80, they feel really comfortable with what they're playing. I think the problem is that you're going to encounter some maps. Eichenwald was one of those where like you actually have a chance to get on top of that composition and make life difficult for M80. And I think over the course of these 2 weekends, that is going to be one of the things we have to look out for with this M80 team. If they're playing this composition, like those brawl maps, they are very dangerous from M80. They're not going to be clean. They're not going to be dominant. I think a lot of their matches will come down to these brawly, kind of deathmatchy compositions.
Yeah, so if we're reading between the lines of what you just said is you don't want to see a Sigma. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Well, I don't think they have a lot of option. I don't think Kalush is going to flex his hero pool here in these matchups and be like, we're going to win that way. I actually do think this is one of their best looks, and I actually think they kind of have to stick with their guns in this one to some extent.
Yeah, we've seen the next map coming up, of course, is a New Junk City.
This is just about the worst Sigma map I can think of.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
For me.
Do you reckon they stick with it, though?
I mean, maybe. They played it on Eichenwald Attack, so anything's possible.
This could be the map I can't see them flex around. I can see them changing things up here.
Even just a swap to, like, I mean, I would say Ramatra, but Ramatra has a tough matchup in Mauga. Honestly, I think Kalush might have to play some Mauga. This is New Junk City. This is Mauga's home turf. Maybe he brings out the Queen or something. I don't know, but I don't think it'll work that well.
The Queen!
The Queen. Well, let's see what they have in store for us as we're heading over to our casters, Matt and Nick.
New Junk City, the peak for M80. This is where they wanted to go with other options.
So we almost forgot you and you were in the room.
No, she'd never forget me. Not happening.
Nah, that was definitely a long, like, and Mitch, kind of like questioning, like.
You know what, Matt? That's fine, buddy.
Yeah.
That's fine, mate. You tell yourself that.
I'm Matt. You're correct. So they don't swap off the Sigma. I didn't expect them to swap off the Sigma, and I also agree with Jake. I'm like, I don't really like how far can you go doing this? So. We'll see now the Sigma on,
we're doing it, buddy. We are on the grind set. Doesn't matter what map it is. Kalush is out here with them shoulder pads. Looking like a human paladin. He's going to make it happen here. Again, Farah play on this map, but these teams really want to go in this direction. Something M80 also was doing long before this roster change, right? Something that, Pelican was trying to push constantly. And man, it's working out. This Malka comp just got torn to shreds.
Yeah, I mean, that was extremely fast there. As they're just kind of, it just seems they're just kiting, and then eventually you just can't catch them. With the Sigma and the damage of the dynamite, damage from Ash, Sigma poking, and the Farah just eventually wins out. It's not like with Karika Lucio, you pump out like tons of healing, right? Karika can do a good amount of healing, not like to the same level in like an area you'd say like a Baptiste could do, right? With the survivability like an immortality. So Doom goes in,
so telegraphed.
All hightailing it out, speed away.
Hello, I'm intending to engage upon you. Do you accept?
And then everybody's weak, yeah.
Beautiful stuff, and this is it. The Sigma comp does its thing. They back up and give Tree the space to rain those shots in, one after another. It's not the most subtle approach for Shikigami, if we're going to be honest. And it's one that is seen straight through by this poke composition. M80 playing to their strengths, Matt.
So it feels like going in with the burrow is like a dead giveaway. Like, hey, let's speed away. That time they go in with the burrow, and then when they speed away for M80, Shikigami tries to like stabilize a little bit and then go back with like solo using the charge. But they end up losing like a player or two. They lose Noctis and another player before they even have an opportunity. So do you lead with the stomp, right? It's obviously not as telegraphed as the burrow. Feels like that might be the better of the options.
Might well be, Matt. Can they be a little more subtle this time? It doesn't matter. The Hyperspheres catch Graveyard on the way in. That was the Kitsune Rush, by the way. Kind of...
They were going to use... It looked like they were going to use it as well.
Kind of pivotal to their chances of winning that fight. M80 gets let off the hook there, and they've been able to build up 5 ultimates to Shikigami's 1.
Yeah. Jake is going to be so mad if this is like just a 3-0 Flashpoint Sigma Stomp. Quite frankly, it would be quite impressive that they may be able to make it work, where a lot of other teams, I do feel like eventually you're going to get forced off of this by somebody, right? It would be kind of wild to think that they could just kind of run it forever, but at least for now they don't have the Kitsune Rush on both sides. Solo just
oh my god, they literally Kitsune rushed headfirst into the mulcher, into the wood chipper, man. That is, man, I've not seen that. Like waves upon rock, Shikigami get absolutely done. Sorry, just the level of brutality I just witnessed is a little bit staggering, honestly.
Just used his head to soak up the bullets there on Maga. I mean, his body, like the ragdoll, it sent him to like the moon. I mean,
he's still playing on Horizon Lunar Colony as we speak.
Yeah. There's the flag.
Okay, Doom backs away with ultimate, by the way. Tree does get hit with that shoulder charge, so big opener now. But Spectre's having to trade out and get rid of the Malga. To do, what can they do? They need to contest to start with. They need to do that above ground level. Kalush brought down, though. This is it. Shikigami have that opening they were looking for. Liar, little low. M80 might want to contest this now, but amazing. Could be an issue. A couple kunais, though, would deal with him adequately. I think Shikigami happy with what they can get. They're going to send the Bob in M80. They want to fight instantly here. The pressure keeps mounting, Matt.
So the Bob's dealt with rather quickly, though. It's a Dynamite as well. They just kind of keep some of the pressure on here. And you saw the last fight, they were able to win because that stomp comes down and lands right on Treek. You get at least one player out of the fight. Definitely seems to be like, if you're going to play this and this is how it's going to go, you kind of have to like lead with the stomp. Yeah, no Venture, Collusion, a lot of trouble.
They are not helping Collusion. Good luck, buddy. Say the rest of M80. Kalush eventually gets brought down. It takes a lot, though, I will say that. M80 now kind of torn. Do they bother contesting this, or do they regroup for a big Kitsune Rush fight? They are hanging around, Matt. This could go either way.
Feels like you need the tank, especially in the rush, but we'll see. So,
here they come.
And now they decide to use
Barrage thrown in there. Looks like a timely Suzu from Graveyard actually deals with the upfront burst damage of the barrage. Enough time for Shikigami to find their feet in that fight. And M80 hanging around like that, they give up the flashpoint. They've thrown that one away.
Well, this is where you shouldn't be able to kind of like push in and be the aggressive team with like the Sigma based composition. Like that's where you should have the advantage if you're the Malga based comp, right? Taking the fights early, right? Not just kind of getting stuck out in the point. Like, we kind of laugh, when we saw Solo just kind of like his body just like explode. But like that's kind of how they have to play this, right? They kind of have to get behind enemy lines and make plays, or else like they're just eventually going to die to the poke.
All right, Doom backs away. Sees all he needed to, apparently. M80 now with that Sigma comp have to be the aggressors. What a good start. Amazing's down, and still a sound barrier will be committed by Shikigami. Oh man, these lamps don't miss, my goodness. Kalush kept alive there, but the Flux doesn't really find the mark. There's no follow-up on it as Kalush had to play safe. Kinetic Grasp gives him 1 billion health. God, imagine if he hadn't used that ability. He would have been long dead. His ancestors would have passed away by that point. M80 though, get it done. Timely cooldown usage. Man, these defensive cooldowns have been perfect.
Yeah, the supports have played really well today for M80, and right there, like you mentioned with Kalush's Kinetic Grasp, but the guy saw his health go up to like 1,780 or something like that. Yeah, like just about 1,800. I mean, just a lot of damage soaked up there with that Kinetic Grasp. So let's see if Doom can get like a flank angle. Been constantly doing this on the Venture. Been able to pick up a few kills every single time. Nothing in terms of support ults on the other side. Takes a little bit of an off angle here.
Kaluj has to back up here. Immortality Field got picked off by that Venture ultimate. Here's another barrage that was from a very awkward angle. Still, assist credit for Spectre as Solo was brought down and amazing straight after because Tree is untouched. Okay, I think they see the blue aura, realizing that someone's about to emerge from under their feet, and they're able to hop skip and jump away from it. Now bringing Dooms down. This Ashe play is sublime. M80 on track to take this point.
He makes it look so casual.
It's not.
Tree.
It's so hard to do
nailing these shots. I mean, the game, like when we're watching it, is obviously, it looks like way slower than it's actually kind of like happening, so to speak. That is an insane amount of pressure he is under there, and just kind of flicking from head to head. Crazy stuff there. So M80 puts himself one flashpoint away from taking the series here against Shikigami, and looks like they end up making it there first.
Already M80 set up for this. Cage fight available here for Solo. Might be enough just to catch Kaluj. That's actually what gave Shikigami their first flashpoint. A catch on Kaluj, and then they just held off as M80 stayed as 4 for 2 consecutive fights. Spectre living dangerously here on the causeway above Vents. Tree getting the happy little ticks. Could give away there's plenty of people grouped up ready to take this push. Good cage fight. That really is what was Solo needed to keep himself alive. And there's no way Kaluj is getting out of that. It's an instant fight loss, and the flux, well, it never fluxed.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing really you can do, right? The cage fight with the blade in the mix, I mean, they have no support ultimates, nothing to kind of save them. So Kaluj, I'm sure he's a warm welcome back to Overwatch. They're getting just cage fight bladed. So now tries to work their way back in. You'll have a Bob here. The Maga does, like, in the last time we saw them use a Bob, I mean, she gets rid of it really fast as Tree takes some damage. Maybe just try and get the Bob there up towards that high ground, force them down low. That's actually Spectre with some damage taken out of the Graveyard. That's
just random. Just rockets in from long range. Spectre, consistent pressure being applied here. Doom just popped up, so they're vulnerable, and Tree takes full advantage. Has to give up his life for it here, but it's a numbers advantage for M80. They want to finish the map in series here. This is how they do it.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit kind of, nice, direct there towards the end. It's almost a little bit of like how you would used to play Pharah, right? Where they kind of like want to play, he doesn't really have to play up in the sky, can play at range, just kind of poking, putting down damage, right? Trees putting down some damage, with shots and dynamite. And just, really just making them use all of their resources and then just kind of like drain them out over time. Kitsune Rush here on the high ground available for Shikigami. Could be just walking into like Ant Matrix, you shoot rockets on through it, but I mean, Doom just takes a liar.
I hope you like ultimates, folks, because we've got all of them here. Liar died with Beat, though, so that's one that's going to be conspicuously absent from this fight, and it shows. Bob, though, able to find Noctis here. M80 might have some step to this fight. Doom's forced down.
Yeah, the Bob was
they haven't capped yet.
The Bob was in position to shoot through the Ant Matrix there.
They haven't capped yet.
So picks up
Graveyard in trouble. Can't get away. No one a swift step to it. Didn't have the cooldown available. M80 still in control of the point. This could be it. This could be the series here. Doom trying to stay alive.
Got beat.
Stall out if they can. Sound barrier now coming out for M80. This is massive. Shikigami got nothing left to do. Noctis, the last hope for them to be brought down. Amazing gets there in time and throws a blade in, but it's far too little. And you better believe it's awfully late. M80 get the job down. New Junk City secured.
Yeah, as M80 takes care of business, I think we all thought coming in they were the clear favorite in this matchup, a completely different roster than Dallas. So a little bit of nerves kind of like in terms of how they would look, not really sure, but takes care of business here against Shikigami. A little bit of an odd step on Eichenwald, but other than that,
how is our understanding of Sigma versus Malga evolving now after that map? Can we chalk it up to a bit of a skill difference between these teams, just a greater level of comfort from the Sigma composition, or is there legitimately something here?
I'd want to see it against like TSM, Energy Shock, like type of level team. Let's see it, again, because throughout pretty much, from Dallas like on, it was like, oh, you can't run the Sigma against the Malga, you can't do that, you can't do this, right? And like right there, they're able to kind of make that composition work in a spot that I think a lot of people would probably believe you can't. So I'd love to see it. Like, I know what they would play the winner of Shock's Timeless. So I'd love to see if they try and do the same type of thing against them. That would be quite fascinating.
Good to see it play out, though. The Sigma composition with Kaluj at the helm pays off for M80. And even though they're mostly a new-look team, they've been able to make it now to that next round of our top 8 here at the Esports World Cup qualifiers. Let's head to the desk and break down the match that was, including a very interesting Icon Volley game and the Sigma comp finding success on New Junk City.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, let's break it down. Once again, heading into the map, we're seeing that Sigma. You said it's Jover, but it was not.
It was Jover, just the other way around. You know, I do think it's interesting. M80 is like going full commit on the Sigma. The Ashe Pharah is a variation of the Sigma comp that we just haven't seen at all. So they're full committing on maximum punishment of this grouped up Mauga comp. You're gonna stack up, well, we're gonna dynamite you, we're gonna bounce you around with a Pharah, we've got tons of damage output. And so far it works out for them. I do feel like it'd be interesting to see, you know, one of the best teams in the world play a super fast style into this. Maybe with some other DPS swaps, they could make it work. But I mean, I think in this tournament, M80 is playing to their strengths, their comfort, which could be smart as for what they're fundamentally a new team, right? They're bringing in together, you know, a lot of new players on the roster. Maybe it's good just play something simple, comfortable. Don't try and force a super team play heavy mirror match that isn't really your strengths as a team.
Johnny, I want to pass along the question that Mitch posed at the very end of the cast there. This is obviously, this was a good look for them. They were able to force their tempo, force their style against Shikigami, but are they able to do that against a team more evenly matching up with them on an individual basis?
I think it's going to be really difficult, especially in the map format we're in, where you got these picks and bans going on, right? So, I mean, it's very predictable in that regard that you know that Kalush is going to try to play us on Sigma on a lot of maps. So where you can, you try to ban those maps that, you know, where Sigma is most useful, right? And so we'll see more of that going forward. Tree player of the match after an impressive Ashe performance, of course. I'm just so happy that Ashe is back in the mix. It's personally one of my favorite heroes to watch. And yeah, what a great debut from Tree here in the Tier 1 Esports.
And honestly, this is a comp that like no one's under more pressure than the hit scan. The hit scan is the president, and everybody on this Mauga squad is gonna come try to hunt you down. They know how much damage you can deal on Ashe. And yet, Tree, very cool, calm and collected under pressure. The Sojourn, I think, definitely a signature hero for him. And so New Queen Street was a great pick. Look at that look away. He's like so confident he wasn't going to miss. And then he comes back and finishes the kill.
It looks like magic.
Seriously, he just looks so clean to watch. Yeah. You said mesmerizing in the green room. I think that's absolutely the right word.
I think it's mesmerizing.
Super, super fun to watch. And I mean, I think this Ashe Pharah, if there were 2 DPS that could make the Sigma work and just churn through all of Mauga's HP, it might be Ashe Pharah. These are 2 of the greediest, most high damage DPS in the game.
Yeah, I lurk in Tree stream. Tree stream is what I leave on my second monitor.
It's
like while I do other stuff.
You do be vibing, you do be headshotting the enemy.
Yeah, it's just pure.
I feel like I've watched you falling in love with Tree in real time on this very show today.
No. I have.
It's been cooking. It's been cooking.
It's some of my favorite Overwatch gameplay to watch. So.
Okay, you know what? Should I make it awkward because he's listening? He's right there. He's a big boy.
He knows. I'm in the chat. I'm in the chat sometimes.
You're not a silent lurker. I see. Tree, welcome to the show. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, as I just said, Reinforce slowly falling in love with you, and rightfully so. What a debut performance. We were very excited to see you on the server. Jake alluded to it as well. Obviously, a lot of pressure playing that hit scan role, but you're also coming in as that hot new prospect. Do you feel that pressure at all?
Not really. I mean, it's like been talked about for a while. Like, you kind of get over it and you just got to play, and that's what you got to do if you want to be the best. Can't get nervous.
That's right.
I'm curious, Tree. So you say you want to be the best. What does this tournament mean to you? The chance to potentially go to Esports World Cup and play on like a global stage so soon into your, you know, a professional career. What does that mean to you? Are you looking ahead at all, or just focus on the match one day at a time?
I mean, obviously I'm excited and like hoping we make it, but taking things like one match at a time because you still got to get there. But once we get there, yeah, sure it'll be a good time.
I'm curious, you know, you were a bit of a free agent, I guess, before you eventually joined M80. How did you kind of decide to join M80? How did you decide that this was the team for you?
Well, you know Gator, the way he is, like always messaging people, you know, that guy's been in my DMs since day one, just working me, you know. So I've kind of known I was going to join M80 for a good bit. Obviously, once like the news of like Happy retiring, shout out my boy. But yeah, so I kind of knew, but here we are.
Here we are indeed. All right, before I let you go, since we haven't gotten the opportunity to talk to you, give us a fun Tree fact. What should we know about you?
A fun fact.
Fun fact. I mean, I started doing collegiate at 15 with Maryville. That's like my go-to for fun facts, but yeah.
I mean, it's not as much fun as it is very
prodigy.
impressive. Actually,
Yeah.
an infant. I can't believe it. Well, and it's unfolding before our very eyes. Tree, thank you so much for joining. Best of luck to you and the squad in your next match.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Thank you, Tree.
That was Tree. M80 taking a dub in a very, very entertaining fashion, playing their own style. So I love to see that. We're a little worried heading into the day that it's just going to be Maga here, Maga there. But no, not Kalush.
I've been saying, by the way, a lot of people going into this weekend, they were just like, oh, M80, they got 3 new players, you know, they haven't practiced too much. Spectra, I think, came into the country this past week. And I was just like, no, like, you gotta believe, they're still in the mix. They're still in the mix with very good chances of making it. So, you know, they could be a team to watch out for.
I mean,
let's take a look at the bracket to see their.
You kind of like don't like that I'm hyping up M80,
No,
like that I'm gassing them up.
I am.
They're seriously good.
Fan. I'm a fan.
They are seriously good. I think we saw their potential today. The only question, I guess, is the comps, but that could also be an advantage, right? If M80 is right and this Ashe Pharah variant of the Sigma style, if that would combine with Ultraviolet's flexibility, whether the Kiri or the BAP, depending on the map, for me, this could potentially be an Achilles heel of some of these teams that might be coming into this meta. You watch Dallas, okay, we're just going to prep Mauga. And maybe there is actually a strategic answer in this Sigma variant that wasn't shown at Dallas. No one had tried that particular version.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking over at like the last stage in OWCS, like SSG, right? Like they played their own style, and that forced other teams to at least have something else prepared because they had to deal with it. Like they couldn't just ignore it. Now, after this performance from M80, I don't think the opposition can ignore that there maybe is something to that Sigma comp. Now, however, Shikigami, Citrus Nation, and Luminosity Gaming are finding themselves in the lower bracket here in the NA region. One more team will be joining them, and then it is all for everything because they will be fighting for their lives in our double elimination bracket. All of that is taking place over the next 2 weeks. So much action yet to come. I'm excited. Are you guys excited?
I mean, I think we've seen a lot of great stuff. I want to see more. EU, we got to let them cook. We got to let the top teams match up later in the tournament. But NA already looks incredibly competitive. We talked about how there's so many teams vying for a small number of spots. It's an extremely close race in North America.
I mean, literally tomorrow, we got Energy Shock taking on against Timeless. Like, that'll be a great matchup. So
formerly FMCL.
Formerly FMCL, yeah. Well, I went, you know, the Timeless, but yeah. But I'm just excited because North American region, like, they're so competitive. You know, they're all very close in terms of skill. So that means great matches for us. It means a great viewing experience, a lot of entertainment.
Speaking of entertainment, I got just the thing for you. Let's take a look at our $1 million plays from the NA region to wrap it
The one Reinhardt highlight, Zoe. Let's go. Look at this chart as he dies.
For you.
But he got someone off the map.
That's right.
Good trade, I think.
Yeah.
I got my one. I got my one.
What was a trade?
MTD.
I got my one. Where are you guys at? I got my one.
That is crazy.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. It was not the most inspiring Reinhardt game.
This was inspiring. Oh my goodness gracious. That's a moment where you just get 5-man data and you're like, reset. It is Jover for that.
You know, it's
this is the that's Anna's dream right there.
You know, it's a good highlight when Mitch on the cast go, oh my!
Seriously.
Is that what he said?
That's his go-to in like
verbatim.
Like yeah.
And he ends
I don't know if my impression was any good, but yeah.
Rocket with vintage Tracer gameplay here on 66. Fun to see him on the Tracer. He does so much, man. I saw some dives where like maybe the Genji dive got booped and botched, and Rocket's just in there basically solo killing on the Tracers.
Honestly, though, also so impressive. Like having talked to him after their match, hearing that he's only just recently picked up that Pharah. Like he has such a good understanding of the positioning and the angles to take, and quite frankly, that is not easy. Love also the quick discussion we had about the recent Pharah buffs and how well she fits into the meta. Makes for very exciting, dynamic gameplay, very explosive indeed, and to have players like Rocket showcasing it for us, what a treat. Speaking of treats, we have a schedule for you to take a look at our upcoming matches. Tomorrow, it's gonna be Saturday, and it's full. It's slam-packed with all the action you can possibly imagine. And
so much action.
So much action. Love action.
Yeah.
How about you?
Citrus Nation against Luminosity as well in the lower bracket. That'll be a good one. A bit of a stage 2, kind of like rematch as well.
Potential dogfight on our hands.
Potential dogfight. Yeah, I mean,
if Citrus Nation plays Ryan, I'll be a little disappointed, but you know what?
Can Twisted Minds stay alive?
Oh man,
disappointing day one for Twisted Minds. I think hopefully they get a wake-up call from that and they can come back stronger day 2.
Wrecking Ball was not it.
I recommend, if you are not Junbin, do not play Wrecking Ball. I suggest.
Especially on Ikemalda.
Especially on
Kellen was rather committed. I don't know if we can uncommit him overnight, but let's see what they need to get done in order to get the dub and stay alive in the lower bracket. Of course, Twisted Mind, they want to play in front of that home crowd. Like, what an opportunity that will be for them. Alas, they are currently on the back foot. Final thoughts of day one. How are we feeling about it?
I'm excited. The meta continues to develop.
Love that.
Not done yet. Not solved.
What about you, Johnny?
He stole my thoughts. I'm really excited too. No, but I mean, I think we pretty much covered it all. Like, we're really excited to see how North America develops from here, and also excited to see if Virtus Pro can continue challenging the top teams in EMEA. Virtus Pro, I'm looking out for them.
Same. All of that and more in the EWC qualifiers. Make sure to tune in again. Same place, same time tomorrow. We can't wait to see you once more for all the action. Just to say action about 100 times a day. Bye.
Action.
So much action.
Station. It will be Psycho, but here comes the rally. It's a good hook, but it's an even better bash from Funny Astro, stopping the insta-kill from the Hog. That nade is absolutely ginormous, and there will be Sovereigns bleeding out unless Spy with his nano boost can find anything. And unfortunately, it runs out at the most unopportune moment possible.
That's a good defense for Twisted Minds. I actually
Naga got it! Naga got oh my, Naga got it. Oh.
No.
Can you make him show it? Just
No, it's getting me mad. No. You're sitting over there. You think that's a great idea.
But, it's cool. Show it now. Oh, come on, guys. Just put it on top of it. It's fine.
It's coming. It likes me though. Yeah, you can sit here.
There we go. Well, clearly this is not.
It didn't work. It just crawled out last time.
What are we doing?
Oh, should we?
Jack is just angering it, and he's gonna.
What are you doing? Oh, get out!
This nation standing. This is a stinker. Absolute booty. Renaissance. Well, you know what they say about what goes up, Matt. Eventually it'll come down, just not what you want it to. What on earth am I watching? What is this?
The largest earth shatter of all time.
Curve blade.
Either way, it's Shikigami on the front foot now, threatening a cap of this objective. Doom blow, very, very low, and Tree's able to turn around and find them. The overclock also getting rid of the opposite number. Sojourn off the field, and Tree is dominant. That is filth.
Yeah, you guys can go like this, like nightmare.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, I like that.
Right, instead of touching him, like
yeah, it's just hard.
We'll do that, yeah.
It's hard with peripheral vision. Like I can't.
Yeah, we'll just there you go.
Because we're gonna be like, can't find
do it. No, we'll be fine. It'll be fine.
You're saying that, but
it'll be fine. We'll just do it. We'll just do it live.